Boxing Podcast, broadcasting to you live from the true north. This is your friend, Mr. BDA, flying solo for the moment. I see Mark's in the chat room. Shout out to everybody in the chat room right now watching. Hope you all had a great morning or dawn watching the Ioka Tanaka fight. Interesting story from my end here. I'll tell you all about it in a couple of seconds, but before we get down to the fun, let's get down to the business, or to get the business out of the way, rather. If you want to continue the gravy train rolling, you can certainly donate with the super chat during this stream, or to go to the Patreon or PayPal page and donate over there. It does help with the upkeep. But of course, the most important thing is you continue to subscribe. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button, hitting the likes up button, and just generally spreading the BDA gospel. All right, fellas, so let's get down to it. Spoilers, as I said there in the introduction here, or rather in the title. By the way, Sakib Rafiki saying, did I misspell the title of the video? Because it says Kazuto Ioka Tanaka, but sometimes I put the thumbnail there and it doesn't change it, so I'm afraid that maybe I made a mistake with the title and I corrected it and it didn't change it. Anyway, listen, who wants to hear nerd talk about naming YouTube streams? Let's get down to the fun, for Pete's sakes. He says, okay, so Akib says, check the description of your video. Did I change it? On this episode, we explored the aftermath of the Kazuto. Oh, I get what you're saying. I thought I'd forgotten to change something and it said the Alvarez versus Smith. All right, shout out to Sakib Rafik for correcting me on this one. You know what? Mark wants in on this. And anybody who wants in on the Discord, let me know. If you can join us on Discord, send me a message and I'll try to get you on StreamYard. And I'll also be opening up the phone calls on this extra comfy morning stream. In case you want on, I'll let you on with the phone number there. It's up there in the description. Hold on, let me invite Mark over here. How do I see if he answers? And yeah, so man, listen, Ioka ends up... Oh, by the way, here's Mark. Hold on a second. Mark, are you there?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How about yourself?
Mark.
I'm great. That's very often. That's
All right.
very often.
I know, man. I know. By the way, shout out to you yourself for the contribution, and you say Gravy Train Shekels. By the way, shout out to Sakib Rafik, the aforementioned Sakib Rafik, Wesley M in the chat, overhand, UK Raw Boxing, Elias Tufexis, and many more people to come, I'm sure. All right, so spoilers again. I gotta keep saying spoilers here, but Ioka ends up stopping Tanaka in the 8th round in what was an entertaining yet somewhat one-sided fight. Mark, you picked Ioka, I believe, based on our conversations. How did Ioka look to you? How did Ioka look to you in there?
Well, his timing and everything was perfect for me. That's where I thought he would win, timing him well. I thought he'd win on points, but I thought the stoppage was possible later in the fight. I didn't think it would be that dominant. He looked like everything I've always seen him. Beautiful shifts, brilliant at parrying punches. There was a combination, I can't remember, it might have been the 4th round, that if people were watching it just in full time, like, may have looked like Tanaka landed everything. He missed every single punch. Every single one. He slipped, he rolled, he parried, he's exceptional to me. I've had him on my pound for pound list a lot longer than most people. I've had him in my conversation for pound for a very long time. Going on 3.5 years, I've had him in my conversation, and I think today finally solidifies why I made that decision. He's an exceptional fighter. Exceptional. He looked brilliant. And Tanaka, he looked like I thought he would look. Like a guy who's aggressive, defensively lapsing, would throw a lot of punches in bursts, but the superior timing, the educated feet, the placement of position in the ring, all felt like Ioka would be the general. And on the back foot, I always felt he was the general, even on the back foot. I think he was luring him into positions to counter.
It certainly seemed that way. I mean, Ioka is a consummate professional. It doesn't seem like anything he does is by accident. I don't know if I'm explaining myself properly here, but in the sense that you can tell his brain is wired so that he does things perhaps on a subconscious level, but at the same time, it's subconscious because he knows he's practiced it so long that he knows how to. Like, Official Scorecard Boxing did a film analysis on this fight. And one of the things he was talking about was about Ioka letting you run into punches, like you mentioned, and he was showing that seventh round, or I forget which round it was, where he hurt Palikte with the right hand, where he was moving. Then all of a sudden he sits down, plants himself, a boom, overhand right. So you're absolutely right about Ioka there, I mean. Now I'll tell you one thing though. Did it seem because by the way, I didn't see the fight live, by the way. It said over here, it said 4 a.m. Eastern time. So I said, okay.
Yeah, it said the same. It said the same for me. It said 9 a.m. and like I thought the card itself was starting at 8:30.
Yeah.
And the main event would be ring walks at about 10:30, so about 5:30 Eastern Standard. I woke up because I'm weird, so I'll watch the entire undercards of fights. I woke up, I went to turn on the undercard, and I'm like, what the hell? They were in the ring. They were in the ring.
Oh,
they were just getting ready to start. I was like, holy shit. Okay. They were on time. Maybe they were like, I've never seen a main event be that on time.
You think it had something to do with the fact that over there it's late, so maybe they said, let's not do this at midnight or close to midnight when it's going to be the New Year's Eve. Let's just fucking do it now, like, because it must have been what 10 o'clock over there, maybe 9 o'clock in the
they're plus 9. They're plus 9 GMT. So the fight was started at, let's say, 9:15, maybe, and it ended. 9:15. So it would have been about 6:15, man, 6:30.
So you got you're lucky, man, because you caught it right as it was starting. Because, like you said, over there in the UK, 9:30, right, a.m. Here it's at 4:30 or 4 a.m. So I said, okay, like yourself, I expected, because I looked at the Box Nation schedule and it said 9 to 11:30 a.m. So I said, okay, probably starts at 10. So I'm gonna wake up at 5 a.m. over here. I wake up at 5. I see you're streaming. I clicked on it. I hear, oh, fuck. I said, you know what do I do? Do I go back to sleep? But I couldn't go back to sleep. I had to see the fight. And then once I saw it, I said, all right, you know what? Let me set up a little stream here. Because I had planned on watching the fight and streaming right afterwards in the morning. Yeah. And I'm embarrassed to say that I was actually dreaming about the fight when I woke up. Right as I woke up, I was like, wait a minute. Am I watching the fight? And fuck. But I woke up here and I said, you know what? Let me do it. But yeah, man, listen. At the end of the day, was it everything you expected from Ioka?
From Ioka, yes. Well, actually, no. He exceeded my expectations. He exceeded them. Mm-hmm. Maybe he exceeded them. Maybe Tanaka's defense, he wasn't good enough. I don't know. I don't want to say that.
Nope. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to log. I'm trying to get Gonzalo in here, but every time I try to invite him, it creates a new group. Hold on a second. Oh, okay, Mark, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know why it wouldn't allow me to just invite Gonzalo. Anyway, sorry about that. Go ahead. Continue, please.
Yeah, I was saying, like, I don't know, like, he exceeded my expectations. I'm not sure if he exceeded them and Kosei didn't quite live up to my expectations of him. But I do feel Ioka was always a better fighter with the timing and everything, but he did exceed my expectations. And let's be real, if you want to teach people, like, what timing is in boxing, like, those counter hooks that dropped Tanaka in round 6 and round 5 and round 6, those 2 punches that dropped them in both of those rounds are perfectly timed. Move back, he comes in between punches, sits down, plants his feet, bam, straight away, like all is a fluid motion. It's pure timing.
I was gonna say,
no real power on it. It was just beautiful.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, you know, people usually talk about, when people talk about great defense, usually, not all the time, but usually people go, oh, you know, they imagine a guy with his hands down, moving the upper body, doing the shoulder roll. Nah, man. I mean, look at how Marquez had one of the most basic stances and guards in boxing, and he barely got hit. I mean, then later on in his career when he decided to go slugger, he was getting hit more. But I mean, you look at looking at that film analysis and the conversations you and I had, it's like we knew Ioka had tighter defense, but like I didn't expect this. Like you said, I didn't expect this type of power from him. I mean, it just goes to show you timing over speed. Because in the first 3 rounds, did it seem to you like, because you watched it live, did it seem to you a little bit like, whoa, Tanaka's like a little bit more faster in there? It seems like maybe Ioka is going to have to adjust to the hand speed. Like, were you a little bit concerned in there that maybe Ioka wasn't going to be able to overcome that?
Not really, no. He was faster, and I was like, yeah, there's the hand speed difference. And I was watching what Ioka was doing, and I was like, a lot of people might be wrong on scoring because I was watching it very, very closely. Like my eyes were glued, pure glued, and I was seeing. And when you rewatch, you'll see a lot of parries.
Yeah.
I mean, Tanaka, yeah, he landed some shots, but if you rewatch it, score it again, you'll see that Ioka, he was pretty much winning most of those rounds. Like, I had it after the first 4, 2 apiece. I could see 3-1 either side. 3-1 if you were scoring punches that weren't landing for Tanaka, and 3-1 for Ioka if you were scoring the rounds a little bit biasly, but 2-2 would have been the fairest result, I would say, from the first 4. But I felt he was dealing with it fine. He was coping with it. He was allowing the kid to overexert himself over pressure because he never seemed worried. Even with the hand speed of Tanaka, you could see he was overexerting and trying to throw. He was pretty much overexerting himself past where he previously has been. He doesn't throw punches that consistently, that quickly in fights. And I felt that was a nervous energy where Ioka was just poised and calm.
Yeah, that's a great point, man. It's that you could tell there was a little bit of nervous energy from Tanaka, but also like you said, Ioka it seemed like he was beating his time a little bit there and saying, okay. All right, who's got the echo there? Yeah, official. I think it's you, man.
Hey guys, can you kick me out in that case? Because I don't know, nothing is appearing to me. I'm only able to hear you, but I don't see anything. I don't see no Discord.
Oh fuck! Okay, I'll put up a StreamYard link.
Okay, kick me out, please, because I'm an.
All right. So, yeah, no. I had to kick him out midway because if I spoke, that's why I was staying silent. Because if I spoke, then it was gonna we were gonna hear the echo again. I think it's because he was streaming a couple of days ago. Maybe he still has his settings on a different point there. But we got Reverse Lee in the house as well. By the way, Reverse, are you there?
Hey.
Oh, you sound disappointed, man. And now, full disclosure here. Reverse Lee is the guy that 3 years ago, or just about 3 years ago, when we first started the podcast, Reverse is one of the first guys that was on the podcast, and he's one of the first guys that told me, hey, Kosei Tanaka, keep an eye on this kid, he's good. And I remember thinking, yeah, man, he's good. But Reverse, I mean, it seems like he hasn't corrected a lot of the things that were lacking for him 3 years ago, i.e., sloppy hand positioning. Where did you agree, and what did you think of the fight and about what just occurred a couple of hours ago?
It was a fantastic fight. My favorite of the year. His hands were down, but you also have to remember this is his 4th weight. And he chose to fight a champion in it, so I'll give him tons of credit for that, even if he did get knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, look,
literally nobody in the sport, except for maybe two guys, is actually doing what Ioka was willing to do tonight.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, man. Yeah, listen, I don't want it to be misconstrued what I'm saying. I'm not saying Tanaka lost because it was a factor, but what I'm saying is nobody was, like you said, was going to be, like, just like Tanaka is doing things that people weren't doing, that other people aren't doing, Ioka did something that nobody had done up till now to Tanaka, which is to not only hit him, because Tanaka is hittable, but actually put in substantial, meaningful punches in order to stop him. Mark, the other thing I want, and by the way, we got Gonzalo and we got Official on the StreamYard now. Gonzalo, did you watch the fight, by the way?
Yeah, I just finished watching it. I missed it while it was happening, but then I got onto Mark's stream, Unrivaled, and they were talking about it So I went back and just watched it.
Okay, okay, so I want to get your thoughts on that. Then I want to actually get to official first because he was here before, but we had some technical problems. Before we continue, shout out to everybody in the chat from OG Boogie in the house. Shout out to G Boogie, Sakib Rafiq, Hawker Mustang is in there. Dead Game official is in there as well. Diego Bandido, Big Dan. Let me just read a couple of comments here, see what people are saying about this fight. Big Dan says, I was so confused because I had just woken up and I was looking at the screen thinking, is that Ioka? Yeah. So people weren't expecting the fight, the main event to start so early or right away. Iceman says, Unrivaled Boxing was right again. What was your prediction, Mark?
My exact prediction in the end, I rolled with points, but I did win money by picking a knockout bet as well because the odds were too tempting. Way too tempting. He was 8.5 to 1 for the knockout, man. That was too tempting. Plus 850 on the knockout. Who's not taking that?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So you've been spending the year doing a little gambling there. You know what they say, right?
Not much. Not much. Just a little bit. Know when the phone goes. That's right.
Shout out to Sakif, who said the fight has been a great antidote. Yeah, for a lot of listen in this channel, I try to, at least when I'm on, I try to keep it boxing. What happens in the ring. I don't care about the narratives. I don't care about fighting about this guy said that guy, this group said that, these fans are this. And at the end of the day, this fight, I mean, you can see who's in the chat here and you see people staying up for the fight. It makes me happy to see people enjoying a fight. You know, it almost seems like it's our little fight, you know what I mean? Because it's for the boxing fans. It's none of the drama, none of the Canelo fans
actually have the opportunity to talk about boxing and not a bunch of gay shit.
Well, we're gonna get into the gay shit eventually. You know how it is here in this channel. But no, yeah, absolutely, man. It was a good fight, man. Uncle Bertha Parsons says I was confused with Gary Russell Jr. being on the undercard initially. What, did a guy that looked like Gary Russell Jr. was on the undercard? What the fuck? Tito in the house says missed it. Tell. Well, if you want any spoilers out there, again, careful, spoilers incoming over here.
I think you can find it on YouTube too.
Yeah, that's where I saw it. Shout out to whoever posted it on YouTube, by the way, man, because he was there just like an hour later, and I was all right. I don't have to wait until I don't gotta go treasure hunting to watch this fight, man. But yeah, shout out to everybody. And by the way, spoilers incoming over here. Ioka, we're getting a cable via the Japanese Empire. That Ioka stops Tanaka in the 8th round, dropped him twice and just stunned him with a left hook, had him wobbling, ref tapped him. By the way, let me go with official. Thank you for being on. I hope you can hear me. Talk a little bit to see if we have any problems or anything.
Yes, I can hear you. First of all, thank you for having me on, and big up to everybody. Yeah, man, this was an amazing performance from Ioka. Look, I've been rating him very highly for a long time. He's been in my top 10 pound for pound list, but this performance was many levels above what I've seen before from him. Now, just keep in mind, I don't want people to I mean, BDA, you did the film study yourself. You saw that Tanaka is extremely skillful as well. Yeah, his defense is not far from perfect, as we'll see, but he's an offensive machine, and so this is in my opinion a huge victory for Ioka. Amazing performance. Enormous. Now I missed second and the third round because of the streaming, but I watched the rest. Man, so look, Tanaka, he was very aggressive, and to his credit, in the 7th round, he was landing some deadly body shots. He was folding even Ioka. I was worried by the time for Ioka because I placed my bet on Ioka as well. But one thing about Ioka, first of all, he schooled him on the inside. He gave him a beating, and he showed that. I mean, I saw doing my own film study that Tanaka was not really able to fight on the inside. Taguchi schooled him on the inside. Now, the other problem was that he didn't have enough stamina to finish, to to go strong in the second half of the fight. And on the outside also, Ioka was piecing him up, countering him extremely, incredible timing. And the very last thing, his defense was so good when he was trapped on the ropes, and I was saying to people that I would prefer Ioka to be on the outside, not to be the one stacking Tanaka, because I knew he would do extremely well counterpunching, and when he was on the ropes, he showed amazing composure, defense. Instead of being worried, spending too much energy, he was just calm, and he would even when Tanaka, who's doing his best work at mid-range, when he would start throwing bumps at mid-range, he would just calmly move a bit his upper body and walk into him to short range to negate his offense. Amazing performance, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, he just showed everything: jabs, body shots when he was on the inside, long range shots, and mid range shots with the chopping right hand. I mean, he looked sharp in there, complete. And and Mark was talking about that too earlier. We were talking about defense and how he just seemed very composed, nothing overtly flashy, but always on equilibrium, balance, shoulders, chin between the shoulders, chin down, and just a completely professional performance. And he didn't panic. He didn't panic in there, because in the first 3 rounds, it did seem like Tanaka's greater dynamism could have given him a lot of problems, or then it might have become a problem. But you saw what happened there. Guys that usually aren't accustomed to keeping their hands up. This time, Tanaka seemed sharp in the first 3 rounds, hands a little bit up, more focus on defense than ever before. But then as the fight continued, hands continued to get a little bit lower. Defense started getting a little sloppier. Ioka started tagging him, and that's all she wrote. Gonzalo, what about yourself, man? What did you think about the fight? Gonzalo, are you there? All right. By the way, fellas, phone number in the description.
Yo, Gonzalo.
It's getting late over there in the Philippines. Probably.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, I was on mute. Then, all right.
Hey,
yeah, ahead, man. Like, Happy New Year's, everybody.
Oh yeah, Happy New Year.
I kept it on the back of my mind. That this fight was going to take place today. And okay, I just watched it. I told myself, let me look at these little guys, because in the higher weight classes, like welterweight, the middleweights and above, we're not seeing fighters throw many punches nowadays. They're going back to they're fighting in the counter. It's a counter punching a style that they're not risking a whole lot. And I said to myself, let me go see what these guys bring to the table, what they're all about. Yeah, and they throw a lot of punches. I thought that Tanaka, he was actually, I think, like the rougher. He appeared to be the stronger guy, but he was going in there very aggressively, and that's one thing that you don't see fighters do nowadays. They don't attack like that. They don't want to risk, because at this game you risk a lot. You get countered, and yeah, he paid the price. And I actually thought Ioka was not as strong as Tanaka. He seemed a little glossy in the eyes, but he was dropping this guy. He dropped him like 3 times. And it had to do a lot with his accuracy. He was landing the cleaner shots, remaining calm. And when you remain calm, the shots that he landed and was able to drop this guy, they look slow. I'm not saying that they were, because obviously they're little, they throw a lot of punches. But in comparison to like the greater body of work that they were doing, the shots that he landed, man, they look slower. But no, it's because they were deadly accurate. Exactly. And those are the ones that dropped. Yep.
That's
basically it, man.
You know what it's like, Gonzalo? It's like well-placed depth charges. It's not a lot. It's not like a machine gun fire, just spraying, but it's just well-placed shots. And like we were saying in the beginning of the show, everything counted for him. Everything for Ioka. And you know what? It's interesting. By the way, we got everybody's take on this fight. So if anybody just feels like jumping in, just jump in. I don't want this to be too formal or like, all right, you go ahead. But one thing I want to say, guys, isn't it interesting how, because in the first 3-4 rounds, Ioka was darting in and out, and I was thinking, man, if this fight would have been an amateur fight, it's like the judge would have given it to Tanaka, but that's the great thing about professional fights. It's like it's a whole different game. This is the men's game. I mean, I have tremendous respect for amateurs. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't tell you the full story of who's the better guy in there. It's just 3 rounds. This is showing you that Tanaka was a faster fella in there, but Ioka made the adjustments, like Gonzalo said, sharpest shots in between, and just started wearing him down. What do you fellas think about that? The fact that these professional ranks are much different than this amateur game where it's just get out of the way, get out of the way.
I'll just watch the fight. I literally missed it, to be honest.
Hold on a second.
It was
all right, we
amazing.
got Pigeon in here. Go ahead, Pigeon. Give us your take on the fight.
Yeah, I've literally just watched it about 10 minutes ago. I'm absolutely wow. I had Tanaka by UD, and I'm absolutely shocked, man. I'm on Japanese time at the moment, so I'm half asleep. I've got my Pringles, I got my milk.
Wait, Pringles and milk? What's wrong with you, man?
That's a combination.
Have a look at that. I got my milk.
That's disgusting, man.
Breakfast of the champions.
Nobody wants to see that, but oh man, I missed the fight. I actually missed it. I thought it was tomorrow. So, oh man.
Yeah,
that's Pigeon after his Pringles and milk. This is what he's gonna be doing.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, so all right, go ahead, Pigeon. So you stayed up. Good. I mean, everybody had a weird schedule in there. And by the way, Pigeon, I'm gonna say something. You're in the UK, and Mark, you too in the UK. Everybody always says the UK guys are always saying, "Oh, you got to stay up for the fight, 5 a.m." I actually thought it was better. You get to sleep a little bit, then you wake up at 5 a.m. and you get to watch.
No, I missed it. I completely missed it. So I've only just watched it back. I had to get the replay 6 hours after the fight. I thought it was New Year's Eve. What I planned to do, I planned to go to my mum's for New Year's Eve. So I was going to celebrate it with my mum. She was going to go to sleep because she's an old woman, and I was going to watch it on the television. So I didn't even know that it was today, the 30th, to be fair.
Did you watch the fight in the end, or?
Yeah, I watched it, but I've only watched it like literally about an hour ago. So I had to watch the whole fight back on replay. And I thought Tanaka was terrible, bro.
Come on.
Ioka, I just thought he just was a bit more solid, especially his ring presence in the middle of the ring. His hooks were better. Even his jabs were better. I thought Tanaka looked he didn't look like he belonged in there, to be fair.
Anybody want
Hey, PDA.
Yeah, Gonzalo.
To your point, with what you just said, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in regarding that. Like, when in the amateurs, you're throwing a lot of punches, you're racking up points. You're trying to basically, like, survive 3 or 4 rounds, maybe 6, depending what kind of tournament you're fighting in the amateurs. And you're scoring the points. But in the professional games, you're going to try to really actually, like, put a hurt on the opponent because it's going to go longer. The opponent's not going to go away within 3, 4, 6 rounds. He's going to be there because they're scheduled for 10, 12-round fights. Yeah. And these guys, you're going to try to put that hurt because if you run out of ideas and always just try to remain like fucking flashy and not actually hurting the guy and just tapping away, that guy's going to close the space on you. He's going to keep pressuring. Yeah. That's why you got to land with more authority, a totally different fucking game plan, a style.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. By the way, I wanted to ask you, fellas, did any of you think the stoppage, like, did any of you want to see the fight go on and to see a little bit more conclusive ending, or was it stopped in the right time?
No, I just think it would have been even worse for him, to be honest. No.
Yeah, you see, I saw this. I saw the stoppage, right, and I was like, and then 10 seconds later, this guy was still out of it, man. Like I saw it. That was
he was basically holding him up from going down.
He was gone.
I've only just watched the fight back, literally over the last 3 or 4 hours. I missed the fight, and I don't think that guy. that was a complete obvious stoppage. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe the referee.
Hold
It-
on,
it-
hold on. Let
Phantom-
official.
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
Because we're on, yeah, because now we got StreamYard and Discord, so there's a bit of a delay there. But go ahead, official, and then Gonzalo, you go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I'll be short. Yeah, I wanted to say that at the very beginning, I thought that the ref jumped in very quickly, but then just 2 seconds later, I saw him clearly, out on his feet.
Yeah.
So it was a good stoppage, in my opinion. And at the same time, like someone on Twitter said, I read it earlier. At the same time, he probably saved his career, because he is a very talented fighter, and no need to to get beat up some more.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
Tanaka's
man, yeah.
excellent. He's an excellent fighter. That his whole career has been excellent. The amount of belts that he's won at different weights has been good. So, I was quite glad that stoppage happened, because that fight would have not gone on. He probably would have gone around if he would have survived. But come on, he was gone.
Gonzalo, you were going to say something too about the stoppage?
Yeah, maybe just maybe the referee understood, because he's right there in the ring with these guys. It's like having a high definition TV with fucking surround sound right in front of your face. He's in these guys' brain. He's feeling them. He's hearing the punches. He's seeing these guys' demeanor. And the Ioka guy was really remaining calm, right?
Yeah.
So when this guy was dropping his hands, like you said, and he was coming forward, I think the referee might have understood that this is a matter of time. This guy's just gonna fucking clip him in between. This guy's aggression coming forward. Yeah, I thought it was a good stoppage, because look, he saved them, but he saw something that even before you get the canvas, somebody else mentioned that later he was still out of it. I think a rival, something like that.
Yeah, it reminded me of when I went to a casino once and I saw this Asian guy. No disrespect to Asians. I mean, I know it's an ugly stereotype, but this Asian guy was gambling all night. He was falling down. And they were holding him up. I was like, no, I want to go on. I want to keep working the machines. And they dragged him out. I've never seen that before in a casino. Usually, if they want to continue gambling, they can let them gamble. But this guy was, and that's what Tanaka reminded me of, a guy that had that Bushido spirit. But yeah, man, I mean, his legs, like, I think even if let's say he would have recuperated, I still think he would have been worse, because like you guys are saying, Ioka, it seemed, was biding his time and saving a little bit for the late rounds as well, just being too accurate, conserving his. This reminded me a lot of, in a way, Juan Manuel Marquez versus Robbie Peden. Peden was a faster fighter.
It was similar to the Inoue fight against Maloney.
Well,
he was a bit of a bomb as well, but I just thought
Tanaka did better than Maloney.
Longer than 7 rounds.
Yeah, no, man.
I was disappointed in him, man. I was very disappointed in him. I thought he would have lasted longer than what he did.
Well, I mean, I think
I remember I repeated him. You remember when Luke Campbell dropped this? I think Hector fought him. My neighbor.
Nate Campbell. Nate Campbell. When he dropped.
Nate Campbell.
Nate Campbell dropped his hands. He had him out of there. He had Peden out of there and dropped his hands, and just one of the worst things I've ever seen. But
crazy, yeah.
Pigeon is saying that Tanaka looked terrible in there, but I mean, I think this is a clear case of the opponent making the guy look terrible, because I mean,
he looked excellent. He was solid, to be honest. I thought 31 against 25. I thought, listen, this guy's 25 years old. He's gonna bring. I was completely wrong. This guy's 31 years old. What an idiot. The prediction that I made. I had Tanaka for unanimous decision. A stupid decision. That was a stupid call, man, because I was underestimating Ioka. I went on the Donny Nietes fight, and that's stupid. Shouldn't have done that.
Well, Mark, you told me you think Ioka got robbed in the Nietes fight. I mean, I saw.
Well, robbed's a bit of an exaggeration, right? I did say that, but like, I think Ioka won the fight. I thought he won at 7-5, 8-4.
But I mean, just looking at that fight now after this one, in retrospect, it just shows Ioka's class, because he didn't panic here in the first 3 rounds. He stayed solid when Tanaka was fast and darting in and out, and against Nietes as well, he never panicked either in there. And that
I was so arrogant. I was so arrogant.
Hold on, Pigeon. Hold on, Pigeon. Let's let other people talk, please. Sorry. That's okay. Yeah. So, Mark, I mean, in retrospect, he handled Nietes there pretty well too. I mean, do you think now people have to give Ioka his respect? The boxing media try to cover this guy a little bit more.
Yeah, they do. They really do. Like I've been tweeting at Ring Magazine, Dougie Fisher. I've been messaging Dougie. I've been messaging Montero for a while. Like I feel he's gonna enter the Ring Magazine pound for pound list, but I feel he's still gonna be disrespected because he should have already been on there, right? I need to say this. He should have been on.
Anybody credit for shit. Don't expect any credit.
No. This time he will. This time he's gonna enter. But the thing is, he's gonna enter at number 10, and he shouldn't be behind guys like Errol fucking Spence.
No, he should not.
No, I was that arrogant about this. I didn't even get up to watch it. I just thought it'd be a foregone conclusion. I thought Tanaka would just like drag him out, drag him into the like 9th to the 10th round. This 31-year-old man's gonna be blubbering away. Wow.
Hey Phil, real quick. You're in the Phil. You're in the same prediction league as me, right?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Phil?
That was a bad thing, man. Everyone was saying Ioka, and oh man,
did Ioka fight Donny Nietes before? Have those two fought?
Yeah, it was very close fight.
All right, because they got a similar style. The way that what I was looking at. That counter punching, that punching between like the snake, or what that guy's name? The snake or the cobra? Yeah,
the cobra. Is
very accurate, very sharp, and doesn't use like an excessive amount of speed when he's gonna go for the kill. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're fast, but when he go for the kill, it's shot placement.
You know what? The thing with Ioka as well, he's only lost 2 fights on split decision, or I think he's lost 2. Split decision and a majority decision. I'm not sure. He lost to some of a guy from Thailand or from before. So.
Yeah, he's talking about Ioka.
He lost to.
He's very good. He's very good. I underestimated him, to be honest.
Yeah,
really fucked up there.
Your pride goat before the fall, man. The fact that you didn't even wake up to see the fight, but. I wanted to, say something also about this fight, which was that Ioka stayed very composed in there, and he's only 31. Mark, you told me Nietes now is with MTK, so he's probably gonna come back at some point. He's thinking about coming back. Yeah. Would you guys like to see Ioka Nietes in there, or is it a little bit unfair considering Nietes is the older guy and has been out for more than a year?
While that's an
I would like.
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Right.
Mark. Go ahead.
I would like to see Nietes have a comeback fight. In the meantime, whilst Chocolatito and Estrada unify, and then the winner faces Estrada, I would like to see the possibility of Ioka and Jerwin Ancajas unifying. That's the main thing I would like to see. I would like to see Jerwin finally step up and grow some fucking balls and get into the fucking ring with somebody who's actually decent. Right, at least decent, and I get it's a massive step up. But you're one of the longest standing champions in this sport, and your resume is making Wilders look like prime Ali's.
Hey, by the way, what was the fight? What was the? Oh, hold on. Who wanted to speak?
No, I just said yes. Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I was gonna ask, what was the fight where Ancajas struggled and should have lost the fight? I forget, because he's had 1 or 2, right? Which one was it? Hold on, let me.
I think it was against a Mexican dude. Was it? Jesus,
I thought it was against another Filipino. Come on, guys. It was on ESPN. I remember.
Austin Palicte? No, that he fought.
No.
Some other Filipino.
A fight in which he struggled was against Barrios, where it was a split decision draw.
Excuse me.
That was a split draw. He lost to Barrios, man.
It was a split draw. Okay, yeah, because I thought split draw. I'm looking at it here on Boxer. Yeah, that was the one where because there were fights where I was looking at him, like in the Jamie Conlan fight. I remember looking at this guy and thinking, man,
I remember that fight. Okay, man.
Yeah, I thought, man, the guy's sharp. I thought the guy was sharp, but then he against Barrios, he didn't look great, and I remember people came down on the guy saying, "Oh, this guy sucks," blah blah blah. But yeah, so you guys want to see this guy finally step up and. Maybe get Ioka in there. But
they're promoting him like shit.
He's with Top Rank, right?
They're trying to do that old style PBC shit where you just feed a guy bums, and then at the last minute you try to give him a good fight, and then you expect them to win it. But that shit doesn't work. They usually just get their ass beat, and you have to rob the actually good fighter.
Yeah, just give Ioka that damn. That's all I want. Angas versus Ioka. Get that unification on, while the other three are sorting out the shit, and then undisputed for the first time at Superfly, because there's never been a Superfly undisputed.
That's
when I saw
interesting,
some highlights of Jerwin and Cajas for the first time, maybe about, I don't know, 5 years ago, he was like a mini Pacquiao. I don't know if he was trying to emulate his style like too much, that he almost looked like he was trying to copy him. And that's the thing, man. You cannot do that, because most of the time it's probably not going to work for you.
Yeah, that's true.
Gonzalo, you know what? Gonzalo, you know what? I saw the same thing from Tanaka. In fact, from his orthodox stance, sometimes he loves to fight throw the left hooks the same way Pacquiao steps in, then steps out to make you fall off balance, and then throw a left hook. Yeah, similar. He has some very similar moves to Pacquiao, and it was evident to me when I was rewatching his fights recently. Yeah. But one thing about Tanaka, I was expecting him. I mean, I knew that he's a kind of guy. Yeah, for sure, he would counterpunch, but for the most part, he would wait his turn to throw his combos, and that's why I was giving Ioka the advantage, but also I was hoping for Tanaka, to have his game plan ready, to be ready to counterpunch at least a bit more against Ioka, because Ioka, when in the pocket, sometimes he throws pity pat punches and the slow ones and gets caught like McWilliams Arojo. He was beating him up, counter punching him with combos. So I was expecting from Tanaka to at least try to counter more, like Arroyo was doing against Ioka, but he was still doing the same thing. Even in this fight, he was waiting for his turn to throw his combos instead of trying to sneak a punch or two in between Ioka's punches.
Yeah.
Do you think Ioka can beat Estrada or any of the other guys at 115? You think maybe
he's capable? He's capable.
Well,
yes,
he's capable. Yeah. Especially after this performance, he's more than capable. But to give you an exact answer, I would have to rewatch their fights and compare the styles first.
Because I watched the guy, what's his name? Anjaka, I can't remember his name, man. That I think he's on WBC, the Philippine guy, Anjakas.
The IBF Filipino champion.
Yeah, I watched him. I didn't think he was that impressive, to be honest.
Nope.
I actually think he was a bit shit. I don't want to be horrible, but I'm not impressed with him that much, to be fair. I think he got.
You know what, Pigeon? In fact, Ancajas can look really beautiful, but he was facing some low-level opposition. But again, his footwork, counter-punching, he can look amazing at times.
Because I watched him against, what was his name? Gonzalez or Santiago. There was a draw. He had a draw. Gonzalez.
We're just talking about that, Pigeon. You're too busy drinking milk and eating Pringles, man. We were talking about. But yeah.
Sorry.
It was Barrios.
I just thought Ioka looked great, to be fair. I've just watched it, and he really looked good, I was so impressed with that. And I don't know, man. I think that's really nice to see, and probably one of the best fights we've watched this year, to be fair. Yeah,
man. Well, I mean, it was definitely an interesting fight. Now we're talking about that whole thing there about Estrada Gonzalez. First of all, those guys have to fight in a very anticipated rematch, so they have to get through each other first. What about they're going to be fighting March, I believe, or February? I forget.
I think March the 13th. March.
Okay.
Yeah. It's March the 13th, so it's not long away.
What about a guy like in between for Ioka? What about a guy like, because I'm watching the ratings here, keeping an eye on them. I'm thinking, okay, we got a guy like there's one guy I'm not familiar with, by the way, Hiroto Kayoguchi.
Yeah, he's excellent. He's at
108 though. He's at 108.
He's at 108.
Yeah.
He's at light flyweight, so I don't see him jumping up 2 weights to take on Ioka.
That fight isn't happening.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that. He's not going to jump.
Pigeon, you gotta stop.
Especially because he's
Phil.
just moved to Matchroom.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, because he's just moved to Matchroom as well. Like, if he's going to do any, like, I think Matchroom are looking to help out with the Sauerlands with a World Boxing Super Series at 108, because, like, there's a lot going on at the Zone with the 108 division. They've got Felix Alvarado there, who is fighting. They've got Canizales, I believe. They've got who's the other dude? They've Elwin Soto. They've got Elwin Soto with the WBO. The only missing link is Kenshiro. So they've got all the makings to make the unifications at 108. He's not moving up 7 pounds, man.
Yeah, because for those guys, 7 pounds, it's a lot, man. I mean, you would think, they eat a donut and they go up 7 pounds, but no, it's a little more complicated than that in certain regards. So, Reverse, what about you, man? What did you?
That?
Yeah, go ahead, Reverse.
What were you going to ask?
Well, about that, because we're looking at the future now for Ioka, and well, let me share with you fellas the rankings here. Hold on a second.
Which rankings are you looking at?
Well, we're gonna take a look at the 118-pound rankings here, just to see what we've got.
Gucci's with Matchroom.
115.
Gucci's with Matchroom.
Oh, hold on a second. No. Let me go to bantamweight. What am I about? Wait, hold on. Junior bantamweight.
Super fly.
Yeah, super flyweight.
Throw him in there against Jay Harris. Got the fight, Dre Martinez, the Mexican dude. The English man. He's pretty good.
All right, so reverse. We've got Cuadras, Cintron, Maloney, Francisco Rodriguez Jr. still in there? What the fuck? I thought he was out of the rank. Anyway, Joshua Franco, Khalid Yafai, and the aforementioned Ancajas, Ioka, Gonzalez, Sorang Visa, Estrada.
Is Cintron still in there?
It won't be Maloney because Maloney has a fight coming up with Franco.
Wow,
that's supposed to be a third rematch for that.
It not.
So it won't be Franco or Maloney.
It won't be Franco or Maloney. Okay, so who do you want to see him in there against next then?
If it's not like a title fight or anything like that, I would personally, I'd give Cintron a rematch.
Really?
I don't think that's worth it.
I agree with that.
Cintron gave him a good fight.
Right, Pigeon.
Yeah.
You seem a little out of it, and I want to get more people in here, so I'm gonna take you out of the stream. You all right, my friend?
Yeah, sorry.
Don't worry about it. Take it easy, man. Thank you for joining us, man.
And you, man. Yeah, bye.
Happy New Year, Pigeon.
Happy New Year, Pigeon. Happy New Year, man. All right, so one thing I wanted to ask you fellas too, because this is the interesting one here. Mathelane, I don't know how you say his name. Matlan, but
Maruti Muthalane.
Yeah, he's been a guy that he hasn't lost in a while. He's very good, he's like Nietes, a very schooled old fox, but he hasn't gotten his shot yet. He was supposed to fight late this year, a couple of weeks ago, I believe, and then something happened there. Wouldn't you like to see him and Nietes fight though, and see which one of these old foxes gets in the ring with one of the young guys?
Maruti versus Nietes.
Yeah, why not?
Maruti's at 112. He's at 112.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, man. He just goes up in weight a little bit there, 5 pounds, whatever it might be, and he's get that fight, man. Why not?
I get that, but I just don't see it happening. Just the only reason I don't see it happening is if he was going to move to 115, he would have done it in the last decade.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
he's happy.
He's been at 112 for a while.
How does a guy make 112 pounds for like 8 years, man? I don't get it.
Because that's his natural size.
That's his natural division.
That's his
How does a guy make 160 for a decade?
Well, if that's what I'm saying, it's because they're disciplined, and a lot of these guys aren't disciplined. And by the way, can we talk about that too? Because like when people talk about Teofimo Lopez and they go, "Oh yeah, he should move up. Why? Because one win. What happened to the days when?
Because he said he was going to.
But what happened to the days when guys would stay in a division? Like, because people are saying, well, he beat the number one guys, so that's it. Well, no, that's not it. Look at Campbell Garcia. Those guys are gonna tango. What if Garcia looks super impressive? He becomes the next in line for a shot. You know what I mean? It's like people can say, well, Garcia's not good, blah blah blah, but it's all about winning the fights. And if a guy wins a fight, looks impressive. You know what I mean?
I noticed that,
but he did say he was going to go to 140.
So why is he fighting this next dude there, the Australian dude or New
Because
Zealander. What?
that's what he wants to do. My problem is, if you're not going to do something, don't say you're going to do it.
Exactly.
Could it be that once you reach the top of the mountain and you get all the belts, maybe the sanctioning bodies for these organizations are not too interested to have to to transfer where another guy gains all the titles also, because at some point they're gonna have to be split up anyways. That's not one way of look. They got to be split up anyways, for they can charge their fees. But at the same time, would you want to like have all the titles and the next guy get them like all the titles? I mean, you don't go in there thinking that you're gonna lose, but you get all the titles and one guy snatches the titles from you if you lose. If that makes any sense.
That's what happened to Lomachenko.
That is what happened to Lomachenko. It is.
But what I'm saying is, like these little guys, I understand here in the super lower weight divisions, where these guys move up because the little guys don't get the respect that they deserve. And and even I, a boxing junkie, I'm guilty of that. I don't follow like the cruiserweight and these divisions. They're the ones that I follow the least. But people keep underrating them, and some of these guys, they have to continually move up weight divisions to get bigger fights and try to get a semblance of a payday. These other dudes, lightweight, super middleweight, whatever, I would like to see a guy eventually say, you know what, I'm going to stay in one division and I'm going to defend it against everybody. I'm going to try to clean it up as much as possible and be considered one of the greatest of this division. But no, nowadays people are like, all right, beat the two top three contenders. Yeah.
Because the fans don't want to see that. They think, they see the straps as like because of the whole like the Mayweather shit, and now you have the Canelo shit. It's just it's quantity over quality. So people would rather see you snatch up 20 different belts than see you defend it. Like people will talk about you're a 4-time champion. Well, all that means is you just won a belt 4 times.
Exactly.
What if you were to just defend the belt 17 times?
Yeah, that's the argument I would hear against guys like Golovkin.
I think somebody brought this up about Golovkin, about how he literally could have just dropped the belt and won it back, dropped the belt and won it back, and he would be a 20-time middleweight champion.
It's true, man. It's true. I mean,
look at Chocolatito Gonzalez. He never got really like the respect, because I don't know if many people got to appreciate before he had that fight where he lost against Grumbisa in America. But he's got a great resume, even going back many years. And that's just the thing, man. They just get really underappreciated.
I think he did get his respect because, one, Ring Magazine's pound for pound list, he was number 1. 2, he was in the conversation. He was in the conversation for Fighter of the Decade, deservedly so.
Okay.
A lot of people market him down as a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Oh, I guess that was a smear campaign. You're right on Rebel. It was a smear campaign by a certain sector. They were trying to diminish what he actually was. Yeah, you're right about that.
The people who are smearing are also the same people who'll turn around to you and say that Deontay Wilder's knockout over Arthur Spielke certifies he's a Hall of Famer.
Oh my God! Well, listen.
Yeah.
Basically, the guys with basic losers who like just putting ding dongs in their mouth.
For some of your fucking comments, sometimes they leave me puzzled.
So they're doing big things. Yeah, he was in the ring cover like just recently, I think. So yeah, he is getting his respect. Kind of reminds me of like when Carvajal fought Gonzalez, another Gonzalez, Chiquita Gonzalez. Those guys made $1 million back in like 1992. Unheard of money at the time. And hopefully, I mean, this will continue.
Well, yeah, Gonzalez definitely got his respect, man. I mean, he once he got on HBO and they started pushing him and saying, "Wow, the talent!" And also, not for nothing, but that guy, who is it? The guy that does boxing videos on YouTube, and Lampley mentioned him at some point.
Lee Weil.
Lee Weil, yeah.
Yes, Lee Wiley.
Yeah, that guy, like he got Gonzalez out there too. I mean, he did his part to get him out there. Hopefully they do the same thing with Ioka, because I mean, he deserves to be seen. But yeah, man, I mean, we're just talking about that then, about the guys that stay in one division and clear it out. That's one of the arguments. Was that?
In the next couple of days, you're going to see people really going after Ioka's resume.
Well, that's the thing, though. I don't want to, because I like to focus on what happened in the ring. And what happened in the ring against Nietes was, okay, officially he didn't get the decision, but he was about as good as Nietes in there, and that's very impressive. and now he's got this stoppage win. He also brutalized Arroyo in there. So I mean, if he wouldn't get like, he's just as good, he's not better than Nietes now, and he could have gotten the win over Nietes. So I mean, if he would have gotten the win over Nietes, he would be a solid, undisputed pound for pounder. Not saying number one, but I'm saying top 10 without a doubt. And more people than, yeah.
You know what, BDA? In fact, look, for example, take Chocolatito, for example. Okay, even me, myself, I really started watching super flyweights by the time HBO brought Chocolatito over there. But when you look at his career, I would say his real prime was 2 or 3 years right before he came to HBO, because he was at his prime weight, physical prime, and he still had already learned all the skills. And but unfortunately, we only found out about him, or the world found out about him when he came to HBO. But also take a look at, for example, BoxRec. What gets on my nerves is, let's say, for example, Crawford beats washed up Kell Brook, and they will give him 5 stars for that win. Meanwhile, you go to look at BoxRec, and you will see 2 or 3 stars against Javier Cintron. Yeah, okay, he was a young guy, but he's extremely talented. McWilliams Arrojo, super tough guy, etc. There are a lot of guys like that, and you go and see
McWilliams Arroyo is a million times better than the Kell Brook Terrence Crawford fought.
And same thing even for the last win of Chocolatito against Israel Gonzalez. Look, Israel Gonzalez, if he was fighting at any other weight, he would surely be top 10 in the other divisions. But being that 115 is so deep, I mean, the deepest division talent-wise.
And you know what's a trip, official? You know what's a trip? Ever since he lost to, what's his name? Sixtak Waransek. What's his name? The guy who knocked him out. The Rungvisai. A lot of people said, "Oh man, he's done." But ever since he came back, well, the first one against Rungvisai was controversial, but then he lost the other one. But after that, he knocked out Moises Fuentes, knocked out some other guy. Now that Khalidja fight, he pulled him. So was Chocolatito ever done or on the decline? That I know, obviously, Father Time weighed on nobody. But I mean, could it be that still he is that guy? Because he's looked impressive, man, ever since the loss.
Look, here's the thing that happened. So this is what happened, okay? Roman, in the first fight, he beat the shit out of Rungvisai. I don't know why people keep saying that's a close fight. It wasn't. And then in the second fight, he had a really shitty training camp, and he got knocked out. And then he came back. He struggled a little bit because he had a knee surgery, and he had to get his faculties about his body. So we had 2 comeback fights against Moises Fuentes and then some dude, and then he beat the shit out of Khalidja 5. And then he defended against Israel Gonzalez, who's like 5'6" with long ass arms, beat his ass too. So is he the same fighter he was at 112? Not exactly. But is he still one of the top guys in the sport with some of the best skills? Yes, he is.
Absolutely, man. Listen, perhaps the only things that have really changed is maybe he's not as intense as he used to be, because he's a guy that likes to operate on the defensive a little bit, coming forward, a couple of shots here, a couple of shots there. Then he'll open up with vicious combinations, and then go back to resting a little bit, working, and then boom, another big flurry, and he ends up wearing guys down that way. But perhaps the only thing that's really changed is that he doesn't do it with that much intensity anymore. But he's still a fantastic offensive fighter, and I don't know if many people can take what he's got to bring. And I don't know if Estrada, perhaps the thing that's really changed with him is that he might be hitting a little harder than before. He's sitting down his punches more, but he's slowed down a little bit too as he's moved up in weights, and Gonzalez has slowed down too, but it's still a highly competitive fight. And you're right, man, that people really threw Gonzalez under the bus. But that's interesting about boxing, fellas. It's that one loss or maybe two bad performances in a row, and boom, that's it. The guy's done. The guy's close to being shot, past his peak. He should retire. I think boxing is the only place where that type of shit happens, where guys.
Because they have no fundamental appreciation for the sport.
And it also tells you just how all the pound for pound lists are just about marketing and nothing else. I mean, it's the boxing establishment who dictates the lists. I mean, yeah, we are talking about Chocolatito back when he was on HBO. Well, by the time Ward announced that he's going to return and fight Kovalev, after 2 fights, they had him back on a pound for pound list after being inactive. And then right after the Kovalev fight, he was pound for pound number 4, something like that. And so their first fight, was named as a fight for a pound for pound supremacy. It's bullshit.
Yeah, that's, I mean, like, going back to the Golovkin thing, I don't want to harp on it too much, but I mean, it is one example where I've heard people say that, like, oh, he couldn't be pound for pound because he stayed at one weight. I'm thinking, wait a minute, like, do you understand that it's harder to keep the title than to win it sometimes?
Those same people will dick ride the shit out of Marvin Hagler.
Right. I mean, listen, Hagler was an all-time great, and he deserves to the accolades he has because he stayed in one. But like that's the whole thing is there's that perception. Oh, if you stay in one weight, because it's easier to go up in weights and fight the best here, fight the best there because they're already established. Whereas in the division, you have to. There's going to be times where you're going to have fight guys that don't look as good because they haven't had that many big wins accumulated. But they're still tough because, a guy who's the number one contender sometimes can train 120%, whereas the champ has to keep getting up for these lower level guys who, they're good and all that. But like I said, they don't have the flashy wins because it's all happening within one division. And, there's this perception. Go ahead, Gonzalo. Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, maybe also, like, around every 18, I don't know, to 2 years, 24 months, there could be, like, a reshuffling of the divisions where fighters are moving up in weight or there's newcomers. That if that champion is sticking around for that long time, he might have cleaned out the division within 2 years. But then there's guys that are coming right behind that are coming, new guys.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. The reshuffling. That's what happens. Like in a year you could say, oh, there's no contenders, blah, blah, blah. But then, 6 months later, a guy comes out and starts solidifying himself as the next real big challenge. But like I said, the champ has to continually stay up for these guys and train hard. And
also with the weight class, you have to remember that there's 4 different belts in the division. And all of those guys are not equal. So what you could easily do is just cherry pick the weakest guy in each division, go back and forth, and call yourself being a multi-division champion.
Yeah, that's one strategy too. That's one strategy. That's why I keep harping on stop talking about belts. These people, like look at Adrian Broner. They call him a 3-time world champion. Who did he beat in whichever division to become? You know what I mean? It's like, nah, man. Robert Guerrero. Wow, Robert Guerrero. Yeah, he's another dude there. Three division. I mean, look, these guys are good. Don't get me wrong. But if we were back in the days where it was just one championship, these guys would have been contenders. Being a champion back in the day meant you were elite. You were the best of the best. Probably a pound for pounder. Now you got guys that got like 5-time world champions. Like, well, wait, they're not even close to the pound for pound list. By the way, Kenshiro says, has a fight already happened? Yes, indeed, it already happened. Rob in the chat says, is this live? Yes, this is live right now. We were discussing the fight, Ioka versus Tanaka. Again, spoilers. Are you ready? Yeah, spoilers. Ioka beats Tanaka by 8th round stoppage in a sensational win, which might go down right now as his best win. You never know what the future holds for him. But man, this guy is sharp, man. And like I was saying, amateur fights, if this would have been an amateur fight, yeah, Ioka was blocking a lot of shots, making Tanaka miss. But because of Tanaka's activity rate and the fact that some of his shots were getting through the guard, they would have given Tanaka the fight if it was an amateur one. But this ain't the amateurs. This is what I love about professional boxing. It's a whole other game. It is unlike anything else out there. in a way, isn't it, fellas? Because I mean, you're asking two guys to go in there for 12 rounds. I mean, that's unnatural. People don't understand like just how hard it is to go 3 rounds. Like I'm
yeah. You know what's crazy? I'm just gonna make a quick comparison, and not that I'm a fan of women's boxing, but like we had that Katie Taylor when they fought that Pursuan's girl. That if Pursuan is like an Antonio Margarito, and she's only getting 2 minutes to fight, and the limit is 10 instead of 12 rounds, she's only fighting 24 minutes. That don't give that female like the chance to fight her fighting style that break you down, pressure. Because she would have beat that Taylor girl if it would have gone for two more rounds and 1 more minute each round. So if you would have been that time at the time allotted, that's why the professionals, my comparison is like that to the amateurs. When you're fighting at that pace, that pressure fighter can have the advantage to practice the way he fight and bring his style to the table. Yeah, it's not the same because the pity pack fucking always turning and sitting on your punches. Not the same. The other guy's gonna do his work too.
Yeah, Gonzalo, imagine if Amir Khan stayed in the amateurs his whole career, we would be talking about him as one of the best ever.
That's a good point, man. It would be, because you would say, whoa, look at this guy. Like, let's say he would have stayed, if he would have stayed in the amateurs 4 more years, he probably could have gotten that gold medal. What was it? He was 2008? No, he was 2004, right? He was a 2004 Olympian. So if he would have stayed for the Beijing Games, he probably would have gotten himself a gold. You never know. But yeah, man, people would be like, man, if you imagine Amir Khan at the pros, he's so fast, he's so mobile. Yeah, but he doesn't have a chin, and that's where the professional ranks. That's where you get tested. You know, it's a whole different game, man. It's unnatural going 12 rounds. That's why I can only imagine when it was a 15 rounders, man. It's like, man, if they kept going with that now, you would see some of these guys. But then again, it's not exactly the same thing because when they were going 15, when they were doing the 15 rounders, guys weren't. Most guys were fighting in the natural divisions. They weren't cutting as much weight as they do now.
And you would also have to like pace yourself differently, right, BD? Because you're not going in there with the mentality thinking you're absolutely gonna get the knockout. You don't know that.
Exactly.
So if you fucking go balls to the walls and you fucking empty your gas tank within like 8 rounds, guess what? You got 7 more rounds to go, right? Mm-hmm. So you would have to maybe like the study rounds when you go in there nowadays, you get 1 or 2 rounds. Maybe I don't know how to go back and watch the fights yet. You have to pace yourself differently.
Absolutely. I mean, Sugar Ray Leonard said that like what people would ask him, hey, that Tommy Hearns fight where he had to rally and get him out of there late in the fight. It's like, how would you have done that if it would have been 12 rounds? Because the fight would have been over by then. You would have lost the decision. He says, well, if it would have been a 12 rounder, I would have, turned it up late at a different time. You adapt, you know what I mean? And I said, that's an interesting take on that. It's true. But yeah, back in those days, guys weren't cutting as much weight as they do now. Because like, I mean, you look at the Charlo now. If he was fighting in 1978 or whatever, he would have to be fighting at there wouldn't be a super middleweight division. He would have to be light heavyweight. You know what I mean? So, and everybody,
it's weird. It's weird to how you can't really compare these guys to the others because if you would take like the size that these guys are now compared to what the size they were back then. They're not the same divisions.
Right. Absolutely. That's it. By the way, we got Kenshiro on the StreamYard. Kenshiro, you there? Kenshiro, I can't hear you, man. I don't know. You gotta unmute or...
Muted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm here. This sounds a bit muffled, but yeah, I'm okay.
Well, thank you for being on. Happy New Year or Happy Future New Year in a couple of hours. Did you watch the fight and the Ioka Tanaka fight?
Yeah, the for some reason, just give me literally hopefully 10, 20 seconds. The sound is very choppy whenever I go onto StreamYard, but hopefully give it 10, 20 seconds. And the choppiness, when you're speaking, it sounds like it's really statically. I don't know how I sound on your end.
I hear you fine, though. So just go ahead. All right, Kenshiro, I think you're watching it on the. If you're watching it live on YouTube, it's not gonna work because you're gonna be super delayed, man.
No. Now it's okay. Literally, whenever I join StreamYard for the first 30 seconds, for some reason, you sound really choppy. But now you're all okay.
All right. Well, what did you think of the fight, my friend?
Let's go again.
No, dude. I literally just woke up about 5-10 minutes ago.
Wait a minute, you just woke up. Isn't it noon over there in the UK? It's almost 1 p.m.
Yeah, no, I went to bed at 1 a.m. last night, and as in Teen Wolf, the coach used to say, one of the 3 rules: you can't get less than 12 hours sleep a day.
Well, I mean, yeah, man. But anyway, yeah, man. Look, it was a fantastic fight, man. I would suggest you go watch it. I mean, the spoilers are already out there, but
yeah. But things like, I asked you a question. I said, is Tensuke Ioka, is it better for him for boxing that he won? Well, what do you think?
I think it could have been good either way. I mean, probably Tanaka,
it really wouldn't have mattered.
I don't know, man. I think maybe slightly for Tanaka reverse because he's a little bit more dynamic. He's easier to digest for boxing fans, for the average boxing fan. Ioka is not.
I would say so, BDA, because of the exact reason you mentioned, and also he's 5-6 years younger, so probably would be better in that regard at least.
Yeah, absolutely. That age too, younger, more upside, but and probably, like I said, make for the more exciting fights because there's going to be fights where Ioka, he's not going to be stopping all these guys. A lot of he's more of a boxer puncher. He's not going to go out there and wow the crowds with multiple combinations or just slug it out. Although to me, he is interesting and very fun to watch because he's not running away. He does look to put a hurt on the guy. And body shots, the whole thing. By the way, Enoch Powell Kenshiro in the chat room is saying you're a casual that you didn't even watch it. Shake my head, he says. So Kenshiro is getting it from all sides for not having watched the fight.
I'll be honest, bro. To me, sleep was more important. So forget. Had I known the boxing was on, then I probably would have set my alarm. But I need to get some sleep, man.
Yeah, no, you got to get your beauty sleep. Hey, by the way, reverse. Did you watch the fight live, or how did you manage to watch it?
Yes, I used a TV stream link.
All right, you used the stream. Yeah. But did you know the fight was gonna start right away?
No, there's the link that I used had a fight before that. He could fight.
Yeah, because I thought 4 a.m. they said over here Eastern time, and I said okay. So if I looked the Box Nation schedule and it said 9 a.m. over there in the UK, so 9 a.m. to 11:30. So I said okay, main event's probably going to start at 10 or something. I wake up at 5 a.m. The fight's already over. So whoever scheduled that fight or the listing on the schedule listing, it's screwed up, man. Go ahead.
I guess they do that like right on the verge of the new year. I'm here in the Philippines. It's 9 p.m. It's gonna be 9. So I guess when that fight happened, it was like on the verge of their new year in Japan. I think that's the tradition. I'm not sure, but that's just
it is. Yeah, it is.
Things that I've been to Japan a few times, and I've been at 3 times New Year's Day and when every time I'm on New Year's Eve, I always go to see Rising, the MMA event, and the last 3 times, at the first and second time, the event used to finish. I remember at 11 p.m. right, and then for the 1 hour, you can't do nothing. The last time I went, which was last year, obviously didn't go this year because of COVID, it finished at 8 p.m., which I thought, that's a bit strange. That's kind of good though. Now I can go somewhere. So before, and that's why I'm shocked when you're telling me that the fight's already happened. Because it's only about 9 p.m. maybe, right now in Japan. So, which is quite weird. In American boxing and British boxing, the main fights don't happen till about. Hence, that's why when you guys fight, our fighters fight abroad, or when you guys have a fight in America, we got to stay up till 5 a.m. To watch a fight because the fight's happening at 10 p.m. or whatever. So that's why I'm quite surprised.
But you know what, Kenshiro? And by the way, Enoch Powell says he was just joking. Yeah, I know, Enoch, I know you were joking. But yeah, you know what? I actually hear that people from the UK complaining like, oh, we got to stay up till 5 a.m. for when the main events here in North America are at 10 p.m. But not for nothing, but with this Japanese card, I actually enjoyed getting a little sleep, waking up early, being pumped up, and then watching the fight because I don't want to stay up until midnight to watch fights. I used to be able to do that, and I enjoy it a little bit when I go to a bar, because you're in a different setting and all that. But, staying at home and, sometimes I got to get up early in the morning. Sometimes I don't want to fucking stay up till midnight. So you guys, you like to complain about the 5 a.m. thing, but I actually suggest you look at it differently because it actually benefits you because you get a little sleep, you wake up fresh, then you cup of coffee, cup of tea, some biscuits. You get yourself a good deal.
Yeah, but I know myself. What will happen if I do that and then after the fight's over, I'll go back to sleep anyway?
I think you're wrong because for this card, I think they were only showing the Daigo Higa fight before the main event, and it was a great fight too. While we here in Europe, we have to stay up to watch because we want to watch the whole card, the shitty US cards that you're getting.
Well, there you got it. They're shitty cards. You don't have to stay up for them. Just stay up for the main event. No, but you're right. Yeah, the undercard. I didn't think about that. That's true. If you want to watch, if it's a good undercard, or just even if it's not, just if you want to watch the undercard, then yeah, you're right. You gotta wake up earlier. You gotta stay up throughout the whole fucking night for that. Go ahead, Gonzalo.
Oh yeah, and by the way, BDA, I saw the press conference for Ryan Garcia, Luke Campbell. And the guy was saying that for the zone that the card's gonna start at 2 United States time, Texas. So usually cards start around 5. So I think this one's gonna by the time the fight starts, it'll be like 5 p.m. So instead of like 8 or 9. So it's actually gonna take place earlier, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a good thing.
Well, if it's 2 p.m. Texas time, then it's probably 5 here. So, but that's the whole card, right? So the main event's probably going to be at standard time, like 11:30 p.m. Eastern time. So, by the way, there's a guy named Tyrone in the stream here. Tyrone, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fantastic. What's on your mind?
Nothing much. I just saw you guys talk about the Ioka Tanaka fight. I just woke up and watched the highlights probably about 15 minutes ago now. I mean, it was a good fight. I felt you guys are right about Tanaka being more active during the fight, but I just thought Ioka was just bigger and stronger, had more experience, and after the knockdowns, it was only a matter of time.
Yeah, man. I mean, he was chopping him up in there, man. And by the way, was it after the second round? I think that Tanaka's eye was already swollen. One of his eyes was already swollen.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, Ioka's left eye was starting to swell too.
Oh, really? I didn't see that. Well, it's kind of hard to tell with these Asian fellas, if you know what I mean. But the point is that they were doing some damage in there, man. For sure, doing some damage. And yeah, I mean, the stoppage, it's like you guys were saying, it was only a matter of time. So whether they stopped it now before, then again, you never know. You never know, but it was unlikely that Tanaka was going to. Well, if Tanaka... You never know. I mean, when Rafael Marquez fought Israel Vasquez the first time...
He was gonna fall, and I don't think he would have made the 10 count.
Right, but here's my thing. When Israel Vasquez and Rafael Marquez fought the first time, Israel Vasquez had to retire because of a busted nose. And some people were saying, well, we don't need to see it again. Rafael Marquez beat him decisively. Then they ran it back a second time. Israel Vasquez knocked him out. So is Tanaka that good that he could actually perhaps maybe turn it around in the rematch? Or is Ioka just too sharp for him?
I think the size and the experience is too much.
Anybody else?
I thought actually the other guy Tanaka was a stronger, more aggressive. Well, aggressive definitely, but he was missing a lot. So I got to give credit to Ioka for stepping like back just enough to where he wasn't all rattled and fucking like nervous. He was allowing the punches to just. Like, the other guy was throwing his combination, but they were not reaching the target, so he was really remaining calm. And that's what I like to say, like, slow and smooth as fast. When he got those knockouts, he kind of threw him at half speed. But he remained calm and timed the dude. And I think when throwing the shots like that, you also change the speed of the shot. Where the guy thinks you're going to hit him really hard, then he might brace himself expecting for, like, a really, like, fast counter. But when they come at the half speed, man, that little delayed reaction... You don't expect the punch to come when it does. So yeah, man, that's what I admire about the Tanaka guy. Real calm and poised, similar to the Don Nietes, that style.
Mm-hmm.
At least with that one punch, with the counter.
Yeah, man. I mean, the punch that you don't see is the one that's gonna hurt you, man, for sure. And Ioka, he's got timing in there. He's got enough timing. He can catch you off rhythm. Those are the shots that hurt you and wear you down. And it's
up rhythm, yes, PDA, up rhythm, and an exact punch too, well placed.
Absolutely, yeah. So he's going to be a problem. You know, now I'm reading some of the comments in message boards across the internet, and people are saying, "Oh, I hope some network signs him up because I mean he's good." Look, he's not going to light the world on fire. He's not. Let's not make it out to be like he's a Golovkin type fighter that's going in there knocking people out cold. But he's a guy that you could put on the undercard instead of putting some untested prospect that just stinks the joint out. I mean, this is a guy that likes to operate on the inside and the outside. He's very quick on the trigger. Fuck it, man. Somebody signed this guy up in the United States. So that way we don't have to stay up till 5 in the morning to watch him.
Who?
Or putting the
Which fighter are you
undercard
talking
instead
about?
of women's boxing.
Ioka. Yeah.
I mean, I'm watching the fight now as we on the YouTube highlights as we speak. You know what I mean? So it looks good so far.
By the way, who's taking the time out hours after the fight to chop that fight up and hold the highlights, man?
Well, it's on Box Nation. Well, somebody's copied it and put you from Box
People
Nation.
in Japan.
I'm watching right now as we see the full fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. But
there's an entire copy on there. It's pretty good. It looks well on the screen.
Well, the one I watched, which was posted, I think, about an hour after the fight, was kind of choppy. I think that the frame rate was a little off. But
this was posted 2 hours ago. I can see the word Box Nation live top right now. So I don't know if you can probably get that one, but yeah, I'm watching it right now as we speak.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here right now. It's somebody posted the highlights 20 minutes ago. Another guy 23 minutes ago. No, actually, that one's not a highlight. Then there's.
By the way, BDA, if you watched the one that I did, that the commentator that was narrating that fight, that was an excellent. I've heard him before. I don't know what his name is, but good commentating. Sorry for cutting off.
Yeah, he was one guy, right? No color commentator, no expert commentator, just one dude, all by himself. He did a good job. He wasn't getting overexcited. You know which one I was fighting? What was it? What was the last fight I was watching from the PBC? Oh, the Garcia Spence fight. I was watching the international broadcast because they weren't showing the fucking Showtime feed over here in Canada. It's a whole. Anyway, the point is. Those commentators, whoever the commentators are for the international broadcast for the PBC, biased as hell. They kept saying Errol Spence doing a great job. Danny Garcia has to come back from. And then there were times where Garcia would land good shots, hard shots, and they would just gloss over them. It was some of the worst commentating I've ever seen. I started watching. What?
But what's the benefit? What's the benefit of doing that? I mean, if you know what you're saying is not going to affect the boxer in the ring. So it's like I can't remember which boxer said it, but you're going to have all the fans in the world.
That's not true, though. The point of that is that the reason commentators do that, so that when you rob a guy, is basically it's just like low-level brainwashing. So they can try to manipulate you into thinking something else is happening when it's not really happening.
Yeah, it can serve its purpose, man. Sometimes networks have an agenda and they want to hype a guy up, so they keep going. Like another example was Jermaine Taylor back in the 2000s. Like they would hype this. HBO were hyping this guy up, and when he fought Winky Wright, for example, like he would hit Winky Wright with a 6-punch combination, for example, or 5-punch combination, I should say, and maybe 1 punch landed because Winky Wright's guard was so good, and they would go, "Oh, Jermaine Taylor comes back with a 7-punch combination." It was 5 punches, but it was a 7-punch, and they would make it out as if he was teeing off on Winky Wright. And I said, "Oh my god!" And the fight ended up being a draw, which a lot of people actually thought Winky Wright won. But just based on the commentating, it gives you the idea, like, oh well, the fight was close, so I can see the draw happening. Blah blah blah. By the way, we got Dead Game Boxing on the stream. You're Dead Game. Are you there?
Yo, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. How you doing? Hey, happy early New Year, man.
Man, happy New Year's to you guys, man. Good morning, bro. Good morning. Good fight last night, bro. This morning, bro. Good fight. I actually lost money on the fight because I put too much thought into it. I was thinking the younger guy, undefeated, little flashy style, got a little movement, got a little, some angles, a little flashy to him. I thought that he was the next Japanese fighter, but I knew Ioka was the better boxer. I just knew it. I like the tight punches. I like the straight punches. He reminded me of Marquez a little bit, just the way they stand a little bit. I lost a little money, but much respect to Ioka, man. The dude is, he's what I thought he was. I just thought they was gonna let the younger guy shine.
I can understand why you went with Tanaka because he's the more dynamic fighter, much more fluid combinations, a little bit more offensive. I hope you didn't lose too much money, but you know what? I do the same thing sometimes. I watch all the guys' fights preparing for a specific fight, and I watch all of both guys' fights and all that. And sometimes I do the same thing. I overthink a fight. I overthink a pick, and it just sometimes you just gotta go with your gut, your first gut feeling from the compilation of images you have in your head of both guys. And when you rewatch a fight, try not to overanalyze and just keep in mind your gut feeling, and then you can go with that. But if you watch their fights and you're going, oh fuck, this guy does this, but if this happens, then if that happens, and if that, it won't work out, man.
He also got the cooler sounding name, no BDA. Katana, Tanaka. It sounds like a sword, like a katana.
Yeah, it's an anagram.
More fierce.
It's an anagram.
Kind of like
and he was coming up in weight, so I was like, I don't know why I made the bet, bro. The little guy coming up in weight. I don't know. It was just my bad, but it is what it is.
Hey, it happens, man. It happens.
Don't mind me asking.
What's that?
Did you lose much, if you don't mind me asking?
No, not much, man, not much. But whenever I put a little wager, it kind of makes the fight more interesting. I get into it a little more.
I'm afraid of gambling because I think, man, if I start getting them right too often, then and winning money too often, then I'm gonna, because that's how it starts. Like, well, let me just, I won big. Let me put another one. And then when you get on a losing streak, you go, nah, I'm gonna get back on that winning streak eventually. Man, I don't know. And just the concept. I mean, if it's a small wager, don't get me wrong. If it's a small wager, but I'm afraid of that. One of these days, I'm gonna go. You know what? I've had enough notches on my resume. I'm gonna go big, and then boom, you lose big. But yeah, it does make it more interesting, man. Especially when you have. We used to do that on the message boards. We used to do sig bets, meaning if you lost, the other guy could put a signature for you. So it would be like something like, MMM17 sucks at predicting fights. And if you were, you know what I mean? So you had to live with that signature for like a month or something like that. So it would make it, or sometimes you would have to change your name to know, like let's say I lost a bet, it would have to be like a BDA sucks dicks or something childish like that. But I mean, you'd have to live with it for a month. So it definitely makes it more interesting, man, for sure. But
I mean, it might be a bit different if you lose, the winner, the loser has to buy the meal, as long as the meal isn't stupid, like go to Pizza Hut or Taco or something. Then you think, it's not too bad. But yeah, I understand. You obviously bet what you can afford, but yeah, I mean, you're right. It does make it more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a bet where the winner, or the loser has to take it up the ass or something like, man, you know what? We should actually do that here at BDA. Like, we get two people to bet, and the winner gets to force the other guy to take it up the ass, and we actually film it and post it on Pornhub. The stakes are high, man. Why not?
You can't do that anymore. You can't do that.
Oh yeah, that's
true. You gotta be verified on Pornhub to post stuff.
Fuck, that's true, man.
That's an ass I can deal with.
All right,
when I used to go to my uncle's house, we used to get a number and put it in a hat. I don't even know if it was a fucking hat, but that kind of sounds like, I think that's what it was. You put it in the hat, and whoever gets the round right, you win the whole pot.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea.
I got scared when you said I used to go to my uncle's house.
Because we were talking about ass fucking, is that what? Yeah, it's too early in the morning to make ass fucking jokes.
Was it a hat or was it a jar? But you put it in the container, you get the number out, right? But then you win the whole pot.
Was it a jar of lube? No, I'm kidding. Listen, the point is, man, listen, it makes it more interesting, man, gambling. But, Ioka now, I mean, look, he went in there, did what he had to do, was the sharper guy. And I'm excited now. The world is his oyster because we got Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez and El Gallito Estrada are going to rematch each other. And the winner of that fight could fight Ioka. So Ioka's got some options in the future. There's no lack of competition in those weight divisions. So, man, the zone should pick it up, man. The zone should continue showing these little guys because they got
the WBC. Yeah, go ahead. Scorecard.
No, I was just saying two things. Yeah, it was a shame that they didn't pick up this fight, the zone. But also, reverse, earlier you mentioned an interesting point, because watching the fight, I was amazed of how powerful Ioka's shots were against Tanaka. But then, after you mentioning him moving up in weight, I told myself, well, yeah, man, probably he wasn't accustomed to taking punches from 115 pounders.
Well, the thing is about both of them actually started at 105, but Ioka's been there for he retired at 112, and then he came back at 115, so he's basically been naturally at that weight class for a while now. Whereas Tanaka, this was his first ever fight at 115, and he only had a couple of fights at flyweight.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, sorry, BDA, I didn't meant to change the subject.
No, don't worry. I think we were done with the ass fucking. By the way, shout out to Michael Poe. Shout out to Michael Poe who says Happy New Year, BDA family. He donated with the super chat to give that message. So shout out to Michael Poe. Happy New Year to you, my friend, as well. Hey, listen, I want to do a show later on, maybe even today. You never know. But I want to go back to last year. We did the boxing report cards, where we hold report cards and we give each boxer or some of the top boxers. There's 3 grades. There's fail, pass, or honor roll. Now, fail, obviously, we all know what that means. It's a fighter's career that's going to ride. Pass is, okay, you did what you had to. And honor roll is for guys that went exceptionally high and beyond what they could. And you know, they're the top of the top. Their career is going fantastic. I know that this whole pandemic thing put a dent on everybody's plans. You know, some people only got 1 fight in this year. But would it be fair to say that Ioka, just with this fight and this performance, would he qualify as being on the honor roll?
Yes.
Yeah.
From what I've seen so far, round 4 sounds good.
You're on round 4 right now, then, right? Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be good. By the way, in the chat from Jimmy D. Giles says no. Huh. Well, I mean, if you want to think about 1 fight, in any other year, 1 fight would be maybe just a pass. But I mean, I don't know. This was such a good win. I guess a top guy. I would give him the honor roll.
I don't think any of the elite fighters fought twice a year. The guys that fought in the bubble, some of them fought like 3 or 4 times. But the top guys that command more money, they didn't fight freaking more than once a year.
Yeah,
the skills pay the bills, man. This guy has skills. That's how I messed up. You know, I looked at it wrong. And his power, he has decent power for that weight class. So, you know, you don't see many knockouts. Well, I don't really follow that weight class much, but I'm going to start now just because of this fight, you know. And they had a fight before that when they had a knockout. And that guy was on the betting page also. So I actually bet on him. And he won by knockout. So this guy's the goods, you know. I think what he's going to fight, he's in there to fight Inoue and that group of guys, I guess. You know, he already lost to Inoue, I think. But, you know, we'll see.
Hey, BD, I got a question.
Go ahead.
I'm like dead game. I'm honest. I don't really watch these weight divisions as such. Is these the divisions where you get the so-called Mexican versus Japanese rivalry?
Yes. Yeah, you get Japanese, South African, some Thai guys in there, maybe a couple like Nicaraguans or Colombians and Hondurans.
Some Australian guys.
Oh yeah, what is it? Isn't there a South African guy too? There, the Hecky Butler.
Hecky Butler, yeah.
Yeah, but he's a white guy though. Just because I say South African, I know most people say, "Oh, wait a minute, like, is that a black guy?" No, it's a white guy.
There was this guy, no BDA, Mexican dude. I think his name was Omar Narvaez. I'm not sure if that was his name, but he used to go over there and give these guys hell. He was like a journeyman, but he give him a hard
Omar Narvaez.
Was that name?
Yeah, he's Argentinian. He wasn't a journeyman. He was just like this old dude.
He was like a contender.
Who would just sit back and counter dude. He was the WBO super flyweight champion for a while, until he lost the belt to Inoue. He actually fought Donaire.
That was a tough motherfucker, huh?
Yeah, Gonzalo. In fact, he kept the record for the most title defenses along with Chavez Sr.
Yeah, because he was a. Did he go on the road a lot? Because I think maybe that's what Gonzalo meant when maybe he went to Road Warrior. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, like that.
Let me check out where he fought. Well, actually, he fought a lot in Argentina, but yeah, I'm looking at his record. He fought sometimes in Italy, France, Spain, the United States. He fought in Inoue in Japan. So yeah, he was a bit of, you could call him a bit of a road warrior, for sure. But man, listen, this two.
No, or am I mistaken? Was his name Casares? BD? One of them smaller. I think he was a Mexican.
Oh, you're talking about?
A lot.
Yeah, he's the guy
Hugo
that
Casares?
Yeah, Hugo Casares. He fought. Fuck, who did he beat back in the day? Hold on. He was the when Ring Magazine had their.
What counter left in the round 5 knockdown.
But I'm glad I mentioned Narvaez because that was a tough motherfucker too.
Yeah, Narvaez. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it's Casares.
Hugo Fidel Casares. Who did he beat again? That was good. That was back in. He beat. He lost to a technical decision to Ivan Calderon, a prime Calderon, and then he came back. Oh, he beat Nashiro. He beat Nobuo Nashiro twice in Japan. The first one was a split decision. Right. Then he rematched him and he won a unanimous decision. And I think he was the lineal champ for a while there until he lost to Tomonobu Shimizu. I don't remember that fight, man. And then they used
to call him over there, Orlando to the Japan. He used to go there often, no?
It says here that he fought a few times in Japan, in Panama, Puerto Rico, United States. He fought Carl Frampton in Belfast. So yeah, these smaller guys, they're road warriors. They will travel all over the place to get the big fights because let's face the facts, they're not gonna get big fights in Vegas or New York or you know what I mean, like California. So they fight where the money is. They have no qualms about.
That's kind of a cool experience, for the small guys circumnavigate the planet. Maybe stay here, stay there in a little bungalow, and get with a Japanese chick like that.
Yeah, Gonzalo's always thinking about getting it on with Asian chicks. That's his whole thing.
A lot of guys even in the higher weight classes could do that and make money, but they don't want to leave their safety net.
Well, that's why I respect a guy like Usyk so much because he went every fight he was in that tournament in the what was it, Super 8 or not Super 8?
WBSS.
The WBSS. I mean, it was all Russia, Belarus, or wherever it was.
I think he fought Huck in Germany. Then he fought Bredis in Latvia. Then he fought Gassiev in Russia, I think.
Jeez Louise. I mean, and then he fought Bellew in England too.
Yeah, right after that. Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, some of these guys, like that's why when Roy Jones used to say, "Well, I don't want to," I don't know who was at fault really between Jones and Mikołowski or however you say his name. I don't know who wanted it, who didn't want it. But look, Roy Jones, he was the darling of HBO at the time. If he wanted to go to Germany, he could have made that happen. Or he could have gotten HBO to offer.
Roy Jones is so full of.
Well, I mean, listen. Like again, I'm not sure, but what I'm saying is based on my limited understanding of negotiations, how to make fight happens. I'm imagining that Roy Jones, pound for pounder, people call him Superman. Like how couldn't have that? How didn't that fight happen? You know what I mean? It's like
I don't want to go to Germany because they're gonna rob me. It ain't gonna be a fair fight.
Yeah, but by the way,
he tried to get HBO to ban the use of his name of Wojciechowski's name on the network. Michałowski.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that he did. If he did that, then that's low and dirty. But anyway, the point, I didn't want to get into a Roy Jones thing right now. But I mean, you got to respect these fighters who go across the globe in order to get themselves some of those big wins. And these little guys, that again, they're forced to do it, man.
Yeah. HBO.
The jet lag that goes against them. The jet lag, the traveling is in the hometown guy. He's there, acclimatized. Yeah, it's tough, man.
Do you think it also depends what country the person's from? I mean, for example, like if they're from England or America, not saying their nationality holds sway, but then they can say to people from lesser known boxing nations, "No, you got to come to me," sort of thing.
Yeah, they were doing a lot of.
They got the smaller guys over there, so they're more in demand of having the fighters go over there, right? The smaller fighters in Japan, like that.
Yeah,
they're gonna need those guys.
You can pretty much fight out of there exclusively because there's tons of money there for those types of fights. That's why a lot of the multi-divisional Japanese champions fight in Japan, because it's usually easy to negotiate the fight there because of how much money there would be in it for them.
But just imagine getting called and then you're fighting around the time that you're usually sleeping, right? And you're going into the ring having to stay up to fight because of the time differences, man. That must be tough.
Yeah, but that's why a lot of these guys get there like 2-3 weeks before to acclimate themselves. You know what I mean? By the way, shout out to Punch Drunk Boxing in the chat room. Says, chilling. Happy New Year's on the way. What are the goals for the BDA brand for 2021? Just continue to talk boxing, man. Stick to what's going on in the ring and having a good time and not getting into fights. You know, like we're trying to keep things drama free, man, and enjoy the boxing. I think that's what we're all in this community for, man. And because I think we all know which community we're talking about that tends to be pretty noxious. So yeah, let's keep it boxing. By the way, check out Punch Drunk Boxing for exactly what I'm talking about. You know, if you want to have a good time talking boxing. I mean, lately he's had to address a couple of issues for what's going on in the community, but for the most part, yeah, try to stick to box. I try to stick to boxing, and that's what because we all want to have fun here, man. And check out Punch Drunk Boxing for that, man. He's got a good spirit when it comes to doing those shows and his podcast and what he's talking about.
I'll be honest, bro. I'm on round 7 right now. It seems like it's starting to become a bit one-sided now from round 5 onwards.
I actually thought in the 7th round Tanaka was making a bit of a comeback there. He was moving a little bit more. He was, yeah.
Yeah, he was, because he was landing some murderous body shots, real body punches, and then he caught him upstairs once or twice. I thought he even hurt Ioka once upstairs after going to the body.
Damn! I gotta rewatch. I'm gonna rewatch the fight, man, because I mean it was a good technical what's it called, a boxing bout, and a lot of sharp.
Because I've seen Thingy get knocked down in round 5 and 6, and obviously now 7 started. You know,
he looked a little glossy around the eyes. Official, I did notice that Ioka, he looked a little glossy.
Yeah. But on the other hand, in the 6th round, by the end of the 6th round, I saw that Tanaka was clearly, how do you say, tired. He was very tired. But by the way, speaking of the small weight classes, see, now we have a problem. I already talked about it with corruption. See, now that the bantamweights, for example, are popular also in the West, we have also PBC and Top Rank creating problems over there in that weight division, because Top Rank, they have Inoue, and then PBC signed the other guys, and Casimero, Ubali, even Donaire, I think. I mean, probably Donaire isn't on a contract with them, but fights on Showtime, so that's already creating problems. So I hope it won't be the same as for welterweights and the other divisions, because Inoue was about to fight Casimero. Yeah.
I don't know if Casimero just signed, because what was it on the Charlo doubleheader, the Casimero fight?
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's a one-time thing or what, but I'm hoping that he's still able to move around and make the Inoue fight. If it wasn't, like a long stay contract, I felt there was like, I don't mean change the subject, but I really wanted to see that Donaire Ubali fight, because I've been impressed with Donaire as recent. Mm-hmm.
Me too, but I do think, I'm not sure, Alto, I do think I heard Casimero signed a 2-fight deal, something like that, but I'm not sure.
Hey, Mr. BDA, what were you gonna say about Robbie Peden?
No, well, we'll get to that later. I want to stick to this subject here. Yeah, no, that's okay. Casimero, what about Pantera, Neri? He's at 122 now, or he's still at 118?
22, I believe.
122.
122.
Fuck.
I felt that fight with him versus who was that guy from Golden Boy? That was a lot closer than they made it out.
I thought he won, man.
Yeah,
that guy's good. Alameda.
Yeah.
Alameda's a good fighter, man. He kind of reminds Merrick Morales, but he's a southpaw. I thought Neri lost that fight, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought it was really close.
When that guy let his hands go, he was looking really amazing. He was schooling Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, I thought I expected that the Mexican guy to give him a good fight because I'd seen him and said, well, the only question was, can he eventually is he eventually going to succumb to Neri's pressure and punching power? And no, he never did. He looked, he never fought any world class guys in there, but yeah.
Sorry, man. I've just seen the finish. I mean, was that a bit premature or what, man?
Was that
a bit premature?
That's what we were talking about earlier. I asked the question, was it a little premature? But most people agree that nah, man. I mean, Tanaka's legs were extreme. Even, like Mark said, if you look at 2 minutes after the fight ended, Tanaka still seemed out of it a little bit. So.
Oh, okay. So sorry to break in. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. But anyway, yeah, the Mexican dude against Neri. Well, it was two Mexicans in there, technically, but yeah, man, he, it's interesting. It reminded me a lot of Estrada, like when Estrada fought Chocolatito, because Estrada hadn't really beaten anybody. He wasn't on most people's radars, but he showed world-class endurance and toughness in that fight, going 12 rounds against Gonzalez, and that's the same thing with the guy that Neri fought. Also, I wanted to ask reverse.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Gonzalo. Go ahead.
Alameda, you know what? I saw an interview. And I think I don't know if he's from Los Mochis or Sonora, but I just had a feeling that this guy, even though he was like not really, he was kind of untested, that it was gonna be a tough fight. And once I saw him going in his fighting style, man, dude, the dude is really polished for not having had that world-class experience.
Yeah, you get those type of guys.
He must be a natural, right? He must be a natural.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You get those guys every once in a while, guys. Because we all talk about when we pick fights, right? We go, well, who has he beaten? And we look at the fights and we analyze. And it's very hard to look at a guy who's never really beaten anybody of note and who's jumping in there against that puncher like Neri, who can apply a tremendous amount of pressure that most people are never used to. And for him to survive that, it's like it's kind of hard to determine sometimes whether a guy's good or not. But evidently, this guy, what's his name again, Gonzalo? The guy that fought Neri?
Alameda.
I can't remember his name.
Alameda.
His last name's Alameda.
Alameda. Yeah. Alameda. But by the way, reverse, I wanted to ask you, man, because you know a lot about these lower weights and all that. I remember when, what was his name again? The dude, Kameda, Koki Kameda, when he used to fight in Japan, he would do tremendous ratings. I think like millions and millions of people. Ioka Tanaka, was that a big fight over there, or?
I don't know the ratings because the fight just happened, but Ioka usually gets tons of ratings. He would do millions too.
Whoa! All right, there you go. So I think that answers that. Yeah, I'm expecting them big ratings coming in. Because if we're talking about it, imagine in Japan, I gotta assume that was a big fight over there. I'm gonna do an open lines show on Friday, or I'm expecting to. So I'm gonna open up the StreamYard again. And don't forget, fellas, that for everybody listening out there, the phone lines too, man. We got open phone lines. We actually pay for the upkeep on that one, so use the phone too as well. Anybody that's listening to the show, anybody that's new. But since I got new people here on StreamYard and people that I haven't talked to in a while either, I wanted to talk a little bit about maybe switch it up a little bit. And I'm looking at the ratings here in the news. Apparently, Gennady Golovkin and Jaime Munguia have begun negotiations for a fight in May.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Oh man,
that's a pick 'em. I'd have to sit down and think about that because Triple G looked fine in his last fight. He didn't blow my hair back, but he did come in really good shape when I saw him on the scale, and I felt he turned out a pretty decent performance. I think if he's like that, or as sharp as he usually is, he might be too much for Munguia. That's just my opinion.
I got in that fight too.
I agree, man. He can't get away from the right hooks, man, from right or left hooks. One thing that he probably has to do, if you can't get away from those punches, you gotta trade with the other guy. You can't get away from the punches, you gotta trade. That's what I was thinking in the Nakatani fight when he fought Verdejo, and he actually turned the tables on that guy. But with the problem with that, Golovkin hit much harder. He hit much harder than Munguia.
Yeah, And I really wanted to see that. Who's the guy who was from the bottom? Oh, Torreno Johnson. That was kind of an unfortunate cut, but I think like if it had went on longer, we would have got some interesting scorecards. Believe me. If it went 12, I thought it would have went. I don't think he would have been able to knock him out, even though, I mean, he got the technical stoppage with the cut, but we would have seen some scorecards had it went 12.
Yeah, man, that's a great point, man. That Johnson was being a big problem in there, and Torreno Johnson, he's a good barometer, to gauge a guy. But with Munguia, now people keep talking with Munguia. Well, he's a kid, he's young. Yeah, but he's since he beat Saddam Ali, it's been what, 3 years, maybe 4. Like it's about time he he's had fights where he doesn't look as good as they're telling us he is. So he's definitely got some big holes. I gotta go for 2 minutes, so I'll let you guys take it away. But I'll leave you with this question. Meanwhile, is Golovkin being a little bit underrated now because of the Derevchenko fight?
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of. That's right, Lee. That's right. Everybody can have a close fight, and what's the problem with that? I mean, it's happened in the past to many of our fighters.
G today are the same people who were saying it in 2015 and 2016.
There's a few things that I see there that could give him problems, but he's got the two intangibles, the two attributes that nobody has really in the world. That I don't know, money can buy, for the lack of a better expression. A good chin and power. Because if you got the good chin, even though you might have lost that step, where your reaction time is not the same, and you got that good chin, and you could take 2 to land 1, like he did against what was the Irish guy? Where when he got hit, he hit the guy back, and the Gale, not the Gale. Who is it, Lee? The one I'm talking about?
Oh,
undefeated.
Matthew Macklin.
No,
not Matthew Macklin.
Another guy. I'm forgetting his name too.
It's with the G, with the G. I think he's
Daniel
Irish
Gill.
or British.
Daniel Gill,
man. He got hit, but Golovkin, he hit him back. He said, well, I'm going to take your punch.
He powered through the shot and smashed him.
He smashed him exactly like that.
Yeah, it's just to touch on that point, it's like, I always say, usually, you guys notice it too, like, guys who can't punch worth a shit usually can take a really good shot, like Lee Selby, right? And then guys who can really hit hard usually can't take a shot to save their lives. So it's very rare to have both.
Oh, that's crazy, huh? That could be true. Good point. Thinking about like the Terry Norrises of the world and some other guys. Yeah, and most people that can punch, they get on the back foot. And they create, they become good boxers because they have no choice. While guys that can punch and they become good boxers, it's like, man, I got to really respect those guys.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I don't mean to be Triple G's defender, but also you have to keep in mind that it was his second fight with his new coach, and the first one he only had 2 or 3 weeks to work with him for the Steve Rolls fight. It was his first full training camp, and plus, of course, he's older. He was older, slower than before, of course, than 5-6 years earlier. But also, Derevchenko was a terrible matchup for him. I mean, the speed, angles, movement, throwing punches in bunches. Derevchenko doesn't hit extremely hard, but however, throws a lot of punches, and
he's in there with you.
To catch with him.
Jonathan Banks did an interview where he said that he didn't really want that as his second fight with Triple G because he knew it was going to be like that. It was just going to be, he said in his own words, it was going to be a bloody mess and it was going to be a violent fight.
Yeah, I heard that. Well, he was right.
That style of the changing of the angles and pivoting, it's usually you're circling your back foot, right? So it takes away from your power because really what you're doing is basically you're moving backwards, but you're not moving backwards in a straight line. You're moving backwards in a circle.
90
so instead of being heavy on the front foot, but I mean that also gives you the advantage of being more mobile and giving your offense is a different look when you're fighting a fighter like Golovkin who can punch. And if you're gonna have some type of success and getting around, that Pacquiao style is different because he bounces, he changes the angle, but he bouncing heavy on the foot to where it's more natural. It's not like he got taught, well, you gotta move, and that's gonna be your style. No, he's just naturally like that. But I mean, he did hurt him to the body, and I think if you're gonna get to damage or possibly beat Golovkin, it's gonna be to the body. And when he throws his shots, they're kind of looping. That kind of leads me to believe, like, why wasn't he doing that against Canelo with regularity? Why? If he would punch to the body more, because we thought that Golovkin was really like a consummate body puncher, but that's a misconception. He's really not. He's got knocked guys out of there before, but if he would invest a little more, it leads me to ask myself, or to you guys, why hasn't he been doing that? But yeah.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you think Golovkin can beat Andre Boo Boo or Charlo, or you guys don't think he can?
Charlo, I don't believe Charlo will ever fight Triple G. I don't know why people think
too scared
that fight will ever happen.
You think it's too scared?
Never in a million years, man. I saw a video that popped up on my feed. It was Thunderdome. Demetrius Andrade versus GGG, and that was 5 years ago, man. He never took the fight, never wanted it. Same as Charlo.
So both Charlo and Andre too scared, basically.
Charlo got punked by Daniel Jacobs. You saw the video where they're in the hallway and Daniel Jacobs walks past him and he gets shook up?
No way. I've got to see that.
That was in 2018. That's when I actually believed in Jacobs. I thought Jacobs at that time could probably beat Charlo, would be too much. But now he seems to be all about the money and just kind of showing up. But Charlo, Andre, I feel Charlo has to go over to the zone to make that fight because I don't want to see him versus Eubank. And yeah, that's the talks right now. And Andre, he has to fight Liam Williams, I think, in February. But I
mean, as much as I support Eubank being British, I don't think he can beat Charlo.
No, I don't think so either. He got lucky against Korobov.
How dare you disrespect the former IBO super middleweight champion?
He lost me money in the growth fight.
This kind of gets boring, and because I've seen some people trying to smear Triple G, but in reality, man, these guys are still ducking him. They were for like 11, not maybe 11, for 7 years. But now, do you ever hear Charlo or Andrade mention GGG's name? They never do.
Nope.
I'm surprised. Well, it's unfortunate Triple G isn't this sort of person because certain other boxers would have called out Charlo and Andre and said, "No, stop being pussies, man. Just come fight me or not. Just dog them on TV. You know what I mean?"
You see, what's his name? Devryanchenko, he fought the fight of his life when he fought Triple G because that was like his second or third. No, it was his second opportunity to get a world title after 4 years to the date that I don't know how many years. He fought Jacobs first. He failed. But he's a foreigner coming to the United States trying to accomplish great things in his life. And he fought, you could see it, he fought like a Medgar Taylor versus Julio Cesar Chavez. On that night, he looked sensational, but he just wasn't carrying the pop to really hurt Triple G. But with that being said, a lot of people thought he won. It was a good fight. Devryanchenko, not to say that GGG's washed or just because he had that type of fight, that's a knock on GGG. This is boxing, man.
I've got a question now. Canelo's he's got a belt of 160, correct? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I think
WBA belt.
I'm surprised. Well, I mean, obviously, I guess money dictates it and stuff, but I'm surprised Canelo just doesn't start at 160, take Charlo and Andre's belt off them, offering them money because I know it's smoke them both like a blunt. Then fight Triple G and either get that finished once and for all, and then start at 168, and then try to either go undisputed there as well, and then and then finish it by getting one belt at 175 or even 2 belts if you can, possible, and then you can say finish it, done and dusted.
Yeah, I'd rather see him come back to 160 and fight Charlo and Andre like that. That's the one I want to see immediately. Those type of fights. because I'm not a big fan of the jumping around right now. But him versus Charlo, I think would be a pretty good fight. I think that's like it's sort of like a pick'em. Andre, it might end up with like the Lara fight. But the problem is, of course, the networks and the sides of the fence they're on to see if that fight gets made.
And how much money they can bring to the table.
Isn't Andrade with DAZN?
Yeah, Andrade is with. Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry, Andrade was with DAZN. I was talking more about Charlo. Thing is, something has to give. Like I feel like for middleweight, especially if you're a middleweight fighting on PBC and you want the big fights, you do have to go over to DAZN. Whatever Al says, you have to.
Guys,
the big fights are over at DAZN.
What are Charlo's 3 best wins at middleweight?
3 best wins at middleweight. Derevyanchenko.
Yeah, that's all I could think of.
Jorge Sebastian Highland on one leg. Funniest fight of his whole career.
The junior middleweight?
No, at junior middle. His best wins at junior middleweight or at middleweight?
No, like is Jorge Sebastian Highland really a middleweight?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
barely, if that. I mean, he came in there literally dragging his feet. I mean, the knockdowns. He lay through a punch, spun around, and fell down. I mean, that was a joke.
Now, forgive my ignorance, guys, because I'm not massively into politics of boxing. But if you're on different networks, but am I right in thinking though that money talks and that will supersede everything, right or not?
Should be, yeah. It should be.
One thing I have to say, Charlo's going to be as good as he's ever going to be. I don't know how old he is, but he's in his prime. There's no reason why he should be not taking the fights. Other than the fact that he's ducking, because he got a long, stiff jab, he's got range, he's strong, he's physically gifted, he's got good speed. There's no reason why there's no reason why you shouldn't be fighting the top guys like a Golovkin, man. Other than the fact that he's fucking ducking.
Charlo is 30.
I think he's 30, so I think he is in his prime. He might get a little bit better, but you're right, he's in his prime. I think the problem is... Well,
especially with the counter-punching, one more thing, the style that you don't risk a whole lot. You're waiting for the other guy to make mistakes. But he got that long jab that when you combine those two things together, he's going to be difficult for everybody. He can actually win, and I don't know if I would pick him against GGG. Yeah, but there's like no reason why you shouldn't take that fight.
Right. Yeah, I get you, Gonzalo. I do agree with you. I mean, I haven't compared both of them after their last performances, but I would not be surprised if Charlo at this point would be able to beat Triple G. But yeah, you're right. No reason not to fight the best now.
I think they're told. Go ahead, Kenshiro. I
was going to say a very quick thing. Joe made what Joe just said just now online. It just triggered something in my mind. How many fights has Triple G got left of this $100 million free fight deal?
I think was on 2. Was it 3 fight? Was it 3? How many fight deal was it?
How many fight? Yeah, it was a 7-fight deal.
Oh, it was a 7-fight deal. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was 7. Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm wondering
how many fights? 4 more fights.
So he's got to pick his 4 quite correctly now, because afterwards, will he get another massive pay like this again? Probably not, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty much over now.
Man, I can disagree with. I could disagree.
Jimmy saying it's 4-fight deal.
No, 4 fights left.
Well, go ahead, again. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of disagree with that, man. With some of these statements, I think Charlo can beat all of those guys except Canelo at this point. But I don't agree with Canelo right now coming down to 160. They got guys that can fight at 160, and Canelo can just come down just for that undisputed belt, that undisputed fight. Canelo can go undisputed at 168 and then come down for one fight and go undisputed at 160. So, I mean, I don't think he should do all the heavy lifting when these guys need to fight them. They need to fight each other.
Look, Canelo's not gonna go back to middleweight. I don't think so.
He's holding the belt.
No,
he's holding the belt. And he's franchised. He's franchised, and he can do whatever he wants with that franchise. So, So he's holding WBC franchise, and he has a belt, so he can do what he wants. But he
Yeah.
can't go down. I think he would go down for that one undisputed fight.
Maybe,
As a
but
fan, I want to see him fight the best. I feel middleweight is way more talented than super middleweight right now. Like, as a fan, I want to see him fight those guys at 160. I mean, if he doesn't, then that's his thing. But
by the way, Overhand in the chat says, I think Canelo's best move is to retire. It's like, it just comes out of nowhere. That. But listen, yeah, look, I think in the coming months he's probably gonna vacate those titles he's holding at middleweight. I don't expect him to go back down to having to make weight and all that. I think he says, you know what, now 168, anybody wants to fight me, they gotta come up. That goes for Golovkin, that goes for Andrade. But look, with Charlo, I'm interested in Jermall Charlo, okay? Because just like we were talking about earlier about how sometimes you look at a guy and you wonder, well, he hasn't beaten this guy, hasn't beaten that guy, therefore he can't beat that guy. Just looking at the top guys he's fought, and he's done very well for himself. I think he's improving, man. I think his timing has improved, and the fact that he can chase guys down a little bit better now than he used to. A lot of people don't give him credit. I'm interested. Do you guys give him credit for the Hogan win?
No.
I'm not really impressed by that win.
Well,
I like the Derevchenko fight. That was I thought was impressive. It was a very good performance, and he showed a lot of poise. I mean, that just makes the distinction between me. I don't want to bring his brother into this. I have a very unpopular opinion about Jermell. I think Jermell's a fraud. Jermall, I think, is the one with the upside.
Well, let me just tell you real quick why. Let me just say real quick why I think
which one Jamalo?
Kenshiro.
154. Yeah.
Let me just say real quick why I think the Hogan fight was a good win for Charlo, because again, Jaime Munguia is not the best barometer to gauge a guy, but he had a size advantage over Hogan, power advantage, and he couldn't cut the ring off on this guy. He looked awful in there. The fight was very close. Some people, Hogan was crying robbery after the fight, but he wasn't landing exactly, a lot of hard shots. He's an awkward fighter when it comes to offense, but defensively, that footwork is very hard to pin down. Jermall went in there, timed him, was cutting out the ring off a little bit better. Okay, he was no Golovkin when it comes to cutting the ring off, but he did a much better job than he showed against the other elusive fighter he fought in Kobrov. And I know Kobrov is better than Hogan, I will say that. But Hogan was very elusive against Munguia. Meanwhile, Charlo went in there and he showed improved timing. He showed he's got heavy hands. I think he's a problem for anybody, man. Now, he's not.
But BDA.
Yeah.
All that proves is that he's better than somebody in a weight class below him.
But I mean,
well,
come on, let's
if you're
face the
bigger
fact.
than the guy,
Munguia's
you can weight bully him. You don't have to be perfect to go in there and just put yourself into position to beat him up, because you know that the guy's smaller than you, so you could afford to risk more.
Yeah, listen, Trout. Hogan. Charlo has that win over Trout too. Yeah, he's got that win over Trout too. Who was a top contender at one point. I know, but I mean, I'm saying he beat the guy, so he's not. Let's not make it out to be as if Charlo's awful and blah blah blah, completely overrated. I do agree with.
No, but you have to address it as what he's done.
Right.
You can say that he'll beat this middleweight and that middleweight, but he hasn't done that. Like, he lost 6 rounds to Korobov, who was like 30. He was like 38 when he fought him.
Yeah.
And he beat Derevchenko. Okay, that's a good win. And he beat
Korobov. Not to cut you off, but Korobov, by the way, again got injured in a fight. His last time out just now, I think a week ago.
No kidding.
Yep.
I swear.
These guys falling apart.
You can also say that Jermall, he's getting better with each fight, so he's on an upward trend. He's not like up and down. Each fight you can see the progress. So he's getting better and better. I think he's the goods. 160. Nobody at 160. I think can beat him at 160. Triple G would be the closest one, but unless Canelo come down, I think he could. He need to collect those belts, man. They just need to fight.
Is it worth them maybe doing a Super 6 again or Super 8 series thing again for 160?
I don't think they can command too much money. I don't think they.
Nobody at middleweight will do that, except for like Triple G. He'll do it. Everybody else will bitch and moan over purse percentages.
You know what? You guys are make a good point about Charlo. I'm not saying I'm completely convinced with the guy, but I mean, he's a top contender for sure, man. And the Derevchenko win just solidified my standing of the guy. I want to see him fight a top guy now. I don't want to see him go back against some of these, PBC contenders that get recycled. I don't want to see an Austin Trout rematch, which is what they would probably do. They would probably try to pull that off if they allowed them to. But now
sure would.
You know what, BDA? His style works. It works because he's tall. He got a good jab, so he can hit you from the outside. And he's a counter puncher. He's not going to risk so much that if you get inside of his jab, he's going to shell up and catch and shoot. And all he got to do work on is the timing. He's beginning to where he's more precise. And that's if he just keep doing that, catch and shoot when the guys come in, but on the outside, pump up that piston of a jab because he got the second best jab behind Golovkin at 60.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, listen. I would suggest or urge people to rewatch the episode we did prior to the Charlo Derevchenko fight. We did it live, and we were showing gifs of Charlo and Derevchenko. And the thing about Charlo is he can fight on the inside pretty well too. He knows how to roll on the inside. Those uppercuts are vicious. Look, at this point, I think he's ready for Golovkin and Canelo. I'm not saying he beats them, but I'm saying he's at his peak now. He's peaking. He's in the. How old is he? The guy. Hold on, let me check. Somebody said 30,
30.
right?
30.
Yeah, he's 30. Yeah, he's on his peak now. This is the peak Charlo. He has to fight somebody now. The PBC, Al Heyman, whoever handles him, they need to say, you know what? Let's do the Canelo fight. Let's give Canelo what he wants. A side, whatever. Because he's the A side. Give him the most money where he wants.
Triple G's the A side as well. If he fights him.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, look, I think that the fight Charlo wants is the Canelo fight. Whether it happens in a catchweight 165.
Literally everybody wants that fight.
Yeah, he should. Yeah, well, they should. So, I mean, I want to see Charlo now.
Do you think Charlo can take Triple G or Canelo's power?
Yeah.
Who said that? Tyrone?
I think he can definitely take Canelo's power for sure. I think Triple G's. I think he's a big boy. I think he can take it. I mean,
Charlo,
Charlo
has an iron chin, man. Iron chin. All these guys have an iron chin, man. I mean, Triple G has an iron chin. Canelo has an iron chin. We looking at elite fighters. So, I mean, I do think Charlo. I would prefer Charlo to win because I'm actually related to the guy and I'm a fan. But these guys.
How are you related to Charlo?
We're cousins.
Okay, I thought
we're cousins. Real close cousins, yeah.
Real cousin, or like you're the guy that sells some stuff?
No, real cousins. Okay. Like blood cousins.
No kidding.
But still, I mean, Charlo has an iron chin, but these guys all have punching power. I mean, they can all get rocked, and I think they all can stop each other. Yeah, I think
the body punches though. That game, if he got hurt, Charlo got hurt by Derevchenko to the body. So, I mean, Canelo, good body puncher, probably the guy that doesn't hit as hard as Triple G or Charlo because he's got the shorter arms and he's going to have to lunge in just a little. But he gets an excellent position when he's inching himself forward. So, Canelo got good power. All these guys good power. I do agree. The body punching would benefit these guys to go to the body.
Listen, I think at the end of the day, we've got ourselves a good division, man. The middleweight and super middleweight, because those you can make great fights with all those guys, interchangeable. I mean, you got Canelo, Golovkin, Charlo, Derevchenko still in there. Then at 168, you got Benavidez, who's looking sensational. You got Caleb Plant. A lot of people like him and his flashy style. Chris Eubank. I think that's saying Chris Eubank versus Charlo, which was supposed to happen. Was it supposed to happen this year? Or?
Yeah, it was supposed to happen this year.
That's gonna be an entertaining fight if it happens in 2021, man. I know Chris Eubank is not a elite guy. He's never gonna be a pound for pounder. But when he's on the inside though, he can crack those body shots, those uppercuts. So him and Charlo wouldn't mind seeing that one.
And he's got a gas tank.
He's got a good engine though, Kenshiro. Even when Rose was getting the best of him, just by heart alone and that engine, he was doing pretty good.
Well, I mean, if you look at what he does, to keep up his cardiovascular, I'll be honest, he's got the best cardiovascular I've ever seen boxing wise. He just doesn't run out of steam or gas.
Hey, by the way, people are saying that because I said that I asked Dead Game if he was really his cousin or sold him stuff. Some people say that's racism. I'm not saying stuff. People see you're racist because you immediately went to narcotics or something. I was saying because in certain parts of the United States they call them, like they call each other brother, they call each other cousins too. That's actually more in the South. Dead Game, are you from Texas then, or?
Yeah.
No, I'm in Louisiana, but they were born here. They relocated to Texas.
Right, but yeah.
They
Anyway,
were born in Louisiana.
I know people like to paint me out as
when's the last time you spoke to him?
It's like Spanish, BDA. Primo, Kyle Primo.
Exactly, that's what I was trying to get at. That's what I was trying to get. Go ahead, Dead Game. What were you gonna say?
No, I was saying they was born in Louisiana. They moved to Texas, but
oh, I thought they were Texans.
No, they were born. They're in Texas, but they were born here.
Huh.
They were born and grew up like little babies, little kids here. They moved to Texas.
I didn't know that.
Hey, so Dead Game, when's the last time you spoke to him, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, probably when I was about 10 years old.
Oh, okay, fair enough then.
Yeah.
At least.
So not recent, obviously. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm 40 plus. I'm 41.
Oh, so there's a big age difference there. I remember.
No, I didn't want to be like, man. Hey, you remember me? I'm your cousin, man.
Right. You know why that game? Because there was. I remember I read it was Chad Dawson, an interview with Chad Dawson back when he was big, when he was on the feed and everything. And he said that, he says, man, as soon as I started getting on TV, people started calling me up saying, hey, remember me? Like, he said that one time I think he was from Cincinnati or thereabouts. And he said he was driving down the street and all of a sudden, like, some guy starts trying to pull him over and starts honking, get him to pull him over. So it's like, oh, what the hell? Like, he thought there was an accident or something. So he pulls over. This guy pulls over next to him, opens the window, goes, hey, Chad, how you doing, man? You think you can loan me $100 or something? Says just because he was on TV, people thought they could pull him over and ask him for money. The guy says, "What the fuck?" So yeah, you gotta be careful because sometimes these guys they get big and they get very suspicious of people calling them up and hey, I'm your long lost cousin. So yeah, Dead Game. I think you're on the right track there of being conservative with your contact.
Really. So you're 41. You're 41. Dead Game. Be careful because that age, if you make it to 42, you done it. All right, just remember that.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? What?
Well, I got one more year, bro.
One more year. Remember what I said a long time ago, BDA? That the guys at the Mexican prison used to tell me, hey, if you're 41, it's kind of suspect that you could become gay, but if you make it to 42, you're good.
Yeah, I remember that theory of yours that if you're 42, you can't be gay afterwards. Yeah, I don't know how you're coming up with that age, but listen, with
I gotta go now.
You gotta what? Oh, you gotta go. Yeah, go ahead. Man. No, but I wanted to ask you fellas now. Oh wait, he really did leave. All right, shout out to Reverse Lee for dropping by. I wanted to ask you fellas. So 2021, 2020 was a good year, even though we had the pandemic and it put a wrench in the works. It postponed a lot of fights, but we still had some big ones, man. I mean, we got Charlo versus Derevchenko, we got Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko, we got Canelo coming back, we got Joshua getting in a fight in there, we had Fury Wilder before the whole thing. So 2021 looks like it's going to be restructured. They're going to get back to making big fights. We're starting the year with Garcia Campbell. Let me ask all of you guys, and whoever wants to jump in first, like what's the top 3, top 5 fights you would like to see?
Shoot. If I can see, probably one of those middleweight matchups that we were talking about, definitely, is tops the list for me, like a Charlo Andre or Charlo Triple G or Charlo Canelo or Andre Triple G. What else? Maybe a Lopez Lomachenko rematch will be up there for me, because I felt one of those 119 scorecards were just. I felt that Lopez won the first 6 rounds, but when Lomachenko got going, Lopez didn't seem to know what to do. I felt it was way closer, like a 7-5.
Yeah, I don't understand why people make it out to be as if that's the second round. Some people say no, Lomachenko didn't win that round. Maybe I have to rewatch it, but I thought that second round threw a wrench in the works for people saying that Lopez clearly won 7 rounds. But anyway, listen, I don't want to get into it right now. But so you're saying a Lopez-Lomachenko rematch is what you want to see?
Yeah, and probably last one is Wilder Fury 3. I think if for me, right, and I talk about this a lot. I feel the best representation of a fight between those two is the first one. I felt that Fury edged it, and I felt that it really shows what those guys could do if they're both close to 80 to 100%. The second fight, I don't know what happened, man, at all. Like, I've never seen a fight where the champion just brought like no resistance whatsoever.
Annihilation.
That I don't. It doesn't register for me. So I feel a third fight would probably go like the first one.
Well, can somebody clue me in? Can somebody just real quick clue me in on what's going on with the Wilder Fury Joshua trifecta? Because now they're talking about Joshua Fury as if it's like maybe Wilder doesn't want it or they're gonna get him to step aside. Like, what's going on there? I don't understand what's the latest update on that.
I don't think anybody really knows, bro. I think the UK is pushing for that Fury AJ fight, but they might end up having to drop belts if they want to make it happen, and that's not going to be a good look. I think they should just go through the right stages. They got an Usyk fight with AJ and the Wilder 3 with Fury. Wilder. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, the person before you was talking about the first fight when both sort of were 80 to 100%. I'll be honest, I think Fury is probably at 50% the first fight. The second fight, he was like 90%. I mean, that's when he really shone and he exposed Wilder. I think the third fight, if it happens, he'll probably be the worst beat down in the second fight. And if he does it, hopefully he does, he'll nail Wilder's coffin shut and we'll never have to hear from Wilder and his twerking fanboys ever again.
No, but
my thing is this, right? Okay, so what percent did you see Wilder at? Like, for me, I like
that's his true form. He just got exposed by somebody.
His true form.
No, I agree with that. I felt like he was stumbling from round one. I honestly, I'll say this, right? I feel the first fight between those two was a cherry pick from Wilder. It was where they both surprised each other, right? Because
Fury has been out for X amount of years and he had to lose 150 pounds. So.
No. That's why it was a cherry pick. That's
why it was a cherry pick. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but not from Fury's side though, obviously.
No. It was from Wilder's side, because Wilder chose him, and they were able to quickly get that fight. I don't know how fast. I still can't believe how fast they made that fight, but they both surprised each other, right? Because Wilder thought he was going to blow him away, but he didn't, and Fury was surprised that he was still able to get put on his ass, so late in the round. So they both surprised each other. The second fight, he definitely Fury changed up trainers and everything, but I feel I was just kind of disappointed that the lack of resistance from Wilder. It makes me question what went down.
So you want to see a third fight now? Do you think Wilder can do anything to change, like realistically? Because I mean, he hasn't really shown much improvement.
I don't think there's going to be any improvement, right? I know a lot of my friends, like, they think maybe if he brings a guy in or whatever, he's finished product, right? He was finished product probably around age 30, probably a little before then. Mm-hmm. Like, a guy like that is not going to. He's stuck in his ways right now. What is he? 30. He's 35. He doesn't have a lot of time left. And really,
he's 35 already.
Yeah, he's 35 or 35 this year, or 35 this year, 36 next year. Yeah, he's 35. He doesn't have much time left at all. So, the thing for him is, if he could beat Fury and get a Joshua win or something, or he realistically has 3 big fights left. Like, I saw him talk about contenders. I don't want to see him in there with contenders right now. I feel if he feels the way he feels about the rematch, that's all he should be talking about.
Well, you know what? With the Fury Wilder, I mean the Wilder thing there, people, Fury, if he fights him the same way he fought him the second fight, I don't see how Wilder. I mean, I can see how he could improve on paper, but realistically, I don't think he can pull it off. That being said, that's not to say Wilder's not dangerous anymore. Because I've heard people say, well, now from now on, he's lost that mystique, and everybody's gonna put pressure on him. But there's not that many heavyweights out there that are gonna be able to consistently put pressure on him and avoid that 1-2, because that 1-2 is still way too quick for a lot of these heavyweights. A lot of these heavyweights like the fundamentals to really deal with that 1-2. That's why I'm not very high on the heavyweight division. But I wouldn't mind seeing.
But didn't Wilder not take the time limit he had to fight Fury? So what obligation has Fury got to now extend it back open again? Because if he doesn't have to, then he'll say, well, that's it. Or say I'll give you 30% person now because you're a nobody at the end of the day now, and who's gonna fight you? You got no belt, you got no bargaining power.
Right. That might actually be a good thing for Wilder, though. Now people are going to be overlooking him, saying, well, he's got no belt, no this, no that. All we got to do is pressure him and he falls apart. But I'm telling you, man, that 1-2, it's still, there's a reason why a lot of these guys couldn't deal with it, because they're just not that good in the heavyweight division. So,
Wilder's very limited. But, like, that second fight for me, man, like, everybody talks about what Fury did. Like, you're supposed to be a 10-year champ, right, Wilder? Just no resistance. Nobody finds that odd at all.
But
no
resistance. Who did he win those 10 years though? Who did he actually say yes? He cherry picked all his opponents like Mick did for Rocky and Rocky 3.
No, but what he's saying is the resistance, man. Look at the fight one. I mean, it went 12 rounds, and he still had enough punching power to knock him down in the 12th. When you look at this fight here, I mean, from round 2, he was on wobbly legs. I mean, it was nothing.
I'm wondering because he knocked Wilder Fury down twice, and you think, wow, the dude got up like the Undertaker. He's taking my shots. What else am I going to produce for the second fight? Oh, nothing. So I think he just reverted to being a scared little boy and just knew he was on the run.
If we look at his career, right, first 30 fights, I mean, Ljokovic, who was it? Malik Scott. I was about to say Malik Price, Calvin Price. I mean, those 30 fights. Let's be honest. Like, I would have liked to have seen a Brian Jennings in there, Oleni or Solis even. Who else was there around the time? Those sort of step-up fights, right? But it wasn't that. Stavern looked off that fight, but that was a good win. Like, we can't take away that Stavern, believe it or not, was top 3 in the ring.
Was he champion before Klitschko lost to Fury?
What? Yes. January 15th was when Wilder became champion. Bryant Jennings versus Klitschko was in April of that year. Fury versus Klitschko was November of that year.
Jeez, good memory.
It's a shame Wilder didn't fight Klitschko, but yeah.
That also begs the question this, right? Why Wilder went down the WBC route? Well, we know why.
Yeah, doesn't have to fight Klitschko.
Right. So then we look at the reign. I'm sorry for talking so long.
No, that's okay, man.
Keep talking, dude.
Yes, Tavern. Molina is a joke. School teacher. Who else after that? Duhaupas, who seems, well, he just got knocked out by Ioka, but seems like an C contender, right? Spilka, I think, is a bum. Who else is in there? Areola, hell no. Gerald Washington, no heart. Ortiz. Now, I thought Ortiz, when it was booked the first time, I wanted to see that 2017. Like, I was really excited for that. It lost its luster after it was rebooked. That showed a lot, that first fight, right? Him getting hurt. It really, the blueprint was there. Then after that, the Fury fight, and then, Brazil, Ortiz, etc. So
it's fair to say his resume was a little bit thin, but the point remains, though. I wouldn't favor any of the lower top 10 guys over him. I wouldn't be convinced. You know what I mean? It's like, because again, that just by virtue of that hand speed that he has and the power, it's going to be a lot for guys to deal with. So, we got
I'm not being funny. If you take Fury's fight from away from Wilder. I think Usyk has a better heavyweight resume, mate.
Oh man, well,
no.
Listen. I don't want to get into a Wilder discussion here, but I mean, it's safe to say that him against couple of heavyweights would be exciting on paper. But we were talking about 2021, what it holds for the in the upcoming future, and some of the fights we want to see. We're already getting it, man. Gonzalez Estrada too. That's gonna be a good one. Hopefully, Jermall Charlo fights somebody as well. That's good.
The biggest fight is will be Earl and Bud. That's the biggest fight.
I wish that happens. I wish that happens, but
it's hands down to me. I think that's the biggest fight in boxing right now.
Has Pac lost his belt yet?
No,
not yet.
I thought they stripped it off him.
Well, that's the thing about Errol Spence versus Bud Crawford. I mean, normally I would expect. I understand why Joshua Wilder didn't happen. I understand why Mayweather Pacquiao took a long time to happen. I understand because of the politics. It should have happened earlier. Don't get it twisted. It's inconceivable in my mind how that fight couldn't happen. It's surprising. But Crawford, Spence, they're not even mainstream guys. I mean, Crawford, they tried pushing. First of all, this is a guy who's admitted he doesn't like doing press. He's a guy that says that, well, listen, you got to come to me and blah, blah, blah. You got to respect me. Otherwise, I'm not going to give you interviews. So, and even when he does give interviews, he's not exactly the most eloquent or exciting guy outside the ring, which is, I'm not saying he has to turn into a clown in order to attract views. But I'm saying it is what it is with him. Errol Spence, too, he looks like he's high most of the time. But both guys inside the ring where it counts, both guys are a joy to watch, and they should be fighting now. But it just seems like this fight seems to have a lot of static in order to make it compared to other fights, especially considering that neither guy is a mainstream star. So why so much trouble just making it?
Because
it's a little bit of everything.
Because you're looking at possibly two of the best boxers right now that's boxing. And you're trying to make a fight with two of the best boxers right now. We could talk about the heavyweights, but aside from the AJ Fury fight, this is by far the best fight that could be made, and with two of the best boxers that there is boxing today. So that's why. And you have some arrogance. There's one side that doesn't want the fight, and it's the PBC side. The PBC side does not want the fight.
Why?
We can all see it. We can see that ever since Bob Arum mentioned that Bud Crawford is not selling himself, we've seen Bud come out of his shell. We've seen Earl go to the DAZN fight with Canelo, and they brought up Bud Crawford. Earl cannot go anywhere without the name Bud Crawford coming up. So I think Earl is getting a little frustrated right with that. He wants his own shine, and Bud Crawford is coming in and coming out of his shell and taking the shine right now.
Yeah, I had to come in because I had to respond to someone was talking about how did Wilder look so bad?
Kevin, wait, man, come on. We're talking Spence Crawford here, man. Come on, man.
You were talking Fury Wilder 30 seconds ago.
No, that was 1 minute and 30 seconds ago. And by the way, Kevin, congratulations on winning Caller of the Year, man. I wasn't
Thanks
there.
So much.
I wasn't there on that episode, but the people have spoken. They enjoy your moxie, they enjoy your energy, and Joe Smith Jr. Fighter of the Year. I think that's a bit of a stretch there, but it's the type of opinion that got you Caller of the Year. So congratulations. But yeah, let's try to stick to Crawford Spence here. That game said that it's clear in his eyes that Spence doesn't want the fight. But I've heard, again, I haven't been following this, so I don't know who's right, who's wrong. But I've heard the opposite argument being argued vehemently that it's actually Crawford that doesn't want to make that fight. And in fact, Precise was in the chat room, shout out to Precise. He said that he's gone as far as saying that he believes that Crawford actually doesn't want to fight any of these top guys, that he's actually wants an easy route. So what do you fellas think about this whole situation?
Well, I hate I really hate the Spence Canelo talk. Like, whenever Spence mentions Canelo, like, I hate that because he has unfinished business at 147 right now. Mm-hmm. Like, they have to fight Crawford. Like, I mean, these PBC opponents, like, can't. Garcia and Porter are great fighters, but I mean, it's like a carousel now, right? Because Keith Thurman fought Garcia Porter. Garcia fought Porter. Garcia fought Thurman. Spence versus Porter, Spence versus Gar. It's a carousel with these guys. Mm-hmm. I don't want to see that. I want to see the best fight the best right now. That's Crawford, Spence, and somebody has to give. I know they were talking before it was 50-50, now 60-40, now 70-30. I mean, like,
yeah, what's going on?
I think both of these guys.
But you know what?
They are.
But to be honest, man, that fight's not going to happen in 2021 because they're calling out Manny Pacquiao. And you got to look at it in Manny Pacquiao's side, how he feels. He just turned 42. He's not going to be around for that much longer. And if we're going to get like the one that showed up against Thurman and he wants to take a good training camp to prepare, while he's still on the young, not looking 43 or 44, it's in his best interest for Manny Pacquiao to take that fight now. If we're talking about a fighter fighting like a big fight, like in 1 year, especially during the COVID, they're not going to fight two big super fights in 1 year. They're not going to face Pacquiao and they're not going to face Spence, or Spence not going to face Crawford. No, they're going to take the Pacquiao fight.
Hey,
so
wait a minute,
that's
Gonzalo.
why I'm not really interested. Yes.
Gonzalo, he's 40. He's 41 still. He's not 42 yet.
No, 42. He's 42.
Okay,
so
so
if they wait, or if they don't fight him in the early half, the first part of the year, he'll be pushing 43. The guy got to retire at some point, right? And if you're Manny Pacquiao, you wanna keep the little legs or the whatever you have now. You want to conserve it as much as possible because you start losing your skills exponentially as you start getting to this age. So Manny Pacquiao got to think if he wants to turn the performance of his life, because he's looking to be president. He's going to get up for the fight. He's going to want to do something very special that the world has not seen in a long time. So he want to do this now. And those guys, they're asking for the fight. They're saying, we want Manny Pacquiao. So you think they're going to fight Manny Pacquiao in the first half, and in the second half they're going to fight Crawford, or Crawford's going to fight Spence? No, that's not happening.
Well,
There's not the money for that.
Yeah.
When have you seen that, BD? When have you seen that?
When De La Hoya, real quick, when De La Hoya fought 1999, man, this guy fought Corte in the beginning of the year. Then he fought Obakar, and that was like a tune-up for him. Obakar was a tune-up. Can you believe it? Obakar was fucking good, and that was a tune-up for him. And then he fights Felix Trinidad. He fought two monsters, Corte and Felix Trinidad, in the same year, man. I mean, if he could do it,
that was 20 years ago, and this is the COVID.
I know, but what I'm saying, that's a good point. Yeah, financially, maybe they don't. But what I'm saying is...
How are you going to pay him? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. But what I'm saying is on paper, like, because these guys go, well, I already had a big fight too, like I can't, I got to take a break, blah, blah. Nah, man, fight two monsters in a year, and if you beat them, you're fighter of the year. Solidified.
So let me just ask you this. So we're going to ask the 42-year-old man to walk through Earl and Bud instead of these two young lions fight it out to fight the old champion.
No, that's what
what's on the line. What's on the line is undisputed.
I was talking about. Sorry, I was
but,
talking about.
But dead game. But if you're Manny Pacquiao, would you rather take the fight while you're young?
Gonzalo, I was talking about Errol Spence and Crawford fighting each other, and then fighting maybe Pacquiao or something, or fighting some other monster. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm
saying, BDA. But that's what I'm saying. If you're Manny Pacquiao and you're gonna be pushing 43 by the time those two guys fight in the first half of the year, then if he wants to fight, if they want to fight Manny Pacquiao in the latter part of the year, Pacquiao will be pushing 43. It's in Manny Pacquiao's best interest to take the fight now because you start losing exponentially whatever you have and your gas tank. Yeah, you want to keep that. Manny Pacquiao got to get up for this fight to give us like a Keith Thurman type of performance.
That's a good point.
He's older, man, and it's a calculated risk on Sean Gibbons and their camp when they're picking out this opponent. They've been calling for him. Now, if Manny Pacquiao going to accept, they're not going to go in just there to lose. No, Manny Pacquiao, prepare, get ready, but it's better that he fight him now than before he turns 43.
Right. Kenshiro, go ahead, man. What were you going to say?
No, but what a story would it be if one of them thought, oh, let me fight Manny Pacquiao and get his belt, and Manny beats them, and then Manny beats the other person and retires undisputed as a 43-year-old man, just winning the whole 147, then going for presidency.
I think Manny Pacquiao would be considered arguably one of the best fighters to ever fight.
Well, he already is.
Yeah, man. But you just got to hear what they're saying. They're not calling each other out. The energy for that's not there. They're calling Manny Pacquiao. They're knocking on the door. Manny Pacquiao. So obviously you want to fight Manny Pacquiao, right?
I'm thinking because they want to get his belt, and once they get his belt, that's more bargaining power.
Yeah, that's
they want the money, man. They want the money. They want to make $10 million, $15 million, maybe more. That's what they want.
Know what? It's interesting, man. It's interesting. Manny Pacquiao when he was 24, he took on Marco Antonio Barrera, who was considered in a lot of pound-for-pound lists and number 3 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. By the time he's 30, his career was solidified. His legacy was solidified. Spence and Crawford are arguing. This is one of their best. I mean, look, Errol Spence has already done good work with wins over Kell Brook and Sean Porter. The fact that he went to England to fight Kell Brook, to me, that shows you what he's made of. But he's already in his 30s, I believe. Now he's got the Danny Garcia win, but it took until his 30s to get these wins. Meanwhile, Crawford, he's already into his 30s, and he's talking about, well, my career is solidified with or without Spence. I mean, I don't like what I'm hearing, man. I don't like what I'm hearing from these guys. I know, but that's what he said. So I don't like what I'm hearing from some of these new guys. Like, I don't know, man. They don't want those risks. It seems. They don't want these.
Funny. You Crawford's last few fights. The best fights are what? Amir Khan and Kell Brook. One's got a poppadom chin, and one's got 2 fragile eye sockets. Come on, man. Behave yourself.
You know what? In my personal opinion, I do think that Crawford is really looking to fight Errol Spence. But however, I do think that at the same time, both sides, they prefer, they're not like Pacquiao or even Mayweather for that matter, in a sense that both of them, they're waiting, having they're okay with having safe fights. And now that they're in their 30s, they're looking to cash out. It also may be a reason why Crawford wants to fight Spence, at least in my opinion, because he's 33, 34. So he was keeping his whole career safe up till now. That's why even back in the day, while Pacquiao was still at top rank, he was making crazy demands for Pacquiao to move down to 140 to face him, then the money, etc. So it's different. Pacquiao, he was fighting everyone Bob would put in front of him, but with Crawford and Spence, even for that matter, they're facing just those who they know they would beat.
Here's the difference between guys like Pacquiao and Mayweather and some of the young guns from today. Pacquiao went up to fight De La Hoya, and I remember what people were saying on the message boards and in the magazines and all that. It was a mismatch. De La Hoya was going to be too big for him. Pacquiao said, screw that, I'll go up and I fight him. And look what happened. Even Mayweather, even ever since 2001, when he wasn't even a lightweight yet, he was talking about fighting Trinidad and De La Hoya. Now, I know some of you guys are going to say, oh, come on, Mayweather, the cherry picker, blah, blah, blah. But back in those days when he was Pretty Boy Floyd, he actually was trying to get the Trinidad fight done. And before Trinidad fought Hopkins, like he wanted to fight the Trinidad. And I don't think he was kidding. I think because eventually he did move up and he fought De La Hoya. That's the fight he wanted, even though he was bypass 140 and didn't fight Costa-Zoo. And I mean, you could make the argument he avoided Costa-Zoo, but what I'm saying is they jumped up to divisions to get the big fight against the big money guy and the bigger money guy. Meanwhile, these guys are in the same division. Everything's settled for a big fight. They fought some of the best, and they're not making it. I mean, and Errol Spence is talking about fighting Canelo, which I understand. It's a big challenge, but you already got a big challenge in front of you. It's not like when Pretty Boy like, oh, who does he fight next? Blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So I don't like what I'm hearing here from either Spence or Crawford, man.
He's just cloud chasing with the whole Canelo talk. Canelo too big. And with Manny Pacquiao, it's the Manny Pacquiao sweepstakes. Only one guy's gonna get the golden ticket because Pacquiao ain't fighting the two. He's either fighting Crawford or Spence, or he's fighting none at all. He's gonna drop that belt, retire, and go fight McGregor. But if Manny Pacquiao decides to add that extra thing in his legacy to become the GOAT, the greatest of all time, man, he's going to fight one of them, but I don't know which one it's going to be.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway.
Let me ask you something. What do you don't like? What you don't like about what Bud is doing?
Well, he's not fighting any of the top welterweights, man.
Yeah.
But as far as pushing for that fight, pushing for that Earl fight, well, I mean, he's pushing for it. He's going to the fight. He's commenting about it. He's pushing for that fight. To me, I think he's pushing for it. When he was at the Earl fight, Earl was talking about Canelo and horses and chickens and going riding horses instead of Bud. And Bud was right.
Equally, they're ambiguous. They're wishy-washy. They said Pacquiao. They want the money. Pacquiao, Errol Spence said Pacquiao, and Crawford said Pacquiao. Remember, we cannot discount that. That's what they said. verbatim. That's what came out of the horse's mouth.
That's what
the
came.
goat
That's
said.
what came out of his mouth. But where did he go? He went to the Earl fight. He's
Oh,
commenting
I
on.
mean,
He's commenting on social media. What bigger? What's more, talking it or
Well,
going to the man's fight?
That game. You
Well-
make well, that game makes a good point in the sense that technically it brings us to the question of we don't really know. We can only glean what's going on behind the scenes from the articles and what the fighters say on Twitter and blah blah blah. We don't have the full picture. So maybe, hey, is it possible Crawford really wants that fight? Sure, but what I'm looking at is like Gonzalo said, both guys like they're dancing around each other, tiptoeing around each other. The difference is that Errol Spence has fought Kell Brook in England. He fought Sean Porter, and now he just fought and beat Danny Garcia. So there's a difference between what Spence is doing and what at least Spence has beaten top welterweight. So Crawford's talking about, well, I want this, I want my legacy secure with or without Spence, and he's out there fighting Amir Khan. I mean,
and if you think about it, BDA, if you think about it, Spence this like really fast. He got those fights done where I even thought that Spence's resume was overrated. But all of a sudden, he convinced me because he was able to get these victories within a short amount of time. And Crawford, he's just saying that his legacy is secure, and he could have been. He's already 34, 35. I don't know how old he is, but he's getting there. If he decided to like not remain so like lethargic in his attitude and try to string 2-3 fights together within the course of a year and a half, he could do a big difference for his legacy. It won't take long. You got the skills, just get those fights out of the way.
Right.
Thing is though, and you know, you guys were saying, well, not you guys. Spence was saying he wants to fight Canelo at 160. I'm assuming. I really hope that doesn't happen because I can see Canelo murking him. And once Canelo murks him and does to him what Triple G did to Kell Brook, forget the Crawford fight. Because if that does happen, that will lackluster seriously. Then at that point.
Yeah, I want to see Spence stay at 147. I hate the Canelo talk.
Yeah, he'll never be the same if he fights Canelo, and if he does fight Canelo, he'll never go back down to 147. He'll be over it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is already he's it's a struggle for some of these big guys to make 147. And by the way, Kell Brook is a lot like Canelo in terms of skills. Of course, I think Canelo's more complete because he can punch with both hands and has better defense. And of course, he's stronger. So I can only imagine what Canelo would do to Errol Spence. I don't want to see that fight. Errol Spence has his plate full.
Maybe if Spence can't get the 147 fight for whatever reason, maybe go up to 154 and fight Charlo.
Yeah, and don't give me that stuff about, well, he won't fight Charlo because they're friends. Man, friends have fought throughout boxing history. If the money's right, these friends are willing to fight each other, man. If it's for the money, for the legacy, they'll fight each other. So these people that make the excuse about their friends, nah, man, they fight each other. Trust me on that.
Nah. Listen, as the character Dukes in Rocky 5, how do you like to put your hand into your pocket and feel nothing but your leg? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, Errol Spence is a good fighter. He's got the same skills. Maybe he's better in some things that even Canelo, because he can punch with both hands to the body. He got a great jab. He's taller than Canelo, 5'10". You know, he doesn't have holes to like where he's leaving his elbows out. He's keeping his punches straight. But the thing with that, he's not at the weight to be able to fight a Canelo at this time. He would have to like transition, slowly move up. Or in another time, if they would have been waiting around the same, I could see them fighting because the skills are on par.
Okay, so now listen, we've spent quite a bit of time on the welterweight fight, and this all started because I was asking guys like which one of which fights do you want to see happen in 2021? Let me ask Kevin. Kevin, you're a big proponent of Joe Smith Jr. Is Joe Smith figuring into one of your must-see fights of 2021?
Joseph Daniel Smith versus Artur Beterbiev is for the year with all over it. Nobody can deny that.
Yeah, fireworks, I think, between that fight.
Absolutely, man. Yes. Yeah. What I like about Joe Smith Jr., man, is that he lets his hands go. Because there's a lot of punchers out there that they're tentative and because they know they have power, so they're waiting for the perfect shot. What I saw from Joe Smith Jr. against Eleider Alvarez was he wasn't looking for the perfect punch. He was just busting him up, hitting him in the shoulders, elbows, top of the head, whatever he could find. That's what I want to see a puncher do. I don't want to see a puncher do like, oh, tippy tappy here and looking for the perfect shot for that highlight reel KO. Go out there, bust that guy up, man. You got the power. Go ahead and do it. So Joe Smith versus Beterbiev, man. Oof.
I got Joe Smith. I got Joe Smith in that fight.
No kidding.
I have Joe Smith in that fight. Yeah, because I was never really a super big fan of what we call him Beterbiev or Beterbiev, whatever we want to call him. I was never. I mean, he's strong. He's nice, but I prefer Joe Smith, bro. I think Joe Smith. I just like his balance. He didn't got his balance together. He's heavy handed. You're not just gonna just walk in and just walk in on Joe Smith like talking about it. So I like Joe Smith in that fight.
I think Beterbiev. Sorry to cut you off, but Beterbiev is the way better. Well, he's the way more skilled fighter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very good inside game. He's very good. He's sort of rangy on the outside, but his bread and butter is inside, mid range, sort of. I thought he was going to just run through Govstik. Govstik actually surprised me and did better than I thought he would. I mean, he still knocked out Govstik by breaking him down. But one thing about Beterbiev, I think he has a suspect chin because he was dropped by Jeff Page Jr. in that fight, and Jeff Page isn't a mega puncher. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was timing and everything like that, but still. Callum Johnson, I mean, he's a huge puncher, so he's going to go down from that, and he was hurt. So it'd be an interesting fight.
Yeah, that's the other thing when people talk about, Canelo versus Beterbiev, again, like we're talking about Spence and Crawford, they get enough to deal with at welterweight, and it's the same thing with Beterbiev. He's got that Smith Jr., he's got Bivol on the line as well. But you mentioned a good point about the chin, Tyrone, because, Beterbiev, if you look at the guy and you look at him, big, strong, he's built like a slab of stone. And so you would assume, okay, thick neck, he can probably take a shot. But for some reason, Callum Johnson dropped him. And Callum Johnson is a, decent puncher himself. But you got to wonder what the hell's going to happen if he gets in there with Smith, who's going to be winging bumps no matter what happens to him. So, I mean, it's definitely 2021.
To be able to beat someone like Artur, you're going to need, you got to be rough and rugged. You got to have some ruggedness. You got to be able to withstand the heat, because someone like Govstik, he's more of a technician. I feel like he's more of a technician. He likes to stick and move. You got to be a dog in there against someone like Beterbiev, and I think that's what Joe Smith is. It's the only way you're going to beat someone like Beterbiev. Joe Smith has all the tools. I do think Beterbiev is a better boxer, but Joe Smith can catch him.
Yeah.
Well,
but that Gaskev guy, he stayed on the back foot. He couldn't push him back. He just, Beterbiev was just pushing him back the whole fight.
I felt like the first 6 rounds, Govstik was doing really good, work, like you were saying, BDA, technician wise. Like he was turning, he was keeping him turning, he was landing jabs, like he was really doing a lot of great boxing. And I think just the pressure got, caught up to him in the 10th round. He did, like, for me, like, I give him a gold star for that performance, because I thought he was just going to get dog stomped in like 2 or 3 rounds from Beterbiev.
Is Beterbiev about 35 years old, roughly, now, isn't it?
Yeah, he's older. He's older.
So how much has he got left in the gas tank with the way he fights as well?
It's that chin, I think.
But you know what? Bostic is a huge puncher too, and I think he rocked Beterbiev, but he didn't get him out of there. So about his chin, I'm not necessarily sure how bad it is, but I just do know that Bostic is a huge puncher. I think Roger Garcia was saying that he's the hardest puncher that he's ever had in his gym.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, Joe Smith not gonna be on the back foot like that, bro.
Yep.
Joe Smith he might take some back steps, but I mean, dude was boxing he was really boxing him, and he was on the back foot, and like he said, just too much pressure, just too much.
Yeah. Well, actually, but in that fight, Beterbiev did show boxing skills. It's interesting because I expected Beterbiev to, but that you look at Beterbiev and you look at how he's built, you expect him to walk through guys, but that's not really his style most of the time. Or anyway, against Gvozdyk, he showed underrated boxing skills, and like Gonzalo said, this guy, from what I hear in Montreal, the guy's the hardest worker in a gym full of top fighters, whether they be amateur or professional. So this guy's work ethic could conserve him in the long run when it comes to longevity. But man, Bivol is the fight that most people want to see. But in terms of firework, Smith, and by the way, remember when Smith lost to Barrera and then he lost to Bivol, and people were like, well, it turns out he was just a puncher. But he's made a couple of improvements in there and letting his hands go more and being more active. So I'm definitely very excited about that fight, 2021 for sure, man. What else? I mean, how about
I'm interested. I'm interested in watching.
Hold on, one at a time.
Yeah, he did break his
I'm
jaw.
interested in watching a guy like Nakatani, the dark horse that comes out of nowhere. You know, he proved that he was a good fighter when he fought Lopez, and now he got this win against Verdejo. He's tough, he's long and lanky. He got a good chin. So at 35, you got all these people that are calling themselves like the next superstars, you know, in this era. But I think he beats all those guys, Nakatani. So I'd be interested if he's a mandatory and he's put in that position to where it might go under the radar and people are looking for the big fights. Man, just keep an eye on those type of fights, people. Those are sometimes the greatest fights that you will see, the ones that you're not expecting.
Yeah, man. I mean,
he can beat Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, even look. He's tall and long. He can punch hard from the outside, and if you come in on him, he's still got the good chin. So if you want to fucking get your punches in, you gotta lunge. You gotta lunge right. You're not gonna hit him like really, really hard because you're not gonna catch him clean because you're not gonna be able to like really get into position. You're gonna have to be lunging. So he's long and he can punch you from afar, but if you come in, he also got that good chin where he's gonna take your power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. You know that's gonna be a great fight, man, for sure. Light heavyweight still a very exciting division. And Nakatomi, like you were talking about too, man. I mean, I'm not sure how good he is. I think he's tough, but I mean, what's his name? Verdejo was taking him to school in those early rounds. Then he just fell apart, man.
Well, with the attributes, the 6'1", he got long, got power.
Yeah,
he got long limbs, and he got off the canvas 2 times, so he got the heart.
What about
the heart and the punchy power?
When we're talking about fights in 2021, the 140 pounds, we got Taylor versus Ramirez, which they're hoping to make, and I think it's the fight to make. And then imagine the winner against Pro Gray, whether it be Taylor in a rematch against Pro Gray, or maybe if Ramirez can pull it off. And then he fights
that fight's happening in BDA for sure, 100%. Those guys are about business. Ramirez and Taylor, they don't fuck around. They're like, this is their job, and they make good money, and they're good fighters. Mm-hmm. They're businessmen, and they're good fighters.
Yeah, the division is incredible. A lot of funny matchups. I mean, there is a lot of potential for.
They're not gonna go cloud chase. I'm more popular.
Sorry, Gonzalo. Just quickly, you know that they were talking about making Prograis versus Matias. It would be an incredible fight, a war.
Whoa! Yeah, that would be.
Prograis versus who?
Matias.
Subriel Matias.
Oh, Subriel Matias, that guy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that fight is in the talks already. Yep. That fight's in the talks.
Yeah.
Wait. What's that accent?
I'm Serbian.
I knew it was
Serbian. that division is stacked. Petros Anayan, the guy that beat him too, he's good as well.
Yeah,
you know who I knew he was Serbian? He sounded like Novak Djokovic.
Cool.
But yeah, man, I mean, Prograis, man. By the way, that game, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're a Prograis fan by virtue of the fact that he's from Louisiana.
Definitely, man. Definitely.
Yeah, man, but yeah, man, him and Matias.
I went to Mardi Gras. That game, I went to Mardi Gras. It was awesome, dude, back in the day.
Hey, man, let me tell you.
Yeah, man, I don't even go to Mardi Gras anymore, man. I made a mistake and went to a big Mardi Gras, man, and I wore sandals. And I was walking in stuff, bro, that I didn't know what it was, bro.
Oh,
it wasn't
geez.
good. No, it wasn't good.
Oof. Anyway, man,
smells like piss in every corner, man.
Well, they say that it smells like piss on Mardi Gras. People just pissing all over the place. But that's what I heard.
I took a chick to a fire escape. There's like expensive hotels. They got some strange, and they took up a fire escape.
Anyway, man, listen. With Prograis, 140 pounds, yeah, man. That against the winner of Taylor. Even if he fights Matias, that's gonna be a good fight. You know when
Josh Taylor? Is that fight made? Josh Taylor and Ramirez, is that made?
If not, it will be. It's gonna be made pretty.
That's an interesting fight, man. That's a fight, bro. That I don't know, bro. because I'm a Taylor fan. But man, Ramirez offers some stuff that I think Taylor can beat him on points. I think they can stop each other too, though. That's what's weird, bro. It's a good fight.
Is the 140 division nearly unified or not yet?
I mean, that would unify it, right?
Because what I'm thinking, can you imagine what? Can you imagine one of them calling out Pacquiao and say, "Come fight me for the undisputed 140"?
Interesting.
It would probably be easier to make than with Errol Spence or Crawford. Those guys, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how negotiations will go with those guys. I mean, I know they won the Pacquiao payday, but you never know. The way they're talking, it seems like they don't want to fight anybody. But yeah, man, Taylor Ramirez. You know what? I would actually favor Taylor, man. Taylor is better.
I would pitch him slightly, yeah.
He's got better stamina, man. Ramirez, though, we've seen against Maurice Hooker, he was sort of, by the 5th round, he was sort of huffing and puffing. I know he gets his second wins and all that, and then against Postal, it really did cost him. The gas tank wasn't all there. I wasn't incredibly impressed with his gas tank, so I would have to go with Taylor, but it wouldn't be easy. It would not be easy.
Sometimes I go back and look at because Postal is their barometer, right? Because Taylor fought Postal, I think, in 2017. And Ramirez fought Postal just now in August, and just look at those two fights, like comparing and contrasting them, like is pretty interesting. I know that Taylor had those ridiculously wide scorecards, but he kind of caught a second win in that fight and was able to kind of get the bearings of what Postal was bringing, probably past round 5. But with the Ramirez fight, it just seemed up and down. Ramirez still wasn't able to lock in on exactly what Postal was doing. That's why I was so close.
Yeah. And I don't want to do boxing math, but Taylor's, his resume speaks for itself, man, whether it's with Postal, Baranchik, Prograis. And also, but the thing is, the interesting thing about that fight from an entertainment perspective is that Taylor, despite being very tall and rangy, he's not an outside boxer. He likes to go in there and bang it out. So him and Ramirez, I don't think it's going to look too much like Ramirez Postal. I think what's his name? He won't have to go looking for Taylor. In other words, I think it's going to be an inside fight.
No.
And you know which one?
He can throw every punch in the book, BDA Taylor. If you go back and watch his fight for some of his highlights, he can knock you out to the left to the body, right hook upstairs, just a whole array of punches that he can throw.
Yeah, man. Now listen, a guy that speaking of 2021 fights, Gervonta Tank Davis is a guy that. He didn't look all that great against Gamboa. What's his name? Also against Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz was tagging him in there with combinations. I still think he's a problem for most guys. But the guy that I want to see get in there with Tank Davis, I want to see Burchelt Davis. Now, I know Burchelt has a fight against Oscar Valdez. By the way, just real quick, how do you guys see the Burchelt Valdez going?
Burchelt should knock him out in 6 rounds.
Go ahead, official.
No, I was just saying I'm picking Burchelt too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got Burchelt on that one.
He's so under the radar. People rarely talk about Burchelt. He's just kind of forgotten about, but he's a really good dynamic fighter. His wins against Hashimura and as the Vargas, not so much the rematch, but the first fight versus Vargas was really telling, considering that was his step up fight.
I'm going to tell you, bro, that fight will never happen because the way they're moving Tank Davis, that's not the type of fight they want to give Tank Davis. That fight is high risk, low reward. The fight that they're going to make is going to be the Garcia fight, the Ryan Garcia fight. If Ryan make it out of that fight, because that's the fight that we should be talking about right there.
Oh yeah, this weekend.
Yeah, that's the fight. But Tank Davis, I don't think he's gonna even fight Haney. I think that's the fight. Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis.
Yeah, I think Tank is it's just I just don't like the way he's moving. I think he's got the beating of Haney and Garcia. You can see when Tank fights, he's really talented, and you can see the times he ends up just being lazy. And I feel in the Santa Cruz fight, he thought nothing was coming back. That's why he was getting tagged so much. But and the Gamboa fight, he didn't look very good because I guess he didn't train.
Doesn't Campbell fight Garcia?
Yep, this weekend. I'm actually picking Campbell to win that fight if he's, close to 100%.
Boy, the Garcia fangirls will really be sad at that point.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing. Also, now that you mentioned Garcia Campbell,
I loved your video, BDA, about that Garcia.
Thank you.
I loved that the other day.
Thank you, man. Thank you. But it's interesting.
Everybody should watch that video. Seriously.
Yeah, go check it out if you haven't already. I gave a couple of points about the fight, and that's the thing. I didn't pick a winner, number one, and I didn't show favoritism over one guy or the other. Well, I mean, I made fun of Garcia's following a little bit, but I tried to keep it down the line. And even then, people in the comment section, you're gonna be proven wrong. You're a Ryan Garcia hater. It just goes to show. It just goes to show, no matter what you do and how much credit you give to somebody, the people just don't get it. I think people didn't watch I think some people didn't watch the video. They just saw the title, and they assumed that I was gonna, excoriate or lambast, I should say, Ryan Garcia, which isn't true. But anyway, that's a good fight right there too, man. But when it comes to Berchelt, man, versus Valdez, I don't know. It's a 130 Valdez, against Jason Velez. Didn't really look all that great. He knocked him out, but I don't know. I think Valdez should have stayed at 126 if he could still make that weight. Because going up against Berchelt, who's built like a junior welterweight, I think he's gonna get busted up in there, man.
I mean, your video made some great points about Garcia that I'll be honest, I'll probably overlook. When you talk about the speed of the hands, the feinting, the power, and when you said, his power is good. Now imagine when he feints and you don't see it coming, then bang. And I thought, all those points you were mentioning were very valid. So yeah, I mean that I'll be honest, that did give me some extra information in my head about Garcia that I overlooked. So it really is a good video. I mean, it's light-hearted, bantering about his fangirls, but trust me, it's worth watching.
Yeah,
but they're not known for fighting on the inside. So I mean, you gotta give the advantage to the quick guy that's gonna throw them thunderbolt left hooks, real fast. Because they're equally, like, comparatively speaking, one guy's 1 inch taller, but their guy got 1 inch longer in reach. And they're not known for fighting on the outside, so they're going to try to clip each other from the edge of each guy's wheelhouse. That whoever lands first might be the last to land. He might get the knockout. And I think that's Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, that's why I think when people are saying, well, whoa, why are they putting Garcia in there with Campbell? That's insane. It's not really, because like you said, Gonzalo, like it really does play a little bit into Garcia's style, because he's not going to get beat up in there. It's not like Maidana Broner where they miscalculated and put him in there against a guy that was going to be coming forward and just busting him up. Campbell's not going to do that. They're both going to be looking at each other, and as long as that's happening, Garcia's not going to be taking too much punishment. The big question going into this fight is whether Garcia, with his time with Reynosos, is actually going to be able to fix a lot of the mistakes he's shown previously. If he can do that, then yeah, Campbell's, even if it's a close fight, Campbell ain't getting the decision, not in the United States.
Hey, I meant to ask you, BDA, this might sound kind of stupid, and I talked about it one time, but the fight never happened when it was going to because of the COVID. But I never seen, because he's knocked out them two guys in the first round, but I never seen Reynoso give instructions to Garcia, because Garcia's pretty much like a white boy. He don't talk English. He don't talk Spanish. I mean, obviously they're communicating in the gym, and he's getting his point across. He's been training with them. But how is he going to give instructions to Ryan?
Garcia probably understands Spanish. It's like the opposite of guys like with Margarito and Chavez. They didn't speak English all that much, but they understood it.
Like Canelo.
So yeah, like Canelo. Yeah. So maybe Garcia's gonna be. Maybe he's. They've been together for what now? A year.
About a year, yes.
So you have to assume that there's some form of communication there. But you know what? Like Precise always says about how he's got his theories about how fights are decided, or certain fights, not all of them, but certain fights are decided before the bell rings. It wouldn't surprise me if Campbell goes in there fighting in an opposite style than he's ever fought. He starts slugging it out and ends up leaving himself open for a counter and gets knocked out, because maybe either they tell him he needs to do that, or he feels he has to do it in order to really pressure Garcia and get the benefit of the doubt with the judges. But if he just jumps in there against Garcia, that would be a bad idea, man. I mean,
another thing, BDA. Sorry, go ahead, Kishiro. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, just a very quick thing. As BDA mentioned in the video, they're both counter punchers. If Luke Campbell gets rocked or gets knocked down, he's going to be down by 100 points. But obviously, BDA was joking about 100 points, but it's going to be quite severe. And unfortunately, as BDA even pointed out, which I hated it, but it's true, Luke Campbell's not a one knockout puncher, so he has got some serious things against him. So as you guys were saying, Campbell's got to have 100% A game and get everything right on the day and hope it goes right for him.
I feel Campbell's issue is mentally. He's one of the most not confident fighters that I've seen in this day and age right now. Like, he comes into some of these fights, like I heard before the Lomachenko fight, he was sparring two people. I know it was a joke, but still, to think like that. The Linares fight, he gave a really good effort, but he kind of has some of that mentality, like, okay, I'm from the UK, I'm fighting a big American guy. What do I do, sort of. So mentally, if he believes that he can win, he should be able to. Like, I don't know why he has that block, sort of a thing.
He's a counterpuncher. That's the like you're right. He has that mentality. I don't know if it's necessarily that he feels he has to do this or that, like against the American guys, but he's not like when he was fighting Mendy, for example, in the rematch, he had an open target in front of him, or not a mobile target, standard static target. Yeah. He could have teed off on him a little bit more, but he fought very conservative. I know it's hard to fight a guy like Mendy who's got a high guard and doesn't give you that many openings, but I would have liked to have seen him throw a couple of more shots in there or something. I think he's too much into his counter-punching mode, and he doesn't press the issue too much.
But you know what I found kind of interesting, BDA? That they both have 20 fights apiece. Now, he turned pro shortly after garnering a gold medal in 2012. So in 13, by the time they step into the square circle on January 2nd, 21, that'll be like around 7.5 to 8 years. And he fought 20 times. So usually when you're coming up, you fight 3, 4, sometimes five times a year. So during the last 6 years, how many times has Campbell been fighting that he only got 20 fights? Now, out of those 20 fights, he's fought many of the times at the local level. And he's got a lot of knockouts, but if you go and look at his resume, a lot of those stoppages are TKOs where the referee's giving him the benefit of the doubt. Now, he can hit hard to the body with the long left hook, like he heard Lomachenko, but when he's facing these lower local guys over in his home country, he's unleashing a barrage of punches left, right, lefts to the body that he's going to leave himself open if he tries to do that against Garcia, because he got long arms too. They're both tall and lanky. He's going to get caught with one of them hooks.
Yeah,
that's a good breakdown. But I had a question. Like Tyrone said, he think Campbell gonna win by 100%. Sure. Like, give me a breakdown of what do you see? How is he gonna do it?
No, I said if he's 100%, I think he can win.
Oh, okay. But how do you see him doing it? Like, how do you see him, like, breaking him down, boxing him?
Yeah,
what do you think?
Like, you're bringing the fight to him, getting on the inside, jabbing more, even though he's a bit shorter, just being more technical. Because look at the skill set, right? We're talking about Olympic gold medalist who's probably super underachieved in his career, versus Ryan Garcia, who's kind of like just who has very good skills himself. A decent amateur background, but he just kind of has the following. I mean, at the end of the day,
15-time national champion. 15-time national champion, 215 fights, 15 losses. Against guys like the likes of like a Devin Haney, beat Virgil Ortiz. He's decent. 15-time national champion. That's pretty incredible, actually.
Yeah. But like we were talking about Tanaka and Ioka, once you get to the professional level, it's a whole different game. It's because Garcia, like with that tall style, he could keep guys at bay for 3 rounds in the amateurs, and he's fast, so he plays into his advantage, and boom, that's it. But now in the professional ranks, he's gonna have that Morales fight. I don't know what happened to the dude, but he was tired by the 6th, 7th round. He got shook up by the jab. It was really his worst performance yet. So you have to wonder: is he?
That's right, BDA.
You have to wonder: is he a front runner? Because he wasn't even throwing that many shots.
Who?
He got hurt and he lost. He lost the last 3 rounds. I mean, he was fighting a guy that at that point hadn't been stopped until later. He went on to get stopped by Linares. So, I mean, the guy was 28, Carlos Morales at the time. A grown man looking to get the win. But that was a poor performance by Ryan Garcia. He got fucking hurt in that fight.
He did. Badly. I mean, he did the baby deer dance. So, but with Campbell, though, that game asked the question, how does Campbell break Garcia down? It's a hard thing because I don't know if Campbell can be aggressive and defensively responsible at the same time, because when he does get a little bit more aggressive than usual, he leaves himself open. He's not used to it. He's not wired like I think that was to Tyrone's point more or less, that he doesn't have that type of mentality in him or the technique to go out there and put pressure on a guy. He's got the firepower to do it, but technically he's limited.
I like the fact that he throws straight punches, BDA. He throws that fencing style, that 1-2-1 down the middle. And I mean, that suits his tall, long arms, and he got decent power, even that long left hook to the body. If he keeps his punches in a straight line, moving forward and readjusting, going back, because Garcia's going to try to read that and try to gauge him so he can land his hooks. But the hooks, I give the advantage to the guy that throws the straight punches. But with that being said, he's just a tad slower. So he's going to need to utilize timing to defeat Ryan Garcia's speed.
But look, it would surprise me if Campbell is always one step ahead of Garcia when it comes to a boxing. I think his boxing acumen and pedigree is much better than Garcia's. That being said, I'm assuming, like most people, that Garcia doesn't necessarily have to get the best of Campbell to get the decision. If Campbell's always one step ahead, but it's not like, he's not completely outboxing him, most people don't expect him to get the decision. Like, he has to go above and beyond normalcy to get the decisions from the judges. That's one of the main problems coming in here. Not to say Garcia can't win legitimately, because we're gonna see what happens on Saturday, but that's the narrative that's going into this fight.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, they're really
that not
sorry,
all
Ricky,
the time. Not all the time the American fighter get denied. Sometimes it is legit, so we can't just bank on that.
Exactly.
But
I was gonna say they're really banking on Ryan Garcia.
Let Kenshiro go, man.
Does Garcia also have more in the gas tank, being sort of 7-8 years younger as well?
Gonzalo, what do you think? Do you think Ryan Garcia is going to improve his gas tank in this fight?
I don't know about the gas tank. I saw him run a marathon on the YouTube for like something before he was a boxer. He came in like third place, so he doesn't really have the greatest gas tank regarding that. But I was gonna say they're really banking because the zone just went worldwide in like 200 countries. And this is the first fight under that plan. So they're looking to promote him as like the the YouTubers are getting a lot of shine. Well, this is a YouTuber that can box. So yeah, the zone is really trying to bank on that.
That's how Gonzalez, man. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
Gonzalo. He did change his body a little bit. I kind of noticed he is looking a little more defined. He's looking a little bit more. Like he's coming into his age. He has a little 5 o'clock shadow going. He's kind of looking a little. He's looking good. Let me say that they both looking good.
It was like a fundraiser, and it's on YouTube where Ryan Garcia competes. Then he's winning the race, but like in the last quarter stretch, he fucking gets tired.
Well, yeah, but he was up against. I think I know what you're talking about. I think the guy he was racing actually had experience in long distance running. So the guy was pacing himself and then just turned it on. He knew how to pace. There's an art to long distance running, but it did show though that Garcia does have a good look. Listen, here's the thing though with Campbell. I've never really seen him too tired. He took some hellacious body shots from Lomachenko and he made it the distance against him. That means he's tough and well conditioned. He also got the best of Linares late in the fight, and he showed a good gas tank too against Mendy in the rematch. So going into this fight, I'm giving Campbell the advantage when it comes to stamina. And Ryan Garcia, we saw him tired against Morales, even though he was just throwing one shot at a time. So the guy who's going to answer questions about his stamina, I think, is Garcia. But he is younger, so maybe he can improve it. You never know, man. By the way, Campbell also looks very big. He's always looked like a big, wide lightweight to me. He's got a wide back. When he was fighting Linares, he looked bigger than Linares. He certainly looked bigger than Lomachenko. So I think strength is also an underrated part of his...
If Garcia wins, could we see a Lopez versus Garcia fight in 2021 end off?
Well, it depends on how he beats Campbell, right? Because if he struggles against...
That would be the big Latino fight, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But because, I mean, if he struggles against Campbell, people are going to go, well, Lopez washes him. Yeah. But if he looks impressive there...
He must have a wide back, BDA, because he got 70-inch one reach, and that's a wingspan. That's from tip of the finger to tip of the finger. So that's like the back. That includes the wingspan. And
yeah, he's a pterodactyl.
Yeah.
He's a pterodactyl in there. Fucking dinosaur. But, okay, so yeah, we got that Garcia-Campbell fight coming up. we talked about Burchelt in 2021, him against Tank Davis. Gary Russell Jr. Hopefully he fights more than once. Gary Russell Jr. came out now and he's saying, well, the reason why I only fight once a year is because nobody wants to fight me. But then again, I've heard from other people that he says he only wants to fight once a year. So I don't know if maybe he never actually said that or if he's changing his tune now, saying, oh, I want to fight more than once a year, but nobody wants to fight me. But he's going full out Max Cady on these guys. The guy was fucking stalking Leo Santa Cruz's father, putting his hand on him and then saying on camera, oh, if I wanted to, I could have done something about it, Leo. What are you going to do about it? It's like, this guy's nuts, man. Gary Russell Jr. is fucking certified nuts. And him against Tank Davis, I think he can actually touch Tank Davis up, but I don't think he makes it 12 rounds though. That's the problem. If he fights,
one thing has Billy Joe Saunders 2 weeks elapsed against Canelo? Because didn't he say I'll only give Canelo 2 weeks to make a decision to fight me, a yes or no sort of thing?
Billy Joe Saunders is another crazy guy. Nobody calls the shots against Canelo, man. But apparently the rumor is that if Canelo gets past Yildirim in February, he'll be taking on Saunders in May. So that's the fight that could probably be taking place next. Caleb Plant is going to be taking on the other Caleb Truex. So he has to get past that one if he wants to stay in contention for a Canelo payday. Then you got Benavidez, you got Triple G who still wants a third fight with Canelo. Then you got Andrade and Eddie Hearn's trying to get something going for that guy. So the middleweights are, we'll see what happens with those guys and the super middleweights too.
So Canelo might fight in Cinco de Mayo, or that might be too close to February.
No, he says he wants to. They're saying he's willing to do February. Yeah, that's why I don't have really that much of a problem with the Yildirim fight. Like if he wants to fight Yildirim, but he's fighting in May. Although I do think, what do you guys think? Do you think it's a bit of a risk taking a tune-up in February and then, because what happens if he tears something or if he busts
is it a mandatory fight?
It's a mandatory. Well, I mean, take the mandatory with a grain of salt because this title. Alphabet soup title. They come up with some weird contenders, man. Anybody can. I can be a contender if I start fighting for 5 years and I have the right connections. So, these fucking number one contenders, guys. I don't put too much stock in it. But what do you guys think? Do you think it's a bit of a risk for Canelo to fight in February?
Nah, not Canelo, man. Canelo's going to wash this dude. I think what he might do, and I kind of heard somebody say, he might take this guy in Mexico and fight him in Mexico.
Right.
And I think that would be cool. Test the waters out, see what the crowd look like, if they have a crowd, and might have some big fights in Mexico, man. I like to see some big fights in Mexico with Canelo.
Yo, he could break Travis Horgan's ticket record, never know.
Oh, yeah, he could, yeah.
Impossible. Cannot do that because of the COVID. And for one, the Azteca Stadium can hold 100,000 plus, and the stadium in Guadalajara is not built for that. Not even half.
Oh, okay.
Well, what if they do it in the first of all, the whole pandemic thing in Mexico?
The Azteca.
There's another one. There's one in Brazil. I think it's the biggest one, the one that can hold the most people in the world. What's it called?
No, the Mexico one is the Azteca. What's the Brazil one called again? Is it Corinthians? I think it's the Corinthians football ground or San Paulo's football ground.
Hold on, let me check, man. Just because now I'm curious. I want to Brazil.
Yeah, I know they have a stadium of a name Maracana.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
That's the one. That's the one.
Maracana. I think it's Maracana because it's got an accent.
The Maracana one, yeah.
Look at this fucking thing. I don't know if you guys can see it. I'm putting it on the screen there on YouTube, man. Jeez, Louise, that is it looks like a spaceship, man.
I'm looking at YouTube on the PlayStation 4. You haven't put the picture up yet.
Yeah, well, it's wait a couple seconds.
There is. Yeah.
Looks like the spaceship from Independence Day, man. Jeez, Louise. Yeah, but they're not gonna. Yeah, but they're not gonna do the fight there. But if they did, I mean, if they wanted to break the record, actually, the record for the most attendance in the boxing fight didn't that take place in? Where did that take place? Where they held it in an open?
It's Travis Horgan, Greg Horgan.
No, it used to be, but they held it. They held the fight
in the bubble.
They held a fight in Africa, I think, someplace where they had like I don't think it was a stadium. I think it was just like an open field or something. So that's how they broke the record. But technically, no, seriously, I'm serious. But technically, if they wanted to break the record in the stadium, they would have to do it in the Maracana, or even with the Chavez Haugen thing. I don't think they filled it to capacity because I think they closed certain parts of it.
130,000 they got on there roughly.
Jeez, Louise. But anyway, look, listen. The Canelo thing there with Mexico, yeah, that's gonna look good for him. But what other fights do we want to see in 2021? Like we talked about a little bit. What about finally fucking? We talked about Gary Russell Jr. Why doesn't he take on? Fuck, what's his name again? Not Lee Selby.
Navarrete or
no, actually, yeah, Lee Selby. Warrington. Take on Warrington.
Oh, Warrington, yeah. I used to be a big Gary Russell fan after he beat Johnny Gonzalez, and then his reign didn't really. He's still reigning, but it didn't really pan out the way he wanted it to. I mean, I know he got some big wins, Escondón at the time, and then Tug was a good win. But I do feel like and Jojo Diaz, can't forget that. But I feel like he's kind of on the slide a little bit, and he's facing that combined with the fact that his opponents, they're getting bigger. They're bigger guys, right? Jojo Diaz and Tug were bigger guys. So he doesn't have much punching power to begin with, although he had some one-shot KOs early in his career. So him versus Warrington that's a pick'em fight. Like if it was 3 years ago, that was Russell, no problem. And I still think Russell is way more, technically sound, and it's not even close between him and Warrington. But Warrington, just pressure and toughness. It's a pick'em fight now.
Yeah, man, I was surprised at how Frampton wasn't able to handle Warrington in there. But Warrington shows you it's all about tenacity and inside fighting for him. Gary Russell Jr. looked a little tired in his last performance. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if he's starting to slow down or because Warrington's just gonna keep it on him for all 12 rounds. Yeah. So, man, I don't know how that fight will go. But,
yeah, definitely now it's a pick 'em, but I think he's slowed down. That combined with the opponents are just Warrington is closer to his size, I think, or just might be an inch or two taller, but the opponents have gotten bigger and better. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be a problem for him going down the line, man. Especially as he's getting older, because his whole game is all about moving and
speed.
Yeah,
and counters, quick counters. Yeah.
Although I was surprised against Jojo Diaz, it was mostly a head-to-head fight. I was impressed by that.
Hey, would Gary make a Nui fight? You think that? How would that look?
Yo, that looks
interesting.
Can Nui get to 130 though?
But my thing is, eventually he will get there. I don't know if he's there ready now, but I don't think Gary needs to be trying to go up talking about it, man. Gary needs to sit where he is and maybe go down. Stop chasing Terrence Crawford, bro. That's crazy. Get some fights in with these guys we talking about, these lightweights, man. Get it in.
I don't know if Inoue would fight Gary Russell Jr., we'd probably do a 126. But look, Inoue's got his hands full right now. I want to see him against Kencio. But
what's his next weight division fight at for Inoue?
What
Gary Russell.
No, what's the weight division Inoue's fight?
118.
Next fight?
118.
I think he's at 118 right now.
Oh,
118.
Oh, what did I say, Kencio? Why did I say Kencio? I mean Casimero. What am I saying here? I'm getting
Casimero,
yeah,
Casimero.
Casimero.
I was about to say, didn't Kencio just lose his title?
Yeah, no. Yeah, Casimero. That would be a good one, man. I got a question for you guys. In terms of Jermel Charlo.
That's what I was gonna mention. He should fight Erislandy Lara or Brian Castano. Those would be good fights.
Yeah, Jermel should stay at 154. I think Castano would probably.
Isn't he one belt away from undisputed?
Yeah, versus if he were to fight Teixeira. Teixeira really impressed me versus Adamus. Adamus was built up, not hugely. Not a lot of people watched him. He was built up to be a mega monster for that vacant WBO title, and for him to it was a close fight, but for him to pull that out, especially Teixeira's best known before that was best known for being knocked out by Stevens. But for him to pull that out,
why doesn't Jermel just go for the last belt then? What's stopping him?
The typical, they don't want to fight me, he's not going to fight, they have to make the fight, all that stuff.
That shit again.
But I think, man, to be honest, I'll just go on my Jermel rant. I think Jermel is a fraud.
Oh.
Just my opinion. I think Jermel took advantage of an opportunity in Rosario to get those belts. I think the Harrison second, the rematch was a good win. Although, if Harrison had a better chin, he would have won that fight.
Harrison definitely had the mental warfare games in check for that whole year, man.
Yeah.
Right. I think Jermell.
It almost made him cry as well.
Oh, he did make him cry after the first fight.
Hey, he got the better resume.
Nah, man, I don't know, man. I think Jamel is the goods, man. I think he won the first Harrison fight, in my opinion.
I thought he won the first Harrison fight too.
Harrison is very good, and to come out the next fight and stop him and get his belt back, I mean, shows a lot. And then the stoppage with that other kid with the jab to the body, I just, I think he's ready, bro. I think he needs to go undisputed. That's the next fight for him. No game.
Yeah, I'm not saying he can't beat these guys at 154. I think this is his level. Like past it, Lara, Teixeira, Castano would probably be his hardest fight. Maybe it's in between him and Teixeira, but I think he should stay at 154 because people do make him out to be I've heard people say he's better than his brother, which I don't think is true at all.
Mm-hmm.
But when he lost the first time against Harrison, right? Everybody was saying Derek James is shit and everything. And Derek James isn't an amazing trainer. But now that he's undisputed, all of a sudden, he's this great, super fantastic trainer because he also trained Spence and Charlo. So which one is it? Like Jermell, okay. When I saw him fight Hatley, I was like, oh, okay. Hatley, he beat Mundine. Not much said there, but, okay win, pretty explosive. But that's after he starts sitting down on his punches. Lubin win was good, although Lubin seems to be more found out now. He's not as good as he was made out to be, especially in that Gachet fight. And some of the other fights, his championship reign really was full of people who can't take a punch.
I want to see somebody smoke both Charlo's sisters out.
Now, what is somebody explained with the Charles? Well, I got my own reasons, maybe for that, but I'm curious. Why do you guys dislike the Charles? Is it because you think they're overrated, or do you think it's their attitude that they seem to go?
The aspect. A lot of people don't like the diva aspect. The only one who has the talent to sort of back it up is Jermell. Jermell has the accolades right now. But if we're talking about skill, I mean, people thought that, okay, Andre pulled out of that purse bid, or pulled out of the fight, but Andre would have smoked Jermell. He would have given him a boxing lesson. I think so. Jermell. Yeah. Andre would have beat Jermell, no problem.
Where do you stand on Demetrius Andrade?
I think he's like our version of a Billy Joe Saunders without without the recklessness and the blowing up in weight. So he's, super accomplished as an amateur, super skilled, but he does often fight to the level of his competition, and he hasn't gotten the big fights to really put him on, right? So he's basically our Billy Joe Saunders without the extra stuff. Now, I was really disappointed in seeing that fight between him and Saunders to see who was really the goods.
Right.
That fight there would have showed us everything. They both are good, but like you said, that fight would have showed us everything. And that they needed that fight. I think they needed each other for that fight. That was the fight to make. So
yeah,
that's crazy.
Maybe Boohoo can go up one weight division and fight BJS and have the title of the douchebags. Maybe.
They could do that. I mean, it's both. Like, if you look at them, they're both guys who have really been pushed based on their talent, right? So, for them not to have really bring out a big name. If I look at Andrade, okay, Andrade fought his best wins: Vanis Martirosyan, right, and Jack Culkay. You correct me if I'm wrong. Those are probably his best wins.
Well, Sulensky.
Oh yeah, Sulecki was really good. Yeah, I thought was a good win too. Yeah, I forgot about that. And then on Billy Joe Saunders, Andy Lee, Eubank,
and Lemieux. Well, Lemieux and that bloody putting his hand on the forehead and looking around. That's what I think of.
How that's also another thing. How long are people going to dine out on that Lemieux win?
Exactly.
I mean, I heard people here in this country, because they didn't really watch Billy Joe Saunders that much. They thought I was crazy by saying that Saunders would whitewash Lemieux, and he could have knocked him out. But Lemieux for me was like an overrated, overhyped on his most blessed day B fighter.
Well, he was a legit puncher, so people thought that he was going to eventually
take him over the top, like skill wise, technically.
I mean,
Lemieux not bad, man. Lemieux was good. That Lemieux, him and Triple G, that fight there. Man, I love that fight.
Yeah, Triple G showed him what boxing is about.
That jab, man. Triple G's jab in that fight was just a thing of beauty. But Lemieux is not trash, man. Lemieux, you got to come to fight, but he's not the excellent A level. But you got to come to level,
B level on his best day.
I'll tell you what, I'm surprised with Triple G in all his life, professional. Why is he just stayed at 160? Well, I don't understand why he can't go up one division more.
Well, I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Why we want to ask these guys to move up, though, man?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I don't really like that, bro.
Well, no, but he smoked pretty much everybody at 160. Obviously,
but that's what he's his best at. That's what he's his best at, and I think that's what he should reign at.
Hey, by the way, we got Recognize the Matrix dropping by on the Discord. Recognize, are you there?
Good morning.
Good morning, indeed. Yes, indeed. Good morning. I woke up early to watch the Ioka Tanaka fight. I don't know if you got the chance to watch that one, Recognize.
No, I didn't see it, but I heard that Asian guy won.
The Asian, they were both the Chinese guy. Yeah, the Chinese guy. No, but listen, we're talking now. We moved past that fight, I think, like an hour ago. Now we're just talking about what the future holds for 2021, and we got some good fights, man. Good fights in the making. Hopefully, if some of these fighters get off their diva attitude, we could see some explosive fights. Which are some of the fights or the fight that you want to see the most, Recognize, in 2021?
Ooh, there's a couple, man. I want to see Usyk versus AJ versus Fury. If Wilder's going to make a comeback, I want him in the mix. I want him to knock out Dillian White. It's a couple of fights, man. There's a couple of fights. That's just the heavyweights. I would like to see what Lomachenko's going to do. How he looks coming back. I know he had that shoulder surgery. They're making it sound like, it's no big deal, but I don't trust that. The guy's had 2 in the last, 2-3 years. So I'm interested in seeing him come back with a top level guy, and get him in there, see where he's at.
What about your favorite fighter? Your favorite fighter,
Canelo. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Your favorite fighter, Canelo. What do you want for him, or from him, rather?
I want to see him in a snuff film.
Okay, come on.
Where he's the victim.
Jeez, Luis.
No, I'm kidding. No, I just honestly want to see him fight a strong guy. Like, look, since he's been in 168, he's much stronger than these guys. Or at least it appears that way. I want to see him fight a guy that he's not stronger than and see what happens at 168. So there's guys like Benavidez. There's always the Triple G fight. I get it. More likely Triple G's going to have to move up in weight. We'll see how that plays out. I probably would give Canelo the advantage on that one. But yeah, there's quite a few fights that I would love to see for 2021. Like every year, right? Like every year we go into the new year and we see where guys are at, and we want to see them fight top competition. If Ryan Garcia, whoever wins the Ryan Garcia Luke Campbell fight, which I think is going to probably more likely be Garcia, I like to see him keep stepping the levels up. Let's not marinate fights. If he wins, let's see what happens with him and Devin Haney, or Lomachenko, or even Teofimo Lopez.
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask everybody. Now that we talk about Devin Haney, it's like, he says, "Oh, I'm going to make big things happen after my mandatories." Isn't his mandatory the winner of Garcia Campbell, I believe?
Garcia Campbell and Fortuna. I think Haney.
Thank God for that. I just want to see Haney get smashed now.
I think Haney is super overrated, man.
I think the only big thing he's going to do is create another email account.
My big takeaway from this guy, and you guys probably saw this fight, It was on Showbox a couple of years back. It was versus a guy from South Africa, Olasani something. I don't even know how to spell his name.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Haney cannot fight on the inside to save his life. If he's in there with a top guy and he's fighting on the inside, he will get KO'd. No problem. I mean, some of this fake Mayweather stuff just doesn't fly. I mean, I have a lot of people who like him. Like, I know a lot of people like him and push him, who think he's the truth. But there's a difference between just saying, I want the big fights, and actually getting in there and, taking care of these big fights. Why should we praise people for wanting to do their job well?
Hey, by the way, the guy you're talking about, was it Hamza Zempewo?
No, no Degeni or something like that. It was on Showbox. You could probably find it on BoxRec.
Oh,
and that fight, yeah. I mean, he was hurt. I mean, I think he got the South African. No, he didn't get it. It went 12 rounds, but it looked very crude. His work on the inside for me from Haney, and this is supposed to be like a next level star. Not for me, no.
I want to see the fight.
I agree with that. What you said about Haney. But his athleticism and his boxing ability, it all depends on his chin. If he has a chin that he can take his attributes and go forward what he has, he's lacking in power. So that's the only thing that we have to look at with Haney. But Haney's the goods, but we just need to see more, I think with this Luke Campbell win with Garcia would be better than Haney, whatever Haney's has ever done. So we need to just see some fights. Like you say, 2021, we just need to see the fights.
And it's like the other thing with Haney is like, I actually forgot what I was going to say now. No,
thank you for having me, BDA. Have a good night, everybody.
Oh, you got to go?
Yeah.
See you, Gonzalez.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be New Year's.
It's nighttime.
45 minutes.
Nighttime.
The Gamboa fight. Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
All right, so shout out to Gonzalo, man.
He's getting scared.
Just getting scared. All right, Gonzalo, shout out to you. Happy New Year, Gonzalo.
Shout out to Gonzalez. Happy New Year to you and
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you for
freaking out. Take care, guys.
Yeah, get Lobito under control, man. Get Lobito under control. Yeah, because I don't know why he said Lobito. He said Lobito's getting scared, but I wanted to ask him why exactly. But anyway, look,
Lobito, shut up.
Anyway, the point is
that's classic, man.
Hey, Mr. BDA.
Listen, the point is, I wanted to talk about so Devin Haney, yeah, man. Listen, so it's interesting. Some people think he's overrated. Like, I'm curious to hear from you guys. Like, what did you think about the Gamboa fight then? Because some people were saying. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the only thing that was missing was the stoppage. If you look at the technical aspect of the fight, I mean, he won every round, right? Like, I can't really fault. I can't really criticize his skill set according to that fight because he basically won that whole fight. But I guess if there was a criticism, is him not taking out a guy that looks like he's way past his days, and guys have taken him out in the past, right? Like Terrence Crawford, some journeymen, and then you had Tank, right? Tank finally stopped him in the 12th round. Yeah, so I would say that's my only criticism of him, and also the lack of competition. But I want to agree with the one of the guys on the panel that said the guys that he believes Devin Haney's the goods. I think skill-wise he is, but the chin, I think he mentioned something about he wants to see his chin tested. I agree. I want to see that too. If he can hold up, and I think that's what the guy was saying. Yeah, I can't see how he wouldn't be one of the top guys. But these are questions that need to be answered. Hopefully this year coming up.
But he brought that Gamboa performance on himself, right? Him and his dad did all that talking about how they were going to stop Gamboa in 6 and nobody was going to do it like they were going to do it. And then all of a sudden they go 12. He talks about, oh, well, I didn't take much punishment.
So this is what we're going to get with Devin Haney. We're going to get these type of fights where you're not going to see a knockout. He's not knocking people out unless they're trash. And he's going to win on the points. and it's going to be that type of, if you don't like that style of boxing, that type of boxing, which a lot of people want more action and more knockdowns, but you're not going to get that with Devin Haney. He's going to, can he win like that? He can have a successful career like that, but it's not going to be fan friendly to a lot of the casuals and to certain people.
If he could win like that, in terms of like, he's not only winning on points, he's dominating on points. I think especially if he starts doing that as the level of competition goes up, because he could get better. I mean, I think he's only 22, 21. So he's the window of him getting better as a boxer is there. It's definitely there. So I think that he can be a very fan friendly fighter if he can. The whole thing about boxing, we all know this as boxing fans. As the competition gets better, the dominance starts to fall. But what makes me a little bit, if I was a Devin Haney, like a Devin Haney fan, and I'm watching him all the time, and I wanted to really succeed, the thing I would look for is to see if that level of competition goes up and the dominance goes down. That could work two ways because he's young. The experience could kick in. That all that stuff could be experience learned, or it could deter him. And that's what we need to see from Devin Haney. I want to see him fight guys that have a chance to win. Or a guy who's going to come in to win, like Javier Fortuna and guys like that who, he probably will be the favorite to win, but here's a guy who's got the attitude, he's got that mean man attitude, like I want to be your spoiler. I want to spoil everything for you.
That's a tough game. Sorry for cutting you off. I'm gonna drop out, but just want to say,
what's up, man? I didn't know you was here, man.
Hello, Recognize. I hope you're doing well.
I am doing well, man. Thank you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Peace, man.
Peace out, bro.
Wait. Don't kick me out. Just two things. About Haney, you know what? I do think there is a good possibility of him just either not having enough confidence because he's just stepping up, either that or that he can do more, but he's just saving himself, kind of like what Lopez was doing against Tatley and maybe Nakatani. So it doesn't mean that he cannot do more, do better, be more exciting, show more things, more moves. It's probably just that he doesn't have enough of confidence and that he's testing the water. The other thing that I wanted to say, one of the fights that I would like to see this year, besides the ones you mentioned, would be Kenshiro and Kyoguchi, who signed with Eddie Hearn. Peace out, everybody. Thanks for having me on. Happy New Year. See ya.
To you too, on official. Thank you for joining us, man. And by the way,
peace official.
By the way, Recognize you missed a golden opportunity there when you guys were awkwardly saying, "Yeah, I hope you're okay too." No, I hope you missed a golden opportunity of saying, yes. "I am all right. You're not all right."
I know. I knew you just. I had a feeling once you mentioned it. Once you mentioned the opportunity part, I said, "Oh shit!" I know you did it.
But by the way,
I apologize. I apologize for not picking up on that.
That's all right. That's all right.
It's early in the morning, man. It's early in the morning. What do you want from me?
Yeah, we're not used to this time zone here, this pace. But Devin Haney, man. I mean, look, I was listening to what you guys were saying. I had to drop out for about a minute, but like some people overhype the guy, some people underrate him, and as always, like the Buddhists say, it usually is down the middle. The truth lies somewhere down the middle. I think he's good. I think if he continues improving, he's going to be a problem. Just his jab alone, I think, would give Teofimo Lopez a lot of problems right now. But there's too many question marks with Devin Haney right now. How hard can he really hit? How hard can he really push the pace if he's in a competitive boxing fight where he's not really doing enough to get the nod with the judges? Like, you know what I mean? It's like too many unknowables, and he needs to fight somebody and really get himself pushed. And like Tyrone said, though, I haven't seen that fight with that African dude. I'm gonna rewatch it. But if he stays in that same level, then nah, man, he probably doesn't beat a guy like Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, go back. I would tell anybody to go back and watch that fight. It was I want to say it was about 3 years ago, but it like the inside work he was doing was really really crude. And for somebody, for people to make out like he's a superstar, I really have to like kind of think about it. That was a red flag for me, that fight.
The thing is, though, if Lopez only needs Haney's belt to be undisputed, is Lopez going to be gunning for Haney now?
Maybe. I mean, I've talked about a potential fight between those two as far as styles. I think it'll be a staring contest. That'll end in a close decision. You didn't come to fight. I came to fight. This, that, and the third, because their styles won't mesh at all. They're both going to be trying to box, and it's going to be very, very, very low punch count.
Yeah, that guy. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
No, I was gonna say I agree with the dude. Like, sometimes look, I get it, man. Teofimo Lopez looks pretty awesome right now, right? In terms of his last two wins and that third and the Nakatani fight. Now it's starting to look right. It's starting to look a little bit better now. Now that he went in there, he knocked out Verdejo. Verdejo was winning that fight, I believe, up to that point, but then got sparked out. So if you look at his last 3 fights, he's looking pretty good. And so when you look at Devin Haney, you kind of just say, well, what can really Devin Haney do? But like the guy was saying, they're both boxers. Devin Haney's a boxer. He's not just gonna be there to like make stupid mistakes and get caught with big shots. It could be like a stalemate. It could be one of those fights that, like he said, one guy's coming into the fight, the other guy is looking to counter and score points. And the fight could be real close on the scorecards and probably an edge-out victory for Teofimo. But,
right.
Let's see what happens. I mean, I think they're going to marinate these fights, you know what I'm saying, and see these guys develop. And there's nothing wrong with that. They're going to see, they want these guys to be at their best when they go into these fights against each other. We just hope that they don't do it the way, Spence, Crawford, Pacquiao, Mayweather, that type of shit.
Well, listen, recognize Haney has a long way to go right now, or at least get a big win. Because if Garcia beats Campbell impressively, that's what we were talking about earlier. If he beats Campbell impressively, he becomes the next in line for Lopez. I mean, not officially and according to the rankings or what, because I don't follow the alphabet rankings. I don't care about them. But if in terms of the narrative, in terms of boxing fans as a whole, not caring about titles, if he beats Campbell decisively, he should become the guy that most people want to see Lopez in there against next. Although again, like we were talking about earlier as well, we would like to see Lopez take on Lomachenko again, unfinished business there to a certain degree. But
wouldn't it be better if Garcia fights Haney? And then Lopez fights Loma, and then them lot then go for the undisputed title. Then at that point, fight wise,
yeah, that wouldn't be bad. I mean, again, it's if you're into the belts, and that would be the dream scenario. But even without the belts, that sounds like a good scenario too as well. I remember Mikey Garcia was talking about how he wanted to fight Teofimo Lopez, but I don't know if you guys saw that Bucho posted a picture in the community section of our channel. Man, Mikey Garcia looks. He looks like one of those guys that used to work at the video store, like a Mexican dude that used to work at my rental video store. No, seriously, I mean, the guy was fat, man. Let me see if I can find the picture.
Now you're talking shit, come on, BDA, man.
No, but let me find.
He looks really big. Pause.
Mikey Garcia robbed the bank with the Earl Spence fight, and then he went to DAZN and robbed the bank at DAZN. So Mikey He's just chilling, man.
But do you think Mikey wants to fight Pacquiao? Because that's maybe why I put the weight on. I haven't seen the picture.
Man, yeah, man. Mikey will fight Pacquiao. You crazy? That's the bag, man. Mike is about the bag right now, man. Mikey is set with the Earl Spence fight, and then that fight at DAZN with old boy. Shoot, Mikey is good. And if he get the Pacquiao fight, he gonna retire.
Keep going, fellas. I'm looking for the picture here.
Oh, right. I was going to say, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess if. But how old is Mikey, though? Why does he...
True. I'm not sure. But look, back to what y'all was saying about Devin Haney. Devin Haney after this Luke Campbell fight, like y'all saying, man, he's behind, bro. He's falling behind. All he giving us is pretty much eye candy. So we need to see something. Well, yeah, we need to see something. These guys are fighting tough fights and showing that they're worthy of being there. Now we can say he's the goods because of what he looks like, but he hasn't proven it yet.
Oh my god.
Sorry about that. Yeah, but because I'm showing the picture on the
Yeah.
screen of Mikey Garcia, and you can see he's got the double chin thing going, and he's got a gut. Like you can see the gut.
It looks like he wants to fight Killer at 160.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. That game. What were you saying about Haney then?
No, I was saying that he just needs to prove it, man. These fights that he's fighting is not proving it. We could say he looks good. He does look good, but these guys are fighting the competition where you're proving it to the next level, and he's just falling behind these other guys, you know. So that Javier Fortuna fight is going to be a good fight for him. If he can get past Fortuna, that'll be a good fight. Or the winner, like I say, but like you say, if Garcia win, I don't know if Garcia is going to mess around with Devin Haney. He can make more money with Tank Davis, or he can go get belts with Till. So.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, Devin Haney is everything you said is spot on. I mean, he's falling behind compared to these guys. That being said, I used to, no, I mean, not being said, but like I used to defend him a little bit, saying, "Ah, man, he's a prospect, blah blah blah." Even if he does have a title, he's still a prospect in my eyes. But the fact that he's calling these guys out and pretending as if he's the one on top and he's the best and blah blah blah, and then he says he wants to knock out Gamboa and ends up going the decision. I mean, this guy should just keep his. Oh, and then the white boy comment. He should just keep his trap shot and say and fight and try to improve his resume, because everything he's doing right now, he's talking one way, but then he goes and does something completely mediocre. So he's shooting himself in his own foot, and so everybody else is best.
Some people's biggest weapon is the mouth, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you can ask my ex-wife about that. Like she anyway. But anyway, the point is that I'm just saying. Listen, the point is, Devin Haney, 2021, fight somebody with a pulse, somebody that's gonna and not just fight somebody with a pulse. You know, give a performance that's worthy of us talking about. You know what I mean? And then he can make a case for himself against Teofimo Lopez. Until then, he's behind. He's behind in this lightweight race.
Yeah, I think and it doesn't help with the entourage either, right? His dad, Bill Haney, I mean, thinks he's one of those guys who thinks he has it all figured out. And then I don't know if you see their hype man, an old man named Church, and he goes, he's pretty bad himself.
He's making up names now, man.
No, I swear. No, like literally go on it was like one of these Showtime all accesses or whatever, and I think it was before that, one of those South African fights. The guy was like just cooking up dinner for him and calling him Lord, and that's also his other nickname, Lord Devin Haney. There's nothing Lord about him.
Lord.
Can you imagine calling some other man Lord?
Well, his hype man does it.
And does he ask his pops to brush his hair?
More than likely.
Probably does. Probably does, man.
What's with this new trend of fathers
Fighter
/ trainers? Fathers/trainers.
Danny Garcia, Tio Lopez.
No, but not just that. I'm saying this father trainer combos going in on YouTube now and defending their sons/fighters against common YouTubers like us. I mean, what?
It's marketing.
I think the fathers were failed fighters and they're trying to live through their son, basically.
No, it's marketing. Yeah. It's marketing. It's just a way to get the name out there. Jumping on different platforms, just moving around. But guys, man, it was nice chopping it up with you, man. I'll get with y'all next year. Y'all have a good one, bro. Happy New Year. Y'all peace out.
You too, That Game. Thank you for dropping by, man, and Happy New Year to you and your family, man.
Yep.
Peace, my brother.
Take it easy. Yeah, man. Listen, I understand what That Game said about these fathers trying to get to the YouTube crowd. I mean, it's smart in one sense, but I tell you something though, man. They better be careful if they come around here. Not from us, but I'm saying the chat room, which these motherfuckers hate us. So imagine what's gonna happen.
The chat room will chop you up, boy.
Yeah, the chat room. Like I don't see these guys better have thick skin, man, because the people in the chat room, they are fucking animals. They're gonna chop people up and just like shake them up like a dog, like if it's a dog with a chew toy, man.
Well, I mean,
Watch
well,
it.
look at that dickhead. What's his name? Is it Jake Paul offering $50 million for like a boxing match? And I'm thinking, who are you, dude?
Well,
He
not for
actually thinks in his head that he's like a legit pro fighter, and most people don't even know that. I mean, all you have to do is clear out medical forms, pass a couple of tests, and you're a professional fighter. I mean, Eric Molina literally had just one guy. He was teaching one day in high school and said, "I want to be a pro fighter." Honest to God.
Yeah, it's not like when I was in the industry, not just anybody could get in there. Like you had to have a certain amount of stamina, and you had to show that you could perform. In other words, in boxing, it's forget it. Whether you want to be a trainer or a fighter, all you got to do is say that you're that guy. Like you said, pass the medical, and boom, you're in. And
you're in the industry, you got to have certain kind of dimensions, right?
Exactly. You got to be multidimensional. Not just it's not just about being big. It's about can you go the distance. And a lot of these guys can't. They get, even with the blue pill, if you know what I mean. By the way, we got Virtuoso in the Discord. Virtuoso, are you there? Or StreamYard, I should say.
Yeah. What's up, BDA? What's up? Yo, what's up, Recognize? What's up to everybody in the panel?
Come on in here,
StreamYard and everybody in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, man.
Just want to wish everybody a happy New Year. Safe and healthy and successful New Year.
Did you already start the New Year celebration? Because you sound kind of winded.
Well, yeah, I just woke up. Because I went to sleep right after watching Kazuto Ioka, beat Tanaka via knockout. And man, let me tell you, man, those fight film analysis of yours, man, it really pays off, man. You basically just break it down and then you make your own decision, man. And I think you basically refer to Ioka's counter left hook, and I didn't think that was going to be much of a problem, but it was, because Tanaka just likes to fucking fight with his hands low. I don't think it was smart from him. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's got great hand speed, but he doesn't, good power, but doesn't really protect himself all that much.
I'm glad you enjoyed the film analysis, Virtuoso, but I do have to say I was wrong about Ioka's left foot, because I think in his film analysis I said that his left foot I didn't think it was going to be a big factor. I didn't really respect that left hook when I was watching his fights. I said, it's not really his best punch. Turns out that's the punch that he got Tanaka with. So man, that's motherfucking left hook there. Really did pay dividends, but it was a good sensational fight, man. It was worth getting up for, man, for sure.
Yeah.
Now, right now we're just talking about big fights that we want to see for 2021. What do we expect from 2021, the year? I mean, even 2020, even with the whole shenanigans going around there from the powers that be that seem to want to take the world into a new stage. Even then, the boxing ended the year strong. So, Virtuoso, which fight do you want to see in 2021?
Man, there's plenty of them. It's really hard to choose, but I kind of look forward to watching El Gallo versus Chocolatito. I really would like to see Joseph Jr. fight with Turbiev, and finally, Errol Spence and Crawford finally just stop being bitches and just fight each other already.
Yeah, that's I don't know if that's gonna. We were just talking about that before you jumped in here about Spence Crawford. That's a whole telenovela right there, man. Who knows?
I don't think I'll be interested if it goes past 2021. That fight, I won't be as interested because this guy's getting older. Well, they both are, but Terrence Crawford is getting older. And so
Terrence is like
Spence.
33, 34 now, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 33. Yeah, he's 33.
33, yeah, 33. I still give him a great. I give him a great shot to win, but it's just losing is like I don't care. Like wake me up. In other words, with that issue, just wake me up when they sign. And then I'll start getting ready for that fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I was the same.
And I don't think either fighter has taken much damage in their careers, have they?
No, you're right about that. So Crawford could last long. He could probably fight until late 30s, maybe even 40.
Yeah, I don't
he
know
hasn't
about
taken shit.
Spence took a big hit, man, with that car accident. I mean, I know people said that it didn't affect him. I mean, he did beat Danny Garcia, but I don't know, man. It remains to be seen. Maybe something happened to him during the Garcia fight that he never talked about. Maybe his back hurt or something and it affected him. I don't know. You never know with Earl Spence, but definitely listen. Like Recognize made the great point. Until they sign the fight, I'm tired of their talking. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
It's like with Tyson Fury when he was retired and people saying, well, if he comes back, well, listen, when he comes back and signs a contract and we see him in the ring, then I'll be interested. Until then, get out of here.
I heard that. Look, and he proved a lot of naysayers wrong, right? But I was in that boat too. I was like, listen, I don't really care about this dude. I mean, him saying that he could beat up Tyson Fury, AJ and Wilder means nothing until he starts fighting again.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And he proved at least he could beat one of them. So I'll give him that.
Exactly. Listen, at some point, boxing fans, we gotta step away from the drama and because there are times when people spend their time talking about the drama outside of the ring between two guys. Meanwhile, we got great fights going on and people aren't talking about those. So it's all about the fights.
That's what makes boxing fans very unique, man. It's the what is it, the fanboy casual type versus the hardcore boxers. Because sometimes hardcore boxing fans make me fucking sick too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I'm tired of hearing this shit too.
And that's bad for us because we're supposed to be here doing shows on it, and we get tired of that shit. So that just goes to tell you how toxic.
Sometimes I like to hear from the casual. Sometimes the casual brings the best point of view. Sometimes it happens.
Well, you know what?
I like to hear. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Virtuoso. Go ahead. Because we're
no. I just want to say it's like I'm tired of the fucking whole welterweight division. Get it? They just so much marketing, so much marketing power behind them, and just so much like drama and like holding up big fights, and like they're all getting old and shit. I'm just gonna wait for Virgil Ortiz and Joan Protanis and other people to just come up. Hopefully deliver big fights in the future. But this generation's lost.
Yeah, these welterweights, they tend to be, compared to the welterweights in the 90s, 2000s, when you had Mayweather and Pacquiao and Margarito and Claudia and Judah and all these guys. I mean, they were fighting each other, man. Now, okay, we had to wait for Pacquiao and Mayweather, but eventually they fought. These guys, they think they're in that level, and yet they haven't really accomplished as much. So, but anyway, look, listen, the positive sides in 2021, Valdez-Burchelt, that's made. We've got Campbell Garcia this Saturday. We've also got Estrada and Chocolatito Gonzalez in March. So, hey, man, just right. And Jojo Diaz, by the way, taking on Rakimov on February the 13th. Joe Smith Jr. versus another excellent fight. Yes, Joe Smith Jr. versus Maxim Vlasov. Listen, here at BDA Boxing, we stick to the boxing. We will talk about outside the ring drama and all that because we have to. But at the end of the day, it's all about what happens in the ring. That's what matters the most. So, going into 2020 was an interesting year, and we hit 10,000 subscribers, man. That was a big leap as well. And I gotta say, it's thanks to everybody who participated in the chat room.
You should have another 10,000. We're gonna work on another one.
That's right. 10. And I gotta give credit to everybody in the chat room.
How long has BDA's been going on for?
What's that?
How long has BDA channel been open?
2017, March 2017, I believe. Yeah, and
3 years old. 3 years old.
3 years old. I gotta give credit to Bucho too, because people don't. Because I got stuck with the BDA moniker, but he was the one that came up with the channel. He's the one that came to me, and he said, "Hey, we should do a channel. We're boxing fans, we know our fair share of boxing. We should do a boxing channel." I said, "I didn't even know there was a YouTube boxing community." I mean, he talked to me about it, about guys like Precise and Stu and Thunderdome and the whole LDBC thing, but I didn't know it was that big or that interesting. And as soon as I got into it, I said, "Finally!"
Oh, so you guys, BDA, you guys know each other like outside of the internet. I'm talking about.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
He's asking you.
Yeah, but listen, man, 10,000 subscribers. It's thanks to you guys, man. You guys in the chat room, the listeners, everybody in the panel. On the Discord. I will continue to do the Open Friday phone lines to get everybody in here. 10,000 subscribers, man. Let me tell you, that's a big number. That's the amount of times Jimmy forgets, mentions Mickey Ward during the show. That's the 10,000s the amount of nationalities that Stu's alienated or insulted during the show. 10,000s the amount of times Gonzalo has had to scream to Lobito to shut up during the stream. 10,000s the amount of bootleg DVDs Recognize has to sell in a year to make a profit. 10,000s the amount of animals.
How did I get that reputation?
Well, I don't know. It is what it is. Another interesting statistic: 10,000s the amount of animals Precise has to sacrifice before the next full moon so that his crops don't go dry.
Remember the last one? He was beating a pig with like a frying pan or something.
I don't know about that, man, but
no, he was.
He was, man. He's
I can confirm that. Yeah, I could.
He was showing us what he would like to do to Canelo. Anyway, 10,000 is also the amount of beers that Bucho drinks before it's even 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
Oh, by the way, I know it was second Renaissance, but I know you're good at sound bites, right? You did soundbite that fucking laugh that he did the last second Renaissance, right?
Was it the last second? He wasn't on. Was he on? I don't remember if he was on the last second. I have to.
I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna listen. This is how good that laugh was. I'm gonna go check it out myself and find it and send you a message where it's at.
Just ask Apology, man. He's the archive master. The
archivist. Oh, that laugh is the best, man.
I don't know if I can isolate it though. Because if there's people talking over it or laughing over it, then it might be difficult.
No, he just. You know he had a few drinks that day. Just put it that way.
I think you're talking about the last like the post-fight Callum Smith Canelo episode where Stu told him, "You're such a snowflake," because Bucho was playing around saying he was scared. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Maybe I'll try to isolate it. And by the way, I need to make fun of myself.
You're such a fucking snowflake.
By the way, I gotta make fun of myself because I was doing the 10,000 bit 10,000. 10,000 is the amount of STDs I've had since starting the show. So anyway, thank you guys for joining us, man. That was a fantastic number and a fantastic year here at BDA Boxing. We covered a lot. We got a lot of things accomplished, a lot of things done, a lot of boxing watched, covered. Hopefully people got educated as well watching this show. So anything else you guys want to say before we wrap this up?
No, I think it's a brilliant channel, and I'd like to thank you as well for doing it at an amicable time that us European guys can obviously still, participate. So thank you very much for that.
Well, thank you for being on, man.
Yeah, this is my very first time I'm on here. I'm very rarely. I usually very rarely go off of like different the different opinions. Like this, I'm usually more on Amen podcasts, so just like the knowledge and everything like that was really cool because I don't really talk to people who know too much about the lower weight classes or even care enough to wake up for them. So that was pretty awesome, and just thanks for letting me on, and I hope to come on in the future if you allow me to.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, come back. Listen, we because what we do is what I try to do.
He's got to pay that fee though. Remember, he's got to pay a fee though.
No, that's not true. That's you fucking Recognize always looking at a business angle. Yeah, look, I'm trying to do the open Fridays. It's open phone lines Fridays where I just open up the StreamYard and let anybody in, and the telephone lines as well. We also have the telephone lines, people. Don't forget. So if you want to call in, and what I'm gonna try to do too eventually is because we use Discord to get people on the panel. But what I'm going to try to do is if things continue to pick up the way they are with this organization and we start to continue getting funding, maybe open up StreamYard Premium where you can actually allow more than just 6 people on. Because right now I'm using, for you guys out there, I'm using StreamYard regular. So I think it only allows you 6 people in here.
Oh, they've upgraded it to 10 now, I think.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, so even now on the regular version, you could get up to 10 people.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, then fuck the premium then. But I can what I can also do is on Discord. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What I can also do on Discord is everybody who's in the BDA Discord, I can also create a special group there, and just anybody can jump in, and that's unlimited. I think it's up to 50 or 100. So maybe I could do that too. Bucho did it a couple of times and it was mayhem. But that's what Open Phone Lines Fridays is going to be all about. It's going to be. I'm actually going to. We have a rule here of no drinking during the show. I think I'm going to break that one for Fridays. It's going to be that like anything goes on Fridays. Drinking, smoking the yay. Well, wait a minute. I recognize. Are you drunk right now?
No, I'm just saying. There was a couple of. I remember you put that in place, and a couple of times I was a little tipsy.
Really? I thought because I know you like the ganja, but I didn't know you were drinking during the show.
Well, yeah. I mean, like it's a nice little fruity drink. I have some once in a while. It gets me a little tipsy for some reason. I don't know what the
fucking
fuck.
recognize.
Because
you talk about
drank in a while.
Elevated testosterone, blah blah blah, and then you're drinking apple teenies during the show, man. What's the matter with you?
It's all bullshit.
Yeah,
it's all bullshit, right?
It's all bullshit. Yeah. Oh man. Hey, by the
I'm
way,
really 5 feet tall. I'm really 5 feet tall.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, or everybody too, but for the second Renaissance, did you guys hear about the shenanigans with the whole caravan bomber guy who was on that mobile home and it blew up in, where was it?
Oh, yeah. I did.
Yeah.
Is that a little suspect, or is that just what I'm reading?
It seems like a little cover up there, because they said like now they're saying this guy was just a pothead. What was it? He was a pothead. He was a leftist.
Like sort of a thing.
They're trying to say that he believed in lizard people. So like anybody, anybody that's into aliens or whatever, they're crazy. They're gonna blow the shit up.
What what seemed weird was he made an announcement. Go ahead.
No, I thought that was just a mobile meth lab. It just blew up, in the middle of the street.
It could have been that, man. Because that shit would. If you don't know what you're doing with that, you could blow up a fucking apartment complex with that shit, like a small one.
Hey, BDA, quick question. I know for a few months, for example, Recognize wasn't on the BDA channel. We were all worried and stuff. I noticed lately, unless I missed something, you can tell me. Why is Johnny Boy not on the thing? Is he sick or something?
Well, that's a long story there. That's a long story. But suffice to say that people take breaks, man. People take breaks. People, things shit happens, in other words.
Oh, well, okay. Well, hopefully it gets better then.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what I was going to say, so really, we'll take a look at that whole. I wanted to do a second Renaissance on the whole van thing. Or what do you call that in English? Mobile home, caravan.
Camper van.
Camper van. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like one of the. Yeah, it's people call it.
It's an RV. Yeah, that's what they call it.
It's an RV. Yeah. I mean, look, I think it could be legit, but the way you just don't. Who here trusts the media anymore? When it comes to trust, it's at its all-time low. They did a poll that obviously the mainstream didn't play it.
Wait. Was that the recognize? Was that the NPR poll?
Yes. Did you see how low that shit was? And this is the NPR
made me laugh, man.
poll.
Yeah. It made me laugh out loud when I saw that. I said, "Yeah, fuck it." But
Was it 35%? People trust it. Was it 35%? They said.
Yeah, I think they actually manufactured the numbers, man.
Right. So in reality, it's probably like 20% that people trust the mainstream media. Dude, that's how. If you really think about it, if you look at the history of like Civil War, that's when you have that many people who distrust you. That's usually the signs of like a civil war escalating.
Right. Well, yeah, actually, it's interesting because they said in the article they were asking the guy one of the guys who headed the poll, and he goes, he was using words like terrifying, disappointing. I'm thinking, shut the fuck. It's like, people don't trust the mainstream media. They don't trust their.
Yeah, why are you upset, bro? You put the poll up.
Yeah, the guy says they said, the people that most Americans trust the least are politicians and news anchors. Well, no shit, man. What did you expect after all the bullshit they've been spewing? And it turns out to be completely the opposite of what reality is.
You're telling people that they can die over the sniffles.
Exactly,
dude. When the CDC tells you have a 99.9% chance of surviving it, why do you think people don't trust you?
And when they tell you, masks don't work, actually they do. Now everybody's got to wear it. And all these politicians and people from the CDC and all that, they say, wear the mask, wear the mask. Then you see them, they get caught not wearing the mask and having dinner with people practically nose to nose, spitting all over the place while they're eating. It just goes to show.
What's the jackoff's name from California? The governor there.
Call him Jackoff. Yeah, let's call him Mr. Fucking Shitface.
Kevin Newsom.
Kevin Newsom. Jeez, Luis, how did you know that?
You know, I heard one of these anchors one time. They were saying, and I just thought of this at the top of my head. It was like they're dissing Putin. And look, I don't really care for Putin. I mean, he's Russian. You know, Russia's his country, and I could care less, right? But they were like, you know, if Putin ever loses power, he's a dead man. I'm thinking, listen, Anchorman, if you ever lose power, you're a dead man. Okay? If you ever lose your job and you're on the street and somebody catches you, you're done. And I'm talking about your own people, not some foreigners. Your own people, because nobody likes you people. Nobody. I look at I think they're jokes. I don't even. You know what I listen to in the news? The weather and sports. That's it.
That's a man's man right there. Yeah. Now, yeah, listen. When they started saying, I mean, just think about this. For anybody that still believes this whole pandemic thing, just think about it. Remember when they were pushing the whole story of hospitals being overflowing and that they didn't have beds and all that? And it turned out to be complete, like that right there. If you don't see through that and you still believe this whole thing, I don't know what to tell you. It's like, you know, keep watching CNN then. Keep trusting whatever they... and Fox News too. They're biased as fuck too. Don't get it twisted. This ain't a right left thing. They're all owned by somebody. Anyway, listen. This is turning into second renaissance.
Political. This turned into a second renaissance. Exactly.
Nah. No, I gotta go, man. We've been on for 4.5 hours. But anyway, listen, fellas.
4 hours, man.
Thank you for being on. Really appreciate it, fellas, as always. You guys make this show entertaining, fun to do. We had a great 2020, like I was saying earlier. So hopefully 2021, when it comes to boxing, keeps things light. I want to wish all of you, each and every one of you and your families, Happy New Year. Hoping the best for you. Hope you get some New Year's resolutions too. It's like the reset button. This is the time to do it now because, you know, you get into that.
Reset. He said reset button. Be careful.
No, I didn't say the great reset. I'm saying just a general, reset button.
I'm just saying. Be careful.
Yeah, you're right. But get some New Year's resolutions in there, man. 3 things you want to accomplish or 5, whatever in the year, and get it done, and you'll feel much better than you.
This was interesting doing I think we've done a show like this early in the past, but this was interesting, and I want to say, you know, happy 2021 to everybody out there. Hopefully, it can only be better than 2020. If it's worse, then it's time to do what we got to do, brothers.
Well, you know, Mad Max was set in 2021.
Yes. You ever see the Terminator? Well, this is second renaissance, but go watch the Terminator night, the first one, the very first one. You're gonna see a year. It's gonna sound very interesting to you. That's right. Everything goes into mayhem.
Yeesh, that's scary stuff right there. By the way, I was also reading about Kobe Bryant. Apparently, it came. That's another thing I wanted to talk about in second renaissance. Apparently, it came out that he was planning on leaving Nike with a big multi-million dollar.
Shit, Nike set him up.
Yeah, that's what there's some people are speculating. There was also a guy in a show. I don't know if you guys have heard have seen the show Tinfoil Hat. It's an entertaining show. Sometimes they go a little bit too far with some of their stuff, but they had a guy on who was talking about how precisely that Kobe Bryant was set up, and he was talking about numerology and gematria, which is essentially the study of numerology and how it relates. And he was saying some stuff that you listen to it, you go, that's messed up, like that's too unbelievable. But then you think about it, you go, well, some people have strange beliefs in certain parts of the world and the government and in banking industries and all that. So you never know. We could discuss that too there. But anyway, listen, fellas, boxing, great boxing year. I liked it. It could have been better, but hey, what are you gonna do about it? Hopefully 2021 is better. So thanks to everybody who joined us, man. Really appreciate it. And that's about
Peace
it,
out, everyone.
Yeah.
Peace out, man.
Might be doing
same from me. Have a happy New Year, everybody.
You too, fellas. Thank you for joining us. Might be doing I don't know because again, we rarely do shows this early, but I feel the hankering for maybe a second Renaissance late. I don't know. We'll see. But definitely on Friday, try to do open phone lines Friday. Got to get that done every week. So that's about it, fellas. Thank you for joining us. I want to give a shout out to, hold on a second, give me Mark and Michael Poe, who donated with the super chat. Shout out to you, fellas. Keep the gravy train rolling. And everybody in the chat room: John Gonzalez, White Devil, Giuseppe LaRocca, Triple JJJ, The Quags, Gasta03, The Penguin, Jack Napier, Jet Kyle, Precise, aka Fight Film, One Foot Out the Door. Who else was here? Oh, Gonzalo, can't forget Gonzalo. Everybody who joined us on the Discord, on StreamYard, thank you for joining us, fellas. I just see an incoming super chat here via One Foot Out the Door. It says, keep it up in 2021. Yes, thank you, One Foot Out the Door. We'll certainly up the pace, man. We'll up the pace, the intensity, high voltage, high intensity. And that's about it, fellas. That's
Stay
about
safe,
it,
everybody.
fellas. Thank you, Kenshiro. Thank you, Tyrone, for joining us. Join us on the next one, Friday. It's going to be open phone lines Friday as well, so join us there. Catch you on the next one, fellas. Take it easy. Thank you for watching.